Hello, everyone, and good morning, good afternoon to those viewing in. Welcome to the first AMB Yeti Regional. Super excited to be here. My name is Valkyrie, and I'm sat beside Clem. How you doing, Clem?
Oh, I'm doing well today. I'm very excited for this event. It's gonna be something fun. It's like post three visits. I'm looking forward to what everyone's playing today. How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. You nailed it on the head right there. Post three visits change. That means this is the first major tournament we're having without Vanitas gonna be running rampant with the three visits. No more sneaky 20 damage in one turn. That's something I think a lot of people weren't happy about, and it's finally gonna be good to see you not losing a game just because your opponent opened three visits and two razor gills, right?
Yeah, it's a familiar feeling. I think we all remember what happened in Toronto between the two of us. Sat down, all happy to see you, finally play with you, and then bam, I got hit in the face with Vanitas. Unfortunate.
That is very true. And, just taking a look at the decks that we do have here today, the meta is actually making a weird backstep towards what we saw during the MRC meta. Not going to give too much away, but it looks like Sylvie is going to be the most popular champ brought in today. And it's not just because it's Slime Sylvie. We do have some decks sneaking in there running Sylvie level 1s, and that is the unique strategy that we saw on stream a lot in Toronto, but with that water hybrid list that we were seeing. Any thoughts on that particular list?
I think that's very very interesting, and like with AMB, we got a lot of new cards that are fantastic. In that deck, like level 1, Sylvie comes in. Then you play a Jueying. I apologize in advance for all the pronunciations for the for the AMB cards. I'm not even a native English speaker, so it's that those are already difficult for me. But yeah, I think the Sylvie strategy, like even other than Jueying, we got the Spell Shroud Turtle. We got a lot of interesting things that very much profit off of Sylvie level 1. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing all of that. I think that's a very interesting thing. What about you? What are you looking forward to in general for the
Uh,
tournament?
yeah, I'm just looking forward to decks that or haven't been seen before, something that people have been experimenting with, but at the same time didn't want to take it to Toronto just because they're like, oh, this loses to Vanitas. So we're probably going to see a bigger variety. And I've been slowly keeping my eye on some of the top players that we may be seeing today and what they're playing. And it seems sort of like a split between them. We have a lot diverging to Merlin, some going to a Wind Kongming Razor Gale list, and then we have some people just saying, you know what, we're going to go with Old Reliable and just play Slime Sylvie, because this is probably going to be the most consistent deck today without having to worry about matchups you've never played before or something that you might be, like, haven't seen at all. A sleeper pick, and I think you have a lot of familiarity with this type of deck, but like Oath of Sakura. I think that deck's going to be so good in a webcam format. Just as someone who's piloted it, how fast can that deck actually go?
Uh, I think a turn 3 win consistently is very very possible with that deck. Especially in like in a webcam, like on paper, webcam doesn't sound that different from in-person play. But I feel like in webcam, people are a lot more afraid, and going just full aggro definitely is a very positive thing that you can do here. And Oath is wonderful with that. Like Oath is just a lot of damage, pump it up. You can even win turn 2 if you have the perfect hand, which is not that difficult to get, right? Because Dilu 1/2 cost ally and then 1/3 cost ally. Oath of Sakura, you win. It's like at least 19 damage turn 2, which is very very easy to kill with. Even if they go up to level 1, unless it's Lorraine, Tony, or Jin, you got it. And then even then, you force their hand to level up, right? So I think Oath is definitely wonderful. And in general, in an allies heavy meta that we're seeing right now, obviously there is still Razor Gale with Kongming, as we saw yesterday in the LM Invitational. That is still a viable thing, but I feel like most of the decks right now are going to be more allies focused. And in that, I think Oath is definitely wonderful.
Perfect. I loved your analysis there. Very on point. It shows you really know that deck. But we're loading into our first game here. We have UB Vola on Wind Umbra Tristan against Dusk Bunny 14 on that Water Nico hybrid, like we were mentioning earlier today. And I'm super excited to see this sort of matchup because I've noticed Tristan has been like sneaking back in. She fell out of favor after the Korhazi Outlook ban, but now all of a sudden, a lot of players like, hey, this deck's actually still pretty consistent, especially against the decks that try and get greedy with setup. So I'm really curious to see how this matchup plays out. But Clem, go ahead and tell us what these players are starting their turns with.
It seems like that our Tristan was going second here. Dusk Bunny is on a very interesting, like the way we talked about the Sylvie Nico. Oh, never mind. Tristan went first. They started immediately with a Surveil the Winds, if I see correctly. And then now the Sylvie Nico hybrid is going. No, what? I am. These players are taking their turns so fast that we're already on turn 2 for the Nico player. They went with a backup charger, immediately paid the 3 to get the card advantage off of it. And it seems that Sylvie is definitely going for the card advantage there, but it's going for a chilling touch while Tristan has 2 cards in memory, which is I think it's very good here because it forces them to lose, like go down on 1 influence if they want to level up here. And yeah, it immediately gets a floating into graveyard as well, which is what you want to see on Nico, right? Fill up your grave as fast as possible, and another chilling touch, taking away the possibility of a level up there, which is it's just wonderful for Nico here. It's exactly what you want to see, right?
Yeah, 100%. You nailed the head with the hammer there. The Nico player being very like turn 1, drawing 7, passing turn into backup charger just really increases your influence to a point where you can make those kind of plays, remove your opponent's chance to level up, and still keep 5 cards in hand. That's Cerulean Decree or a Frostbind waiting to happen. So Tristan's gonna have to play this turn very carefully because their plans are they're down 2 cards, not leveled up into a champion, and additionally are going to have to try and develop the board without getting pretty much like stopped completely by the Nico player.
Yeah, and it seems that Tristan went for the Sable Remnant here, which is in this matchup it's not the best because you don't get the floating memory off of it guaranteed. But it is still 2 damage consistently once you level up, right? And it's Nico obviously has some ways to deal with it, but then it's still giving floating memory. And with Nico, you really want to go in for damage and mill them as fast as you can. And then Nico going for the Scepter here, which is just I really love Scepter as a card. I feel like it's wonderful for all water decks to this day. Obviously, it's already on the watch list, but I feel like it really enables the water strategy more, especially with higher level water decks.
Yeah, Scepter is, I feel like, the identity of water, which when that Proxy's Vault was announced, it made water feel so good because it felt like you actually had a purpose to be the advanced element deck. You wanted to take these level ups, these aggressive DGs, but we see right here another water classic, just Icebound Slam. That is such a great feeling being able to play that. I believe this deck is purely water cards as well, so not really going to be missing on this ability. You are going to hit for that 8 damage. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't look like a lot of floating, but we did see a very staple card in the deck, which is the Turtle. Have you had any like experience playing against or playing with the Turtle?
Personally, no, I'm not a water player, and in Toronto, I managed to avoid all water decks. But the Turtle does seem like a wonderful card with Spell Shroud on it, right? It's you can only remove it via combat, and there are so many ways to stop combat in water that is just something that's extremely hard to deal with, right? And this is what I mentioned with Sylvie level 1. You can play the turtle and it's gonna have a buff counter immediately. It's gonna be a big threat that's pretty difficult to remove.
Yeah, I believe the base stat line, let's go ahead and take a look at it here. It's the Rippleback Terrapin. And its base stat is a 1/4, so it's going to be a 2/5 with the Sylvie buff. Yeah, that is very difficult for some decks to remove.
And with the on-enter, it can be up to a 3/6, which is a very scary, and you can't really remove that without putting in a lot of resources, right? So it's a scary threat. I think as Tristan, you don't mind it being in the graveyard. It doesn't have floating, and it's something that's, you know, you have one less threat to worry about for now. However, the Icebound Slam was wonderful, and obviously the 8 damage is very scary. And you have to, it's really a race here, right? The Tristan player really has to race to kill Nico before they get to do Nico shenanigans.
Yes,
and it seems like Tristan just attacked and passed. I wonder what UB Vola has in hand.
I'm not 100% sure, as the webcam sort of has a tilt angle where we see some bits of the card, but not a lot. I think Tristan's big thing, though, is being stuck on level 1, is you really want to optimize your preparation counters so you could get the most off your level 2 effect. And a lot of the times, if you don't see a Sadie, or if you don't see sort of like Surveil the Winds, and especially now since you don't have Outlook, it's really hard to hit that 4 counter mark on the turn 2, turn 3 like you wanted to consistently. And a lot of them sort of either have to force level up into 2 to only draw 1, or they take an extra turn or 2 to dirtle and get the prep counters somewhat going by drawing through their deck.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. It seems that Sylvie leveled up there, obviously, and then I wonder what they're going to play. I missed what the Tristan player played because they have 2 cards in memory now. The Bovine, also a very fantastic new card. It's on attack. It allows you to put the top 2 cards of your deck or your opponent's deck into the graveyard. And it also has class bonus floating memory. So if Tristan were to kill the Bovine here, that would allow Dusk Bunny to level up for 1 less. And if they were to mill, or if they were to put a floating memory into graveyard here, then they could just be absolutely free into Nico. I believe what the Tristan player did is, in response to level up to Sylvie, they Zephyred the Scepter of Lumina, so Dusk Bunny missed out on 4 damage there. However, the Bovine still got the buff counter from Sylvie, which allows it to attack for 2. So it's a 2 attack, 3 health ally currently, with floating memory on class bonus.
Yeah, we have seen some unfortunate mills from Dusk Bunny here. They have milled 5 off of the Icebound Slam, and then 2 off the Bovine. Has not hit a single floating memory off of those. The only 2 they've had were the 2 Chilling Touches that they activated earlier on their turn 2, as you were mentioning. And so it's setting up for the Umbra Tristan player here to have a smooth transition into not having those prep counters, as we were mentioning. They don't have as much pressure. They didn't take Scepter damage, so they're not staring down lethal on next turn. And probably a very comfortable position. Wondering what they have, though, in their hand, as they're keeping about 8 cards almost every turn just back.
Yeah. It's interesting that, if I see correctly, they did not level up there. Which really makes me wonder what they are up to with all of those cards, right? They play the Dream Fairy, which is a wonderful play here, right? It removes a Bovine without giving floating memory and the buff counter. So you remove 2 damage don't give your opponent floating. Dream Fairy is exactly what they wanted to see here. However, it's still interesting that they didn't level up, right? Because one Icebound Slam, an Icebound Slam, and anything else that lets Sylvie attack here, or that lets Sylvie chip in for just one more damage here, is lethal. Or even if they level up, then they can. Their influence currently is 8, if I see correctly, right?
Yes.
So this is Tristan has to have something to protect themselves with here in hand, right? That's why they didn't play many more things or leveled up and got the boots instead. Because next turn lethal is not impossible if Sylvie were to level up here, but they did not. They went for the GCR to draw the card, increase their influence.
Yeah, I think you made really good points there. Just looking at the lines of play they had 4 down in memory, 4 in hand. They could have easily hard leveled into Nico, got 4 damage off the Scepter, and then they would still have enough cards to activate Icebound Slam, and since they're a Guardian now, it's reduced to 5. And so you're looking at 13 damage, or I'm sorry, 12 damage there, and that's more than enough to take out Tristan level 1. So probably maybe another Zephyr in hand or a defensive option like a Veiling Breeze, which we know the deck does run, to try and prevent that. But we see one of the new cards that is finally seeing play for the first time. It is Seaside Ringleader. I love this card so much. It is such a unique design, and I'm so happy it's finally found a home in a deck.
I absolutely agree with you. It's basically Seaside Ringleader is a Sylvie on a stick from the graveyard. Except it's a bit better because it gives every ally, every animal or beast you activate that turn a beast counter, not just beast counter, a buff counter, not just the next one. It seems that Tristan is going for a Fairy Whispers at the end of the turn. The new arts are so wonderful, but I'm still not used to seeing them, so it's a bit difficult to tell them apart currently. But I think as time goes on, we'll get used to it as well. It seems like they picked up another Fairy Whispers from the Fairy Whispers, just beautifully stringing them along. I like putting them together, one after another.
You got that fairy chain going on.
Truly. They bottom 1. It's a Black Market Broker that they capped on top. It's also a card that's only recently started seeing play, right? Because it's been around since Dawn of Ashes 1st edition. And it hasn't seen play until now, really.
Yeah, a lot of decks started adding Black Market Broker into them because they needed that additional prep counter generation, and the Tristan deck started going into more of a mid-range strategy instead of all in on the Shadow Strike. They were like, maybe, running some Slice and Dice, Black Market Broker, it gains stealth if you have 3 or more prep counters, so it really plays well with wanting to stack them early, and it's just a lot harder for ally decks to trade fairly into you when you have a 2-3 that can trade back and not be taken out.
Exactly. It seems that a Tristan player played Gearstride Gloves here, which is wonderful. However, you cannot activate it on level 1 yet. So they need. I'm assuming that next. I think it's a fair assumption that next turn they will level up so they can get the value off of Gearstride Gloves. But it seems like our Tristan is going for a more aggressive early game, like lower level play here, keeping a lot of cards in hand, not really leveling up, making sure to protect themselves from that potential Icebound Slam and Mill from Nico. And
I'm actually looking at Tristan's list right now. There is no main deck Mastermind Schemes. So this is the mid-range version that I was mentioning earlier, where they're going to be relying on the Slice and Dices. They have Sharpened Blade in there. So it's going to be a lot of staying on level 1, going to level 2 for the card draw, and then a burst turn with a lot of damage. And if they need to, they could DG to 3 for a Shadow Strike. but they don't have all the prep counters to just use willy-nilly, so they have to really make sure when they are prepping a card, it is going for lethal here.
Yeah, and they're currently Sylvia's not in slice and dice range either. If they manage to block the if they don't manage to block the damage from the allies, then absolutely. But this is a very interesting matchup, right? Because both players have so much ability to control the game, and they can protect themselves so well that it might seem very close currently, but the game could go on for very long because both players have such wonderful protective cards in there.
And here we see the alternate activation of Mercenary Blade. For the class bonus, you may remove a prep counter from your champion to go ahead and get a free materialization, pretty much. You can activate this during your main phase. Go ahead and get that card out, which it appears they did. And we do see a prepped Slice and Dice coming in.
Let's see what Fracturized on the Blade. Fracturized, if they were to let Slice and Dice resolve there, and only after they Fracturize the Blade, the damage would go through. So I am pretty sure that they are doing it on activation for the Slice and Dice before we enter combat, so that they prevent 2 hull damage here, which does not make Slice and Dice lethal here. It's just on 18 damage, but Sylvie is alive, which potentially could be lethal for Tristan if they don't have any protection. But they have the Windmill Engineer, which could, that seems to be game. Yeah, they're packing up. That was the moment I said that this could be a long game. It just ended.
They wanted to prove you wrong there. They're like, nope, we're gonna do everything we can in this one particular turn. Yeah, it was, I wouldn't say anticlimactic is the word, but it was sort of like both sides building up, really like showing what their decks can do in that early game, and then just ending in one like, oh yeah, slice and dice, gotcha. And the Sylvie player just wasn't expecting it. As you were talking, it occurred to me where I was looking at life totals and Sylvie was already at 9 and Tristan was still at 12, and I was just like, when did Sylvie start taking this damage? But that Sable Remnant that they played turn 1, that just kept going in and in and in. Even with that level up, I think it got like 3 swings in with 2 attack, and that just added up so fast. Before the Sylvie player knew it, they were within the slice and dice kill range.
Yeah, it can turn very fast, right? Especially with slice and dice. I feel like many players forget how scary and impactful 9 damage from slice and dice is. Like the moment your opponent, an assassin, has 3 prep counters, you have to be ready for a slice and dice. But I think we should look at the sideboards here as we.
Yeah, who do you want to take a look at first?
I think we should look into Sylvie since they lost. I'm interested in seeing what they are going to bring in. Oh, they have Ghost Side Glass in their sideboard, which many people, I feel like, underestimate Ghost Side Glass because of the slow speed on it. But I definitely think that it's a wonderful card because sure, they can protect their allies better if it's slow speed, right? Because you can't activate it in response to some protection or like smoke bombs or something that can give fast speed stealth. However, I think that it's still very good, and it still guarantees that you get the kill. And for something like a Dream Fairy that we saw here, it's wonderful.
Yeah, looking at the sideboard, we have Protective Trinket, Viridian Protective Trinket, which isn't really going to be helpful in this matchup. But I do see the Snow Fairy and Storm of Thorns. Those would be two considerations to bring in. Snow Fairy to lock down those pesky Sable Remnants, the Windmill Engineers, just the low to ground allies. Even the Black Market Brokers that we talked about, they do have stealth, so there's really no way to interact with them otherwise. And then Storm of Thorns is a great way to stop that supplemental damage that Tristan will be providing. All those little like pings for 1-2 damage and really helps Nico as well to have some more floating memory.
Yeah. It also takes care of Sable Remnant, right? Because Sable Remnant is a 1/1 or a 2/1 after they level up. It would have just taken care of the immediately the moment they swung. So I feel like you're absolutely right. Those 7 cards are going to come in. I'm pretty certain that Ghost Sight Glass is going to come in. Possibly it's always very hard what to take out from the material deck, right? Especially in a deck like Nico, every card in your material deck has such wonderful utility that is just hard to know what to swap out. But I trust that the players know, like, and especially in like specific matchups, they know what's best because that's what the sideboard is for, after all.
Indeed, and we'll quickly touch over Tristan's sideboard here. We do see a Tariff Ring, which I'm pretty sure will be coming in as Nico wants to do a lot of attacking. We do see a Viridian Protector Trinket. That's a Windmill Slam into that material deck. And then additionally, the 3 Veiling Breezes is actually sideboard. And I feel like if you really are concerned with getting bursted down by these bovines, you bring in the Veiling Breeze here. Just to help, even if it's blocking for 2, maybe 3 damage for that turn, that's still that extra cushion you have on your life that is really helpful when the next turn you can swing back for game.
Absolutely. I think you're correct. That's most likely what we're going to see. Maybe Verdigris Decrees for the Fractal Brains. It's never a bad pick in a Fantasia based matchup, but we will see. I feel like all of those are wonderful picks, and also you always have to put it in. It seems like we started and Nico just drew the 7 for the game for turn and passed, and we saw the very, very perfect Windmill Engineer pass from UB Vola on Tristan there. Maybe keeping up a reclaim. And we'll see. Nico is yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, my apologies there. I was like to whenever someone plays Windmill Engineer, you always like play a mini game of do they have it, do they not have it? And so I just want to ask you in that moment, like the way UB Vola is positioned, do you think they have the reclaim for that Windmill Engineer?
I think it's not unlikely, but personally, I am a fan of faking it, especially in a deck like Tristan, where there's so much interaction that you can have. That even if you don't have, I feel like it's very advantageous to pretend that you have, right? Playing the mind games. And on webcam you can do it especially well because the opponent doesn't see your face, so you don't even have to really pay attention to the way you carry yourself, and it's very, very easy to play and psych your opponent out here. So I think it's possible that they have it, but even if they don't, it's a good play to fake it here.
Fake it till you make it.
Indeed. Silly just played a turbocharge currently and drew the card off of it, and seems like they passed. Well, now UB will play the Fairy Whispers. Good old reliable. Love to see the value off of that, especially in a deck that's mostly wind cards. It's very hard to whiff and not find any wind cards there. He has the reclaim. Got top exit from the Fairy Whispers. You love to see that if you're UB Vola here, because you get to reclaim. Reclaim has floating memory as well, so you get to level up, basically for free. And it's what you want here. It's like exactly the dream. And as a Tristan player, let's see. And obviously they did level up. Let's see what they play for turn. It's very interesting that Dusk Bunny is just sitting on their handful of cards here. I wonder what they have. Obviously, Windmill Engineer again, imbued with the exact same cards, Black Market Broker, and I cannot quite make out what the other is. Is it another Windmill Engineer? Do they have
It
two Windmill
is.
Engineers? That is wonderful. That's Windmill Engineer is fantastic card advantage and damage in a perfect package. Or for a Black Market Broker, it does give a prep counter on enter. However, it does not have stealth yet, as it needs 3 or more prep counters to have it. But it still chips in for 2 damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Dusk Bunny goes up to 4 damage here. Lost in Thought for 0 at the end of turn for the float for that level up into Sylvie. So probably they found the animal that they were looking for, is my guess. Because otherwise, like Sylvie is only really good if you get those animals and beasts in your hand. And I think it's safe to assume that that's when he was looking and digging for that animal here, so they can get the value off of the on enter. Because they have time in the early game. They can play a bit slow and just try and maximize the value they get off of everything here. Let's see what they get for turn. What they do
Though here,
for turn.
that the Sylvie player has gone 2 turns without making an actual like development to the board, while Tristan has had free reign not only to generate value off of Windmill Engineer, they Fairy Whispered into that reclaim for the free level up as well. And it's looking in that situation where Dusk Bunny really has to start like answering the board, which we see here with that refracting missiles. So exactly same thought process of you just need to try and start getting rid of these threats that Tristan is presenting. Otherwise, you're going to get ran down by these small cost allies. But we talked about it. It is finally here. The ripple back is on enter, removing a floating, drawing a card, getting a buff counter. Sylvie's on enter, getting a buff counter. That is a huge ally now with Spell Shroud. So you can't even Zephyr it. You can't. Actually, that Zephyr is probably the only answer in the Tristan deck. That's a spell, but it's susceptible to a Dream Fairy, and that's the biggest concern on this next turn.
Yeah. However, that this is the power of the water deck here. In a blink, they completely undid the whole board, cleared it up wonderfully with the refracting missile and the terrapin. And now Yubivola has to really rebuild here, as it's just their board is just gone, right? But we know that they have another Windmill Engineer, and it seems that they are going. It's just a very it's also not a card that I feel like I see that often. An Assassin's Ripper. It is wonderful here, especially if they can go up to 4 preparation counters with a Slice and Dice. That can be 6 plus 9. That can be 15 damage in 1 turn. Oh, a Sharpened Blade. You see a Sharpened Blade here on that Assassin's Ripper, which will make it attack for 3. Basically. Oh, and the Slice and Dice. That is. That's basically as if they had 4 preparation counters. They are attacking here exactly for lethal. With the prepared Slice and Dice. And it seems that the game is over as well. It was very, very fast, because the Sharpened Blade gives +2 attack to a dagger, and Assassin's Ripper is a dagger. So that Slice and Dice, on the first attack, it was attacking for 6, and then on the second one, it was attacking for 9, which is 15, which is perfectly lethal. those are some very, very fast games.
Yeah, I blinked and that game too was over. Dust Bunny went ahead and showed us their memory as well. They were caught with 2 Primordial Rituals, 2 Ravishing Finales, and I believe a Stratagem of Myriad Ice in there. So their hand was not optimal. They really like were digging for answers, hoping to draw. So that Rippleback Terrapin Refracting Missiles play was the best they had. They had to go activate all out, put all the cards from hand down into memory in order to do that, which in that situation, you just have to hope they can't hit you back as hard. And unfortunately, these sharpened knives, as you mentioned, into the slice and dice, you called it perfectly. Before they even started activating cards, you were like, this is going to happen. Boom, it did. But wow, super happy to see that. Congratulations to UB Vola for taking that in a 2-0 fashion, demonstrating us the power of that mid-range Tristan. And I hope everyone out there watching has enjoyed that first round in that time. We do want to say thank you to Serene Balance Productions for hosting this, sharing this grand archive content on YouTube, making sure we are able to view, see this regional and everything like that. So if you have the time, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to it, support us out here, and then also big shout out to Yeti Gaming for hosting. They have been an all-star when it comes to it. If you ever have the thought of like, hey, maybe I want to play some webcam games in a tournament, go ahead and join that Yeti server. You could go ahead and find the link in the description down below. So Clem, let me ask you something. If you had to replay that matchup between Nico and Tristan, what deck would you choose? And then how would you play that matchup?
Oh, this is a wonderful question because I'm completely unfamiliar with both decks. It's been especially in these versions of them. I played some Nico games. I think everyone has. We have to admit we were all curious about the big damage. Just mill your opponent out. The strategy. It is very 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 fun. I feel like to play. However I am a win player, and I think even if Tristan had no chance here, I would absolutely go for Tristan. Slice and dice. Playing slice and dice is just so fun, right?
Mhm.
It's such wonderful value for such low investment. Technically, with the new Tristan giving you prep counters and with all the with the amazing assassin toolbox we have now, with all the prep counters we have, it's absolutely amazing. It's just so fun to play. Even if now it's on the rise again, but even before, I feel like it was just such a fun deck to play that I would have to go with that. What about you? What are you interested in playing?
Oh, between those two, it's very biased. I do enjoy playing Tristan. I also really don't like Sylvie. I feel like the strategy is really neat because the whole milling concept, but I would rather go for the guaranteed consistency with the Tristan with the value engine because as you saw game one, we the Sylvie player didn't mill any floating and it's sort of like stagnated there a bit. If they would have had a couple more, they could have maybe dropped down or Terrapin or done something of that nature. But since they didn't get not the word lucky, but the deck didn't operate as it should have, they really struggled in both those games. So I'd take the more
Yeah.
consistent matchup with that.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that as well. Like overall, a Sylvie tech is very neat, and there's a lot of wonderful Sylvie like water allies. Um, but unfortunately, like most of your deck is like it's trying to do two strategies at once, so
Mhm.
it's a bit more rough to try and balance and get the maximum value off of it. And Tristan may be more mid-rangey, but it can get very aggressive if you don't interact with it. So I think that's not something that a deck that's going a bit, it's going half here, half there. It's double dipping. I don't think it's very good in this matchup specifically, but I feel like overall it can be a very strong deck.
Yeah, would you say
It did
like
well. Yeah.
oh, I'm sorry, go for it.
I feel like it did there we had a Sylvie Nico in day 2 of Toronto as well. So I feel like it's
Mm.
definitely has potential. Chef Zach went and did pretty well with it. But overall, it's you're right that it's a bit inconsistent and hard to always get the value and what you need off of it.
Yeah, so you'd probably say statistically Tristan is the better deck in this matchup?
I would say so. It's definitely the more consistent one.
Awesome. And speaking of statistics, we actually have the champion stats and breakdown for you here. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Ooh, Clem, what are your thoughts on this?
I love to see such an even breakdown. Obviously, it's never gonna be perfectly like 25-25 or 33-33% all across the board. But I think this is a great, like, this shows that the meta is, especially since the 3 visits errata, it's definitely balanced out a bit. Fire is the most represented element right now, which is wonderful to see. Unless, like, obviously fire, especially back in like Dawn of Ashes and Fracture Crown meta, it was extremely powerful. I feel like as of late, it's gotten a bit tempered back. So it's interesting to see that it's most represented. And then Lost Spirit, obviously, Slime Sylvie, 17 Slime Sylvies here. Unless someone is on some spicy, just like norm deck. I think I'm very happy to see like such balanced numbers. I don't know how you feel about it, but it always brings me joy.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I love to see this sort of variety. I'm very curious why fire is the highest spirit. I was thinking like wind would probably be the like forerunner for that. And it may be just because there is a lot of like fire Sylvie decks now, thanks to Toronto. I believe it was Hanky made top 32 with their fire Sylvie version, and a lot of people like, oh, maybe we just lean a little bit more into that because it has answers and a little bit more tech cards against the current meta, while the Lost Spirit Sylvie is fallen out of favor because it's losing to certain decks that are being prevalent right now.
Yeah. I think Henki has been the most consistent Fire Sylvie player we have. Obviously, top 8ing in Chicago, and then they did not go to Singapore, but then came back in Toronto. They once again day 2'd. We're close. We're close to making it to top 8. And I feel like it gives slime players a bit of hope, especially if they're a bit tired of playing the same good old prismatic slimes. Fire is so it's a wonderful variety, and I feel like even though you miss out on like slime shield and baby green slime, the toolbox that fire has is just so universally wonderful that it's still allows the deck to be very powerful, and it's extremely enjoyable to play if you're tired of the reliable prismatic Sylvie. So I agree with you there that it's Hinky probably has an effect on that fire Sylvie representation.
Ooh, and here
That's
we have the champion breakdown as well. We see Sylvie almost doubled, or pretty much doubled, the next highest champion at 34.65%. But we're going to mention on this one, that is because there is the level 1 Sylvie sneaking in a bunch of these water lists. So that Sylvie isn't pure Sylvie. It's also that variation of the Sylvies in that list we just saw earlier, things like that. Is there any champion number you see on the screen right now that's a shock to you or a surprise?
honestly, I'm a bit surprised at 11 Jin and 9 Arisana. However, like Arisana with Polaris, especially in this more ally. I feel like since Vanitas, or like the Razor Gale Vanitas deck has changed and has become a lot less powerful since Toronto. It's been more allies heavy. So Arisana, I feel like is very very good here. I am still surprised that 9 people brought it to a regionals. 'Cause the Yeti regionals is our biggest regionals, obviously, because it's online. Everyone's able to play. It's a wonderful opportunity. But I'm still surprised that 9 people are like, yeah, Arisana is the way. I'm very happy to see it though. And Jin is a great deck, but I feel like other than Kilidis and Kilidis's wrist in Toronto, there hasn't been many good, like powerful uh Jin lists. But I'm very happy to see both of those uh champions represented still.
Yeah, and this is the largest regional I think we've had. 143 players here. This is pretty much a mini Ascent. We got 7 rounds. These players are playing day 1 of Ascent at this point with the amount of players out here. There is one number and champion that I do not see on this list, which is like, huzzah, we've done it. There are no Vanitoses. They are lumped into the other champion number. And that is such a good feeling. When you look at Toronto, when there's like 37 or 38 Vanitoses, and was it 27 of them made day 2? That's like, you're like, there's way too many. I don't want to see that face anymore. And as soon as that happened, boom, here we are. Sylvie's walking back up into the light, being like, hey, I'm still the best deck around. But super happy to see the variants of decks out there. A lot of people trying the new champions, older champions who are getting Proxy's Vault cards like Arisana are still coming through. And then we're seeing some reemergence of champions we kind of fell off a bit. Like Merlin is a lot higher than I would have originally expected. I think it's because people just know she's consistent and good. But I felt like a lot of people were going to drop Merlin for Kong Ming just because there was a lot of hype surrounded around her.
That's very fair. I feel like Merlin is just so universally and good, and she's just so easy to pull up and work well with, especially with more with Imperial Seal. Like as much as a meme it is, Imperial Seal for Fireball, it is extremely powerful. Like we can't be like, you can't just write it off as, oh, it's forever a meme, because it works clearly. And it's extremely fun to play. And Merlin is just Merlin. She's doing Merlin stuff, even if you don't get the fireballs. Pendragon a million times into whatever you need. Like Wind has a lot of good allies and ways to deal damage as well. That you can just be like, can just write it off and be like, it's whatever. Merlin is just a great champion, I feel like, and she's always going to be up there.
Yeah, 100% on that. She is consistent, draws cards, and has access to one of the best advanced elements, which is Crux. So you're always going to see that. Also, the flexibility of the champion, where you can run any level 1 with Merlin to fit your strategy. Just, it's a toolbox. She's a toolbox champion. Can fit anything you really want to do. But looking at all these champions here, Clem, I really want to ask you, what matchup do you want to see for a round 2? Is there like 2 specific champions, 2 specific decks, or like what's making you feel like, man, this is going to be a great game to watch?
I just want to see Arisana. She's cute. She's fun. As much as I was, I wrote her off right just now. She's getting very powerful, and I feel like we shouldn't write her off, just like I did earlier. Like Lineage Break Chem went top 8 in Toronto, the Scrub Battle Steel with obviously Arisana. So she's very powerful, and I really want to see more of her everywhere. But especially on stream, it would bring me so much joy to see our little herbalist do well. What about you? What would you like to see?
That is a very good question. I personally, I don't know if everyone's going to be in agreement here. I really want to see a Jin mirror match. I just feel like at a certain point, it's no longer playing Grand Archive. They're just trying to see how high they could get their numbers to go. And I love the concept of both Jins just being like, I'll take damage, take damage, take damage. Until one of them's like, oh, okay, you got me. I can't heal past 80. Okay.
Oh, that sounds fun. Also sounds miserable. Sounds like something that would be 1-0. Because sure, your whole strategy with Jin is take as much damage as you can and then inflict as much damage as you can. But if you just survive past your end step, it's incredibly difficult to do anything. Like it's. But you're right. It would be very interesting to see. But I don't think as a player, I would not enjoy that personally. It's worse. I don't know. It's more funny than a Vanitas mirror, but I feel like it would be more thinking and a lot more technical than a Vanitas mirror.
Yeah, it, more thinking. You are correct. That is, I had to really like consider that. There, it's like I think in a Jin mirror you don't deal damage to each other, and then you just try and like one shot. Because if you give your opponent that incremental damage as you really want to play Grand Archive, because the whole like main strategy of the game is like, oh, I'll swing at you with a 1/1 or 2/1, deal some damage, add it up, and then my kill cards are even more potent. But with Jin, you're like, I'm not gonna give you that extra damage because like Shangzi the Spear, you get 1 attack for each 5 damage counters. Relentless Outburst, you get extra damage for your damage counter. So like all of it adds up. So I feel like that's a game both players will go to level 3 around like 0 to 5 damage by themselves. And there's even the, I don't remember the card name, but the Exia card that prevents damage from a source, like a card name. And you could name your opponent's like kill card, and now they're down that card, and it could turn into a very possible stalemate.
Yeah.
But wow, what an amazing! Oh, I totally forgot. We didn't even thank Mitch's Marketplace there for the statistics on top of it this time around, which we're super happy to have those. Thank you so much for providing them, giving the insight on the element breakdown and that champion breakdown. Really helps both us here commentating and the players watching at home see what people are deciding to bring. The format in AMB is still young. It's new. It's fresh. We're barely a month into the set releasing, I believe. And so there's still a lot to figure out, a lot to do. And it's that age-old question of, do I go with something consistent, something I know about, and something that's been with me for the last 3 months in the meta? Or do we try something new, try something no one's ever seen before, play these cards and sneak out those wins because someone may not be prepared for it? And that's exactly what we're seeing when we look at those stats, is both those worlds colliding into a huge melting pot of tournament, and we will not be able to tell who had the better idea until we start getting into those later rounds when we're looking at the contention for top 8. And speaking of which, Clem, tell them what you get when you get top 8 here.
Valk, you really put me on the spot here. 1 second, and I will let everybody know what what the top 8 gets here. I was not prepared for this. I have the top 8 pricing. Well, the top 32 get prizes for this regionals. Everybody on entry received 1 Sapphire pack and 1 MRC Silver pack. All of top 32 gets 1 whole box of SP2. Top 16, which does not stack with top 32, so 17 to 32 get a box of SP2. First to 16th gets a finalist playmat, a North America regional invite prize card for the 2025 national season, 2 boxes of SP2, 4 Sapphire packs, and 4 MRC Silver packs. The top 8, my bad. So 8 to 16 gets that. 4 to 8 gets a finalist playmat, the same North American invite card for the 2025 nationals, 3 boxes of SP2, 6 MRC Silver packs, 8 MRC Gold packs, and 6 Sapphire packs. The top 4 gets the finalist playmat, the North American invite, 4 boxes of SP2, 6 silver packs, 12 gold packs, and 6 sapphire packs. and the first place receives the champion playmat in addition to the top 4 pricing. Just wonderful value for our regionals. Like if any in-person regionals had this, I feel like everybody would go there as well. It's just so wonderful. The Yeti online regionals are always like amazing, great fun, great organizing, great prize pool. It's amazing. I feel like playing here is definitely worth it. And if you lost for first round, don't give up hope yet. You have 7 more rounds to make a top cut. Well, top 32 and possibly top 8. I feel like this is not all hope lost yet. I'm not very good at maths, but personally, I wouldn't give up yet.
You are correct on that. For those of you curious about it, the record you're aiming for in this kind of event is 5-2-1. 5 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw. And that's going to put you right on the bubble for making that top cut, as Clem was mentioning, with all those glorious prizes. And for those of you who are curious about it, this invite is a very sought after invite. This is going to be one people will be fighting over for, because it is none other than Backup Charger. And when I tell you, the art on it is amazing. It's featuring Crimson Tier holding a power cell, and Backup Charger is a staple in almost every deck you're playing at this point for that generation of an additional card on Recollection, and then generating that power cell that you could turbocharge away, use on automatons, or just, have that cute little proxy sitting on your board state because you just love the way it looks. So even if you feel like you don't have you're like, oh, I don't want to play in a regional just because I'm not that good, just go play. What's the worst thing that can happen is you have fun. You get a cool binder as well when you go play in a physical regional if it's close by you here. But even just online regionals, Clem just told us amazing pricing distribution. I've never seen webcam events with this much pricing and support, and it's so great to see.
Yeah, definitely. And if you have an in-person regionals, other than the binder, just going out and meeting the community is wonderful. And I feel like it's absolutely worth it. You can get the cards you haven't gotten yet, or you can just interact with your local community, see how it is. Explore the scene. Grand Archive players generally are wonderful. So I definitely recommend, if you can make it out, do attend in-person regionals as well. It's absolutely worth it, in my opinion.
You are correct on that. Speaking of events and regionals coming up, we have a major event coming up here in North America. We have Ascent Santa Clara. That is December 7th through the 9th, and that is being in Santa Clara, California. We are super excited. I personally will be there. Clem, will you be making an appearance at Santa Clara?
I will be there. I will be playing. Hopefully see you again round 2. This time maybe I'll win.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's your turn to win. I got you on that one. But yeah, it's probably going to be one of the largest North American ascents we've had to date. Sildar has already tweeted out, I think, 350 confirmed entrants for the event, and there were still people wishy-washy on the fence if they were going to go. So this may turn out to be an amazing experience. Super excited to see everyone, see the development of the game itself, and especially because it's about the 1.5 month mark away from Toronto, and everyone sort of spent all their energy on Toronto playing the Vanitas deck. So now people have really had more than 2 weeks from the set release to experiment with cards. I don't think we're going to see any of their hidden tech today, so a lot of these decks are just going to be standard issue, nothing too crazy. But come Santa Clara, I guarantee you people will be having the spice.
Before that, maybe Ascent Christchurch is next week. It's a bit smaller than Santa Clara, but I feel like some people, especially the people there are going to go there as well, are for sure hiding their spice for that event. What I'm interested in is, are people hiding the spice in Christchurch for Santa Clara? Like that could be very interesting to see.
That is right. I totally forgot about Christchurch coming up. That is sneak. I thought it was later in December, but no, it is end
It
of
is
November
earlier.
here. Yeah. But with that, Clem, I think we should have some time to reflect and think about the upcoming ascents. So we're going to go ahead and go to a short break, and we will see you all back here for round 2. round 2 here. It is me, myself, and I, Valkyrie, joined alongside once again the brilliant frog Clem. Wow, how was that break, Clem? You feel energized?
I am. Had my water from the wonderful Arisana water bottle. Had some time to stretch my legs. I recommend everybody to do that because it's gonna be a long day for all of our competitors here. How was your break? Have you had anything fun you did in these couple minutes?
It was good. I have hydrated, which I think is very important for all players and viewers here to make sure you stay drinking that water. It is 7 hours of Grand Archive today. So we are in it for the long haul. So you want to make sure you're both mentally and physically prepared for this kind of event. So drink water, get some snacks, even as a player, if you're going to time on some rounds, just, run quickly to the fridge, grab something, anything just honestly helps you to stick it through the day here. Now, as we're preparing for round 2, we're not sure who's going to be here on stream or what they're going to be playing. We've already talked about what we want to see on stream. I just kind of want to hit you with the reverse question. Is there a deck that you don't want to see on stream?
I don't want to see. I think we have Vanitas. Respectfully, I don't want to see Vanitas. I don't want to see Razor Gil Kongming. Anything else I'm okay with. I'm happy to see anything else. I'm kind of tired of Razor Gil decks currently, but honestly, I don't mind anything particularly. Just it's a slime. Wait, slime mirror. That's what I don't want. But in general, I feel like even that is fun. What about you? Anything you really don't want to see?
I personally don't want to see a Merlin mirror match. I do feel like as much as that deck is actually skill intensive and the thought process goes between the two decks itself, I feel like it doesn't bring as much hype as you can get when you have a bunch of allies flinging into each other or sort of these like other combo decks. But Merlin is just so consistent that it's really about counting influence and the order of draws. It's a much different game plan, and talking about it's still very much fun, but visually you're just like, they draw a card and we wait. Do they have it? But Clem, I believe we have been thoroughly given our pairings here, and we do have an Arisana list, but not the one you're not wanting to see. It is going to level 3 here. We have Astra Arisana versus we have Spirit of Slime. Let's go ahead and run through this matchup here. Before, Arisana probably had a very negative matchup into this, probably 20-80 in Slime's favor. But with the introduction of Polaris, being able to clear the board and eat those herbs, I feel like it comes very much into a 40-60. What do you think about that?
I have to agree with you. I feel like with Polaris, it makes taking care of those big slimes later in the game a lot easier. Polaris is just nukes them, right? Who cares about stealth if Polaris just removes them completely? And with Ethereal Slime, obviously it has the level 5+ effect that it's basically immune to all non-combat damage. However, I feel like not many decks currently go up to level 5. Even with Beast Bondiers, it's usually up to level 4 only. So that part never really gets activated. So Polaris just takes care of the whole board. Obviously, Storm Slime is still something that affects Arisana, but you can just spell shield it. That is a very viable thing. And just glimpse a lot off of it. And then if you Polaris first, then you get to play all of your Cosmic Bolts. Obviously, which is what you just want to see and love to see. How do you feel personally?
Well, I feel like this deck has really developed over the course of the introduction of Polaris. We did have one person make top 32 with a similar list of this win variant, And I don't know if you remember too much of the Luxem Xander list, how it ran about like 8 fire cards and the rest were Norm and the advanced element. This list is sort of doing something similar to that. You're running very limited win cards, but in exchange, you're running a lot of Asher cards. You want to hit that level 3 and just pretty much get that glimpsing and filtering going through. And this deck is actually piloted by a very known member of the community, someone who has numerous top 8s at a sense. We have Null piloting this deck. So a very strong player playing a deck that's going to be requiring a lot of thinking and a lot of like foresight into it here, opposed to a player here who we see THNG on Slime Sylvie. So a deck that's sort of more openly solved available, and Null has actually piloted that deck as well. So it's going to be a very interesting knowledge matchup here. But the game has already started here, and I want you to go ahead and let us know what is happening on screen.
Null went out, started with that Indolent Leisure, everyone's favorite card from the set. It just drew a card for him as he doesn't have the class bonus or the level 3+ bonus. And then Slimes THNG just went and had the perfect Slimes opener, Baby Gray into Forest Cake, which is what you want to see. Keep your influence level and get a bunch of things on the board. Then Null went and leveled up from memory, banishing a 3 visits, getting 2 of the same herb, which is absolutely wonderful because it immediately lets him sacrifice and draw cards for level 2. Obviously, sacrificing the herbs adds counters to Polaris, which he, as you can see, he brought out. Polaris, you can activate it in your main phase. However, it will come in rested if you do. Which is what we saw from Null here. So once he goes to level 2 here, he can sacrifice the herbs, draw a card, and get 2 counters on Polaris, which is wonderful. And Gentle Respite is not a card you see very often, but it is amazing in this deck because you don't get to draw that many cards because you're very focused on leveling. So your influence does go very low. And you get to draw a card off of it into your memory. And then we'll just play that, pass the turn back to Sylvie. Sylvie also leveled up. This is a very level 3 heavy matchup. Both players obviously racing to be the first to level 3. Whoever gets the dungeon guide first will be happy. None of the players play Heavenly Guide in their main board. Obviously, it is a bit risky if you do that, but Null does have them in his sideboard for the second matchup. And he immediately goes to level 2, gets another one of the same herb. I believe it is Mana Root. And he gets a Blight Root as well. Which is why you want to see. The Mana Root on its own, the effect is wonderful. He could sacrifice a Mana Root right now, turn on the Spirit Shard to get to draw a card off of it, because Mana Root gives you +1 level until end of turn. And I believe he just recollected, and now we're in his main phase. In the meantime, Sylvie also played Ordinary Bear, which is just such a strong ally. It's a 3/4 with floating memory, Pride 2. So next turn it's gonna be active and attacking. Null has the dungeon guide. He is the first one to level 3 here, banishing 2 Cosmic Bolts, if I saw that correctly. Which you don't mind that, right? With Polaris on the field, you have guarantee within 4 herbs. You have a guarantee that you'll get at least 4 of them back in your deck. And the 2 in banishment mean that you get 4 additional damage off of Cosmic Bolt, because it gets 2 additional per Cosmic Bolt in your graveyard or banishment. And he sacrifices the Spirit Shard to draw a card. Let's see what he does. He attacked with the Dungeon Guide, started going for the damage. However, I was not sure if it was to face or if if he was attacking the baby gray. However, the baby gray got slime shielded, so it got a buff counter, which makes it a 2/2 intercept. Sylvie's gonna level up here, banishing a Storm Slime and a Blissful Calling, which is the Storm Slime is a bit unfortunate, but not much you can do. And Null goes for the Polaris Banish, sacrifices all 4 herbs to give Polaris 4 counters, which means he gets to deal 4 damage to every ally on board, including his own. So his Dungeon Guide does go to the graveyard, which clears the field, and it adds 4 Cosmic Balls to his deck. It generates 4 Cosmic Balls that he gets to shuffle into his deck afterwards, which is what we just saw there with him putting the 4 Cosmic Balls on board and shuffling it, which is unfortunate because it was probably in response to either the Sylvie materialization or the Unenter, which means that that Sylvie doesn't get to draw off of the Unenter. And that's unfortunate.
Yeah, and I just really want to touch base on the play that Noel did. It was such a smart heads up. You were mentioning it's a race to level 3 here, and Noel played that near perfectly when it comes to it. The manipulation of influence with the gentle respite going down, make sure, and then the banishing 2 cosmic bolts. You already run 4 main board. Having Polaris just go to 4 counters, getting 4 back in the deck, you theoretically just increase all your cosmic bolts by 4 damage, and that's it. With adding those copies into the deck. This is such a great show for Arizona on this first game, showing you exactly the game plan. And you described cracking the mana root to gain a level to draw off the spirit shard. There's so many optimal plays you can make to keep balancing influence back and forth, going the herb route, going the Polaris route, getting those cosmic bolts. So it's really cool to see all that in action here. And now it's just a game of seeing if Noel can find those cosmic bolts off of Glimpsing. And we have a 3 visits coming down to sort of help on that exchange, while Sylvie not only leveled up, lost 2 cards from the level up, but didn't get any draw power because of the board wipe at the instant speed, and there's no baby green slime to sort of respond and stop that from happening as well. So really cool to see that the Arizona list isn't really a meme anymore. It is a viable deck that has potential to just speed to level 3, control the board, and burst you down with cosmic bolts.
Yeah, it did exactly what we were talking about earlier. It just cleared the board. And now it's basically safe passage for Noel to slowly get towards those cosmic bolts. As you can see, he glimpsed 5 cards just now, and now he got a backup charger for turn, drew a card off of it. He had the turbo charge, drew another 2 cards off of that. So his influence is just massive currently, and he has so many cards in his deck that can just dig and look for more. He has a lot of ways to protect himself. He's basically just relaxing right now, trying to get to those cosmic bolts, which currently each deal 8 damage. Obviously, the more you play, the more damage they deal, which is just a wonderful thing about it. He kept a lot of cards in hand, so I'm expecting a lot of glimpse at the end of turn here. And it's Sylvie's turn currently. He materialized a backup charger, which is not the position you want to be in here. You really want to go for that level 3, but unfortunately, Sylvie did not have the influence or the possibility to do it. Goes for the baby gray, goes attacking. First damage onto Noel. He's on level 3. He still doesn't mind. That is... I cannot quite tell.
The Wisdom's Reprise is what you're looking at on that one. The Glimpse 3, and if you're level 3+, you get to draw a card into memory here. Yeah, I'm not sure what Noel sees on the top here, but very carefully considering it. I do want to talk about Sylvie's line of play here and what they can do to get back into this game. They are not. However, they are needing to hit level 3 as soon as possible and start developing the board. If Null is able to get a couple of these Cosmic Bolts casted for free off of Star Call, it's really going to put THNG behind. So they want to develop some boards, start putting pressure themselves, because an unchecked Arisana is an Arisana who is thriving. THNG needs to be the aggressor. We didn't see any baby red slimes come down early. We've just seen this baby gray, not even a limitless slime either. So there wasn't much pressure, which just allowed both players to level up here. But hopefully we are going to see a level up coming soon. Or maybe at least they found the dungeon guide off of that backup charger, and we're going to be able to see some slime play coming in.
Yeah, currently they can't even go up to level 3 from their memory alone. And Null does play the first Cosmic Bolt of the game, which goes in for 8 damage, which makes the next Cosmic Bolt deal 10 damage. It just adds up. He does also have the Cosmic Astroscope, which allows him to glimpse 3 every single turn without, putting in any effort, really. Which allows them to play more Cosmic Bolts off the top of his deck, which is very scary.
It is indeed. It's now you're sitting at that life total, as you said. Well, Cosmic Bolt's still 10. Sylvie's at 22 in total life, and Sylvie level 3 is only 25. So you're 1, maybe 2 Cosmic Bolts away from just the game ending, and it's such a crazy feeling to know that your opponent hasn't done anything to you, and then all of a sudden 1 card can end your game. Sylvie runs no damage prevention besides Slime Shield, and they do have the healing as we see from Gather Slimes here, but in response to any of these activations, there can be a glimpse into a Star Call of Cosmic Bolt that could just deal the damage before you're able to recover. So THNG really has to be careful here when it comes to order of operations on these cards. They do find this Ethereal Slime, which is a very good way to dig through your deck, especially now since you just hard leveled into level 3 Sylvie. So there is going to be some pressure put back, but is it a little too late? We will see if that's the case. Maybe some miracle draws with Storm Slimes off the top, but it is right now, Null is in the pilot seat, THNG fighting from behind, but they are not out yet.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick correction there. It is a Lunar Conduit, not Cosmic Astroscope. They look very similar on screen. Which Lunar Conduit allows him to deal. So whenever he activates an Astro Element card, it gets a charge counter. And then for 3 free reserve cost, it allows to deal as a spell. It deals an amount of damage equal to the amount of charge counters on it to any unit. So it's a wonderful repeatable removal for him. Oh, he has the Astral Seal for that Lustrous Slime, which is devastating for THNG here. Obviously it sends into banishment, so it could could be worse. However, well, you don't mind the banishment if you have that Storm Slime for it. But they do have the second Ethereal Slime, and that does resolve. Which, if Null had another Astral Seal, he could have played it for free because there was already an Ethereal Slime in banishment, which could have been. That would have been like basically game over at that point because THNG has nothing on board. His influence would have been 4, which is it's not a place you want to be in. But he did resolve. He used his Forest Cake on it, so it is currently a 4/4 ally with stealth. However, that Lunar Conduit can still remove it. It just requires him to play 2 more Astro cards, which in his deck is not impossible. It's expected at this point.
And now we see the other purple stick coming out. This one is the Cosmic Astroscope here, the one that's going to be glimpsing. But touching base just on the fact that the first Ethereal Slime was negated from the Astrosil is big. It prevents the 2 buff counters from the level 3 Sylvie's ability. Additionally, just it would have chained into the next slime as well, so you would have been staring down at least 7 power on the board with stealth, but Arizona doesn't really have to worry about that because we see a brilliant card in Meteor Strike, just destroy target object. This is the equivalent of the Luxem card Excalibur. It's a non-conditional, I'm gonna destroy something on your side of the field and you really can't do much about that. There's no ifs, ands, and questions for it. But yeah, super exciting to see that card see play. It was a little bit of hesitation if that card was actually good. A lot of players like, oh, if you star call it, I guess it's like a Comet Fall where you can deal damage on heavy ally decks, but the just straight up activating it for 3 is really strong, removing hard to deal with objects.
Yeah, it's in this matchup especially as well. It is just wonderful because either it's board wipe when you need it, or like this, it removes 1 hard to deal with ally, and now it's gone. And there's not much that THNG can do about it unless he had Zephyr or something to suppress the ally. It's gone. Oh, Noel glimpsed into another Cosmic Bolt there, which deals 10 damage currently.
Oh, I actually Nascent Barrier. That is a card that is actually really cool, which is causing this sort of like combo that we're seeing here. So it's based off of level. You could class bonus prevent the next 1+ level damage that we've dealt to your champion. But if you're level 3+, you get to glimpse 3. So you get to pretty much like a damage buffer for the turn, and you get to look further in the deck, which clearly that's what we saw here in response to the Baby Gray swinging in. Going to minimize that damage. Really probably wanting to avoid a Storm Slime turn is my biggest guess on this here. But that additional glimpse for the Cosmic Bolt makes it so much better. We have 4 now officially out of the deck. Cosmic Bolts will be hitting for an additional 8, 2 per Cosmic Bolt that is in Graveyard and Banishment, so that's 12 in total. The next one is going to be lethal, unless THNG has a Slime Shield, maybe a Astra Slime in the main board, but it is getting into that awkward moment where any card off the top can be game 1.
Yeah. Oh, but he does have... He plays 1 Twilight Slime in his main board, and he got it, which is unfortunate here. But obviously, Null has the Conduit, which removes Twilight Slime because Twilight Slime does not give Spell Shroud to itself. If THNG had 2 Twilight Slimes, there's not much Null can do at that point, right? He doesn't play allies. He plays Dungeon Guides, and basically that's it. So he would really have to get into Comet Falls or glimpse into Meteor Strikes to clear the board. But even then, if THNG has a Slime Shield, he can just prevent the damage. It would be very rough, very difficult to deal with it at that point. But it seems that THNG is past its Null's turn now. There with the beautiful GCR, draw more cards, get his influence up. Watching Arizona is just so fun currently with infinite influence. He pays 3 to get to deal 5 damage to the Twilight Slime, which in response to which THNG is getting Verdant Scepter from under his Quicksilver Grill, which makes him banish the Twilight Slime and get counters onto the Verdant Scepter, which allows him to put counters on other slimes and draw cards, which is amazing value here. And it is what you want to see. What you want to do if you're THNG. It is it is the play, right? Because generally you would expect it to be not Storm of Thorns. The other Thorns Regalia, which redirects damage from your champion onto an ally. But that was definitely the smarter play here with spell-based deck. Protecting your slimes and getting value off of them still. So Noel glimpsed 3 with the astroscope, the cosmic astroscope. It seems he did not find what he needed. He did not find those cosmic bolts. And let's see what he does here. Unfortunately, in webcam, it's very hard to see the player's hands and hard to predict what they're going to do.
Yeah, I feel like this is a game of chicken going on here. THNG has 2 cards in hand, able to draw 1 additional card off the Verdant Scepter, and probably considering a Slime Shield is in their hand. So 1 Cosmic Bolt will not end the game, as that's only going to be hitting for 12. And if that gets Slime Shield, it's only hitting for 9, which would put THNG at 24. So I think Noel is just trying to optimally wait for that Lunar Conduit to wake up, activate that, and then use that sort of as a way to bait out the Slime Shield, so the next Cosmic Bolt will be able to that. But here we see just a Nascent Burial once more for 4. We are gonna go ahead and glimpse and hopefully find a Cosmic Bolt to try and stop this materialization of Beastbond Boots, which will provide Spell Shroud to the champion if there is an Animal Beast on the field. And one thing to mention with Astra Slime's interaction is very funny with Comet Fall, because it deals damage to all non-Astra units. And Astra Slime still being in that advanced element would not get removed, so you really have to like Meteor Strike it or spend like hard resources to take it off the board. The fact that THNG used the Scepter to get rid of it just for the value, just because it was dying, really shows the valuement for both players of that card.
Absolutely, it's a must-have card in this matchup. With Beastbond Boots, Noel now has 2 Meteor Strikes out of his deck, which makes it very hard for him to remove that. Which is just see, so he now, instead of glimpsing for those Cosmic Bolts, he's glimpsing for those Meteor Strikes, trying to get that. But he cannot Star Call it, because if he Star Calls it, it is more of a board wipe. It deals 3 damage to allies, and he does find it. He does not activate it. He's just glimpsed into it, so he does have the removal for the Beastbond Boots. Once he draws the card. And THNG going to gather slimes here, revealing 4 slimes, recovering 4. A Slime King, an Ethereal Slime, and 2 baby red slimes. Which is obviously here he would the best pick is Ethereal Slime. It does the most damage. And in a matchup like this, you don't really need the taunt from Slime King, and the baby red slimes are just less damage than the Ethereal Slime. So you just want to go for the Ethereal Slime, and you know that Noel is going to use that Meteor Strike to remove the Beastbond Boots. So you have a 3/3 ally, which is as much damage as you can get in currently. It can also go up to a 4/4. If he uses the Verdant Scepter to give it a buff counter. So that is probably what he's doing right now. And he banishes a Stone Scale Band for it. Which is... At this point, Stone Scale Band doesn't have as much of an impact as it would generally, because his graveyard is already filled with slime allies. And he does not play many non-slimes, and he wants to just push as much damage through as possible here. So every slime in his hand is important. So it's a very wonderful banishment for that buff counter and to draw a card off of it. Null gets a Safeguard Amulet for expecting that Storm Slime coming up soon, presumably. Which is safe. He's playing it safe, trying to survive, because he has to remove the Beast Bomb Boots here, and then still has to glimpse into those Cosmic Bolts, which on Cosmic Bolt still deals enough damage. It's still it is, yeah, we still have 4 Cosmic Bolts in Graveyard and Banish, which is an additional 8 damage plus the 4 by default, which makes it a 12 total, which would put Sylvie at 26 damage, which is lethal.
And we do see a really cool interaction happening here as well. Null went ahead and activated Meteor Strike for 3, targeting that Ethereal Slime to get rid of it. In response, THNG is popping the Beast Bomber Boots in fear, but Null then is stacking in response to that, creating a nice little sandwich of effects here. The Cosmic Astroscope to dig 3, because if they find the Cosmic Bolt here off the top before the boots resolve, this is a quick and easy way to just get lethal, and they are still digging for the Cosmic Bolt into an Asher site. Now we're going into 3 visits. We're looking at 6 cards this turn, trying to find the one of the last remaining 4 Cosmic Bolts in the deck. Unfortunately, it looks like no dice on that, putting everything to the bottom here. Trying to find a way to out this lethal in response to those boots, but it looks like it's just going to go ahead and resolve as normal. Boots will give Sylvie that Spell Shroud, and then Meteor Strike should be taking out the Ethereal... No, Boots went ahead and popped on the Ethereal Slime itself, it looks like here. I am going to just double check on that, as I'm not
Boots
too familiar with Boots.
Boots was materialized earlier, after Twilight Slime was removed, so he used the Meteor Strike to remove the boots, so he could Cosmic Bolt to face.
Gotcha. So it was Meteor Strike targeted boots, so I was incorrect on what the initial target was for Meteor Strike. Just to shows the sort of thought process between different players there. I would not consider targeting the boots, but it does make sense because it requires boots to be immediately popped and take effect. So it was sort of a per se a Queen's Gambit, where you just want to put your opponent in a checkmate position. You want to force your opponent's hand and then hopefully find that Cosmic Bolt off the top. Unfortunately, they did not. But the game is still not out of reach yet. Sylvie going ahead and materialize the Covenant of Thorns on that Ethereal Slime. So now we have to get rid of that slime before Sylvie's going to be taking any more damage this game.
Yeah, however, I think the conduit there can take care of the Ethereal Slime, even through everything. Unless, obviously, they have, even with Slime Shield, I believe it would be enough, because Conduit would deal 7 damage. And no Astral Seals the Storm Slime for free, because earlier, as THNG was leveling up to level 2, they banished a Storm Slime for their level up. So Null had the opportunity to play it for free, negating Storm Slime, which prevented, I believe, 5 damage, if I say it correctly, because there was 5 before Storm Slime went in there, which is very big, because they get to keep their Safeguard Amulet, so they get to prevent 4 damage later when it's very necessary, and they get to just live longer. They get to dig more for their Cosmic Bolts, because they have not seen many recently. Another Storm Slime.
It is a
Another
storm.
Astral Seal. What is happening? That is unexpected. Everybody has everything. Oh my god.
Looking into a mirror at that point.
Double. Yeah. Oh my god. Doubling down on everything. Alright, that is a very big Ethereal Slime still coming in. That is a 5/5 Ethereal Slime currently. It's a scary amount of damage. However, I do believe that Lunar Conduit can still take out Ethereal Slime. There's nothing stopping Null from it. Other than having, obviously, 3 cards in hand. But next turn, they could take it out if they glimpse into a Cosmic Bolt. In response, they can still pay 3 and remove Ethereal Slime if they want, right? Because it's you never know what your opponent has. You have to play it safe here. And I believe that is what Noel's doing. Playing 3 visits from his graveyard again for the second time in the errata, and that is a Comet Fall. Beautiful SP2 Comet Fall there. Which deals 4 damage to everything. And so the reason Ethereal Slime dies here is that the Comet Fall would deal 4 damage to Sylvie and 4 damage to the Ethereal Slime. So technically, the Ethereal Slime is taking 8 damage there. Because the damage from Sylvie gets redirected onto the Ethereal Slime due to Covenant. Which removes it, and that is a perfect glimpse for a Null there. Like, that it couldn't have been better, I feel like. Because he just gets to, for basically the low price of 0, he got to take out the Ethereal Slime, and now he still has his Conduit up with 10 charge counters on it now. And he can still glimpse, looking for those Cosmic Bolts. THNG has nothing on board now. 3 Ethereal Slimes gone. 3 Storm Slimes gone. He's running low on kill spells. Well, Noel still has 4 Cosmic Bolts. There it is. There is the Cosmic Bolt. 4 lethal. But THNG still tried to look for the out for that Slime Shield, which would have prevented just enough to let him survive for a bit longer. But unfortunately, he did not find it, and Noel takes the first game.
Wow, what a game to watch indeed. A lot of back and forth, a big tug of war there between the two players. Very unlucky in those late game glimpses trying to find that Cosmic Bolt. So many situations. And it allowed THNG to claw back. Sylvie decks, even when they get behind, they will be fighting no matter what. We saw double Storm Slimes coming in, triple Ethereal Slimes hitting the board. Any normal deck would have folded against that pressure. But Astra has that ability to get the free negate because cards are banished, which Slimes, they don't care what they banish, they just want to banish Slimes. And so it plays into that sort of like game Arizona is wanting to do of like, oh yeah, get rid of like a Storm Slime or a Crux Slime. It's perfectly fine because when it comes to the activation of the important one, I'm going to go ahead and negate that and get that out of the way. So I really want to look at Noel's sideboard here on Arizona. Clem, I feel like there's 2 cards that are really sticking out to me in this matchup, but I want to hear your thoughts on it.
I feel like the Heavenly Guides are coming in, for sure. Sylvie's it really needs those dungeon guides here, so Heavenly Guide is definitely going to come in. And the one Stifling Trap, I feel like, is also going to make an appearance, making it 3 in Noel's main board. And yeah, I think that's it here. Like that, those are the best plays. How do you feel like? How do you feel about the sideboard?
I agree with both those cards, but I would also throw in Zephyr as well. Zephyr does shut down the Covenant of Thorns on slimes. It also prevents the ethereals from being super buff. If THNG wants to go like all in on a super strong ethereal slime with Sylvie buff, Forest Cakes, you just go ahead and Zephyr it, remove those counters, and don't have to deal with that big of a problem because it may be out of reach of a Comet Fall at that point. So you always want to be careful on that. But brilliant sideboarding. I totally agree with you. Heavenly Guides seem so good, especially going second now. But let's go ahead and take a look at that Sylvie sideboard. It is a little bit of classic Sylvie sideboard. We do see some tech against Razor Guild decks in here with Mystic Purifiers, but I think personally I just bring in this Twilight Slime and maybe the Slime Eruption for some more floating and a faster level up. But let's hear your thoughts on that.
I completely agree with you. First, I was going to say Beast Monsters as well. However, I don't see THNG playing Slime's Blessing, which you would need here to get to that level 5 threshold, which lets your Ethereal Slimes live. So Beast Monsters is not something you're really looking for here. So I agree. That's exactly what I would bring in. Unfortunately, there isn't much this specific Arisana deck that would help. So definitely Twilight Slime and Slime Eruption for the speed. Twilight Slime is just amazing in this deck. It's very hard to remove, and the Spell Shroud is amazing.
Yeah, you are completely correct on that. The Spell Shroud is pretty much shuts down Arisana, with not being able to do much. You really have to remove that slime to get rid of it here. But both players are hopping into game 2 between Wind Arisana and Slime Sylvie. Take us away, Clem.
THNG with that perfect opening hand. That is what you want to see. 3 cards that immediately replace themselves. It's amazing. That is, you get to play perfectly all of them. Get to have keep your influence. Get the advantage off of it. You love to see that. Null on that spirit, fragmented spirit, which is wonderful. As if you're going second, you get to still have 7 influence on your first turn. You get to have that extra influence later, or that extra card later, and let's see what he does. I really love the Fragmented Spirit. I feel like it's such wonderful design, and it's so fun to play around with, especially in like an Arisana deck with the herbs that give you extra levels. Mnemonic Charm. This is basically seeing a Forest Cake for mages and clerics on the other side. So basically it's the same third one for both of our players here. I feel like I missed something because I see 3 cards in those memory.
A Mnemonic Charm draws into memory instead of hand, so slightly worse Forest Cake.
It's true. Still very good. Oh, that baby red slime with 3 buff counters, I believe. That is scary. That is a 5/4 ally on turn 2 here. It's a very different start than we saw last game. It's a lot more explosive for slimes here. I feel like THNG has also realized that they have to be a lot more aggressive, because the moment Null hits level 3 in Astra, they have so many protective options and so many ways to remove their allies that they just have to really push as much as they can early game. And Null is already on 6 damage, so it is working well.
Yeah, we did talk about game 1, what THNG was missing, and it was that early game pressure. Both sort of gentlemen to getting to level 3, which resulted in Arisana being able to take over. So Sylvie just saying, no, I'm actually going to play low to the ground, but use all my force kicks on this red slime and force you to deal with this, which is going to be really hard for a deck that relies on advanced element. So we're probably just going to see this red slime survive this turn and swing in maybe once, twice if Null's not able to find the answer for it.
Yeah. And Null sacrificed that mnemonic charm for the Empower 2, which makes him level 3 for that Indolent Leisure, so he gets to draw 2 cards off of it, which is just fantastic. Even though one of those cards he draws into memory, going +1 with any card is amazing. And Mnemonic Charm replaces itself, so it is just strictly +1 currently. THNG going to level 2, and this time Noel cannot sacrifice Polaris in response because he got Polaris on his main phase, and so it came in rested. So it's not much he can do, and THNG gets 1 card off of that Sylvie on enter. And then before Recollection, he will gather some slimes. He got... I missed which slime he picked up. Not sure if you caught it.
Storm.
Scary. It is. However, currently they only have 1 slime and banishment. So so that would be if they can dungeon guide here and then storm slime for 0 for free, because Sylvie reduces the cost by 2, that would be 12 damage this turn.
Yeah, that should be an insane momentum swing. If they do have the dungeon guide as well, it's sort of like a reverse copy of game 1 where the one player makes it to level 3 and the other one's stuck on level 1. But we are not seeing that line of play here. I also did just have a thought in my head about Arisana's herbs that grant +1 level, and it's something that players should be careful about when they're playing against the deck. If they do run Heavenly Guide, if you DG into 3, they can not materialize level 2. Instead, they could go like Backup Charger, GCR, eat an herb to grant +1 level, and then Heavenly Guide, getting you the free level 2 there because your champion is level 2 at that point. So that's a really neat interaction that you have to really consider and play around. So that maybe that is something that THNG was thinking about, not wanting to give Null a free level up into level 2, sort of forcing their hand to get rid of that influence. Because if they were able to get level 2 or level 3 for free, I feel like the game would have been right back into even ground.
Absolutely, you're right about that. Seems like Noel will sacrifice the mana root for that +1 level, which allows him to draw off of the Spirit Shard. Now he's activated 3 visits, recovers 2, goes back down to 10 damage. Seems he did not like either of the cards he saw there on top. He put both of them to the bottom. And that was all done pre-recollection after he leveled up. So let's see if he does anything during his main phase. He has kick and currently deal with THNG's whole board, as he has 3 herbs still, which would put Polaris to 4 counters. And Baby Red Slime is a 5/4 current, so I would take care of it. Obviously, if he's going to sacrifice the herbs for their effect, he has to resolve all of them, as we just saw. He basically got to cycle a card that is gather. He plays a gather herbs for more herbs, which adds more counters to Polaris, which means more Cosmic Bolts in his deck, which means later he will have a much higher chance of getting what he's looking for. And yeah, he does have 4 counters on Polaris right now. Like I said, can just take care of THNG's whole board currently. If they level up here and they have a Ethereal Slime, they also, which will be a 5/5 if they play it with Sylvie's on enter, plus they banish something for it. So that is why he really needed that 5th herb here to guarantee the complete board wipe, even after level up. TCG went for the backup charger here, looking to grow his influence. Maybe they don't have those level 3 plays, so they're playing it safe, trying to find that card, or maybe they are looking for the dungeon guide, not fearing the heavenly guides on Null's side. Let's see what they do. This is interesting. I'm not sure if the baby gray went immediately attacking there, or if it was just not woken up.
I believe that baby gray's getting aggressive. That is swinging in. And in response, Null's gonna crack that herb, get the extra count on Polaris. But you mentioned it perfectly. I do feel like this may be a little preemptive. However, still is trying to just get Cosmic Bolts into the deck. But we do see a Slime Shield to protect that baby red. And this baby red's going to be huge. Preventing 3 damage, getting an additional buff counter. This little guy's going to be swinging for 6, potentially 7 if there's a fire card discarded. And I feel like this is starting to get out of the hands of Arisana. There is not much you can do. You're stuck on level 2. Your one board wipe option for this early game is being countered by a Slime Shield. And THNG's gripping 7 cards, I believe, still in hand with 8 total influence. This is not looking good for the clerics.
Indeed, it is not. But Null still gets to shuffle in the 5 Cosmic Bolts into his deck. It is getting a little scary. Once they hit level 3, their odds of hitting a Cosmic Bolt will be very, very high, because they are on less than 60 cards in the deck with 9 copies of Cosmic Bolts in there. So the odds are in their favor. However, TCG is pushing a lot of damage currently with that 6/5 baby red slime. So Null really is his hands are tied. He has to level up here. If he wants to guarantee his survival, because slimes can get out of hand very, very easily. And THNG can level up because he has that limitless slime in his graveyard and 2 cards in his memory. So he can just level up next turn, push a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. He is looking for that level up, playing Wisdom's Reprise at level 2, not level 3, so won't be able to draw into memory, just getting that card down to be able to level up into 3, because you have 1 floating from the Gather Herbs, and now 2 there. Clem, you are perfectly narrating how this turn is going to be playing out here. It is just an unfortunate situation being stuck with a grip of Astra cards into this baby slime. Probably going to be looking here for a Meteor Strike and trying to just tactically remove the slime in one whole go, not having to worry about any slime shields or things of that nature there. But Null did manage to make it to Arisana level 3, got Astra unlocked. Deck is at its full potential, but staring down 13 damage on the champion already. Only have 12 to spare, while that baby red's going to be swinging in for half that total. And if we do have a level up from Sylvie, which we have 2 in memory and 1 floating in graveyard, there is that Storm Slime, which we saw about 4 turns ago, grabbed by the Gather Slimes, and that is going to be pushing lethal.
You are absolutely correct. However, Null is keeping a full grip of cards here, which is a bit scary if you're TJG here, because it can have a Spell Shield, it can have Astral Seal. It has many things that you can do. THNG is going to gather slimes before Recollection, grabbing another Storm Slime, which makes it a lot more, potentially more than lethal, if Null has absolutely no answers. But that second Storm Slime will only be pushing, but hitting in for 5 damage total. So it is Definitely, THNG has to play this very tactically, with Null having Null's influence being 6 or 7. So they can do anything. There is the Spell Shield Astra, which will allow them to glimpse 6. Glimpsing into a Cosmic Bolt, glimpsing into Meteor Strike, Comet Fall. Anything really, anything that deals damage here, or that allows him to glimpse more and draw more cards is good here. Since he bottomed all of them, he did not find what he was looking for, which from glimpsing 6, it is a bit scary. It is a bit unfortunate. Unless it was just something that he felt like he didn't need right now, right? Because he glimpses so much that he can just go through his deck multiple times over. He's not in a rush to get anything in particular. Especially if THNG is going to start attacking him for more. He can just push a lot of damage at once, which will make... Oh, never mind. It seems that Null conceded this game? Or I am unsure what happened.
It does look like a concession on Null's end here, sort of realizing time may not be with him on this, and gonna give game 2 over to the Sylvie player. We do know there's 2 Storm Slams in hand, and just not hitting anything off that glimpse. Even if you did see a Comet Fall or a Meteor Strike, it would not have been able to remove the Baby Red off the field, and THNG did a wonderful job of not overextending by playing additional allies on board to get affected by that. They started off their turn with swinging in with the Baby Red and waiting for a response. So both players sort of understanding their positions, playing to their outs, and now shuffling up for game 3. Being on the play is very important here, especially in this matchup, as we saw both players, how they could take over the game and command the field by being the one to get the first materialization, being the first one to level 3, and just having that influence stack. And it's really important for both decks to have at least 5 influence going into level 3 to be able to actually do what they want to do.
Yeah. And you could see Null taking out the Cosmic Balls from his deck there, which is something that you have to remember with generated cards every time. It is... You can't just leave them in there. That is an illegal deck. So if anyone is looking to play this card, keep in mind that you do have to take every single Cosmic Bolt out after every game. They can't just stay in there. And I think they're immediately going into the game here. Null glimpsing 6, keeping only 1 of the 6 cards he glimpsed. It is... Do you think it's unfortunate or it's rough when you have to put so many cards on the bottom?
I could see the thought process on that there. I look at it kind of more optimistically, where I have now 5 cards what I didn't want to see no longer in my deck. So it's a great way to, if you consider it deck thinning, you know there's 5 cards on the bottom that you're not planning on using anytime soon, so you don't really have to worry about getting those as a dead draw coming up, which was a very cool strategy why you use those glimpsing, because instead of only 7 cards you get to look at, you technically get to look at 12 cards, which is deeper in your deck, finding the pieces you need, allowing the game to progress further into your plan here. And we have about 6 minutes left in round. This is probably in the back of the mind for both these players. And Clem, if there's a new viewer out there or someone who's not familiar with tournament play of Grand Archive, we should probably go over sort of how end of round procedures go for when time runs out. So once that clock hits 0, what's going to happen between both these players here?
Once that clock hits 0, players will have to start counting their turns. They will have either 5 minutes or 3 turns to finish up their game. The 3 turns, whoever's current it is currently counts as turn 0. So they have 3 turns after it. It's every pass is a new turn. And after that, it's whatever is the score. If the score is 1-1, the game is a tie. If there is a winner, then that person wins the game. And yeah, it is as simple as that.
Sounds good. Yeah, works out that although both players, none of them want to get a draw this early in the tournament. You can only afford one draw if you're wanting to look at that top 8 finish. So if they get it here now, that means they're going to have to play and win out for the rest of the rounds. Usually players want to reserve that draw for their record near the end because they're already probably fatigued. They don't want to play against other players at that top same record so they can draw in, get the prizes, and be happy with that. So both players here playing kind of expeditedly, making sure they're not making mistakes though. You don't want to throw a game by accidentally, forgetting to pay for costs or activating abilities. So still playing properly, but with a little bit more haste between them. And we see a instant level 2 level up into the dungeon guide. This is exactly what we were talking about, why you want to go first in this matchup to see this. Noel, once again, level 3 against that level 1 Sylvie. And I feel like this, if the cards are in Noel's favor, these Cosmic Bolts may be very lethal.
Yeah, I absolutely have to agree with you there. This game not only is being played faster, but overall it is a lot faster. With Noel immediately going to level 3 as fast as he can. Stage NG before Noel can do anything. I've being like, slow down a second. Let me play my cards. Let me play what I have in response. Obviously, both players are strapped for time. They both want to win. Neither of them wants to give up their chance at first place here or top 8. Which obviously, as you mentioned, a tie does not mean automatically that they're out, but it will force them to play out every single round after this, which can be exhausting. Ooh, THNG banished 2 cards, banished a Storm Slime there for his level up.
Double Storm Slime for that level up.
Unfortunate. This rough to see. However, if they put that into their memory, I believe that they will. They probably have something better in their hand or something that guarantees them the win. They have. Oh, yeah. The Null goes for the Polaris immediately. THG shows a slime shield there to protect that baby green. That is rough for Null. But he still gets, like I mentioned in the previous game, he still gets those Cosmic Bolts into his deck. But our THNG also gets to draw off of the Sylvie on enter. Baby green attacking in there for 2. The dungeon guy died to Polaris. Null just hasn't had the time to put it into the graveyard yet. There is a Blissful Calling. Looking at the top 5 cards, looking for an animal or a beast. Unfortunately, it cannot find the dungeon guide for THNG there. It finds another baby green, which can suppress that Forest Cake if needed, if they want to look at more cards. Wisdom's Reprise for Null there. He is level 3, so he does get maximum value. GCR to look at more cards, dig. Try and find as much glimpse as he can and play as many Cosmic Bolts as he can, because he needs a high influence to play all those Cosmic Bolts, right? Because even though he has 1 free Star Calling every turn, he still for further Cosmic Bolts he does need to have the cards in hand to play them. There's an Indolent Leisure. Also, he gets the maximum value off of it, draws 2 cards. Looking to go drive his influence up, get those Cosmic Bolts. DHG leveling up to level 3. From 1 bear in his graveyard, which is floating, and 2 from memory, which is a Limitless Slime and something else I didn't quite catch. Makes it 3 slimes in banishment. both the players are playing very fast as we have seconds on the clock until overtime. They're both want to win, which is obviously what you want here, which is wonderful. Just a bit stressful.
And one thing to mention though is the influence between these two players. THNG sitting at 5 total influence, while I believe Null is at 8. So that is a huge difference when we are in this overtime time crunch, because Null's going to be able to make more plays to effectively try and push the game state into their favor to win the game. Well, THNG is on the back foot, and we see the Astrasil on the Crux Slime with the Sylvie level 3 buff. This is a huge momentum swing. THNG probably lost their chance at taking over the game and now only has to play defensively to try and stay alive here, while Null is going to be pushing damage with Cosmic Bolts in just hopes they are able to see them here. This one turn is going to be a huge difference maker if we are able to activate them. But going a defensive option with Safeguard Amulet, going to be avoiding the Storm Slime combinations in fear there may be 2 in hand here. So let's go see how this plays out between these two players in overtime.
Yeah, we've just entered overtime. It is turn 2 or 3. I'm not sure when exactly. I didn't quite catch whose turn it was when overtime was called. But HNG attacking in with those baby green slimes. Looking to push damage. That is a Twilight Slime. And I'm not sure if it was a concession or if they agreed that it's a draw. Because at some point there is both players have just so much protection for the other person that it's just impossible to win. And I'm not sure which was, because in overtime you have to be careful to push for the win, but also make sure that you don't lose, right? Because a loss is still worse than a tie there. So it is a very delicate balance. I'm pretty sure they agreed that it was impossible for anyone to win. Because with the Twilight Slime on one side, the Safeguard Amulet on the other, there's not much you can do to win there. And it was indeed, they agreed that it is a draw. There's no winning there for anyone. What do you think of that game?
Ooh, that was back and forth. It was crazy. We got to see both decks do what they wanted to do in Game 1 and Game 2. And I feel like Game 3 would have been another very hype matchup, just unfortunately constrained by the clock itself. And that's something to keep in mind in Grand Archive, is there's a lot of decks out there that have the potential to do so much, but you are constrained by the time in round. Arisana seemed like such a great list to take here, but if you're unable to set up or see those Cosmic Bolts early in your game plan, you kind of sit there for a long period of time, which soaks up the amount you have for your next games if you do end up dropping a game, as we saw Null did in Game 2. Which, I'm happy to both players. They got to show off their skills, their decks, things like that nature, which is really awesome to see. But both these players now have to win out, continue playing the next 5 rounds here. They cannot afford another draw. Another draw is really going to take them into that spot where maybe virtually impossible to make top 8 just due to the point system and the way that works here. Clem, I feel like we got to see both players with their decks showcasing the strategy of why it was built. Out of those 2 decks, which one was your favorite and why?
It's a very rough question. That's a very not rough question, but something that's difficult for me to answer, because I played Slimes for most of MRC. However, it was more of a necessary pick for myself. I did really enjoy it. I do really enjoy it, but I feel like Arisana overall is more fun and more up my alley personally. Slimes will always be, I feel like, a very powerful deck, and it's something that you shouldn't scoff at, and something that shouldn't be just written off. But personally, I prefer the Arisana there. What about you?
Yeah, I am with you there. I really enjoyed seeing that Arisana list go through. I finally feel like Arisana has found her place in the game. She's not as much of a meme champion as initially thought when she was released. Her strategies are strong. Her once she is set up, I feel like she's nearly like guaranteed a win, and it's super cool to see on that. I want to take this time as we're just setting up for round 3 here to go ahead and thank everyone who is watching and joining us here. Thank you so much for sitting with us through this regional. We hope you are having a great time listening to us talk and watching some high-level Grand Archive gameplay. So don't forget to go ahead and like the live stream and subscribe to Serene Balance Productions for providing such high-quality content and coverage of Grand Archive events out there. Additionally, Clem, it's been awesome commentating with you here at the desk. It's been you're insightful, so much fun, and I feel like we're gonna have another great round coming up as soon as we get that matchup here. But I do want to ask you one thing about sort of the event in whole, Clem. It is regarding top 8. Who do you think, or I should rephrase that, what champion do you think is going to be the most prevalent in our top 8?
That is a very, very good question. I think even though Sylvie's the most represented, I don't think she will be the most represented in top 8. I think Tristan is in a very, very good spot currently. I really hope to see one of the Arisana players there in top 8. I feel like it's absolutely a wild card right now. Obviously, Merlin, Lorraine are the safe picks, but I feel like it's gonna be very, very varied, as like the whole meta is currently at this event. It's nothing certain. Nothing is like the de facto best deck or best champion currently. So I think that it's gonna be a bit of everything. Honestly, it's
Bit
not.
of everything?
I don't think it's gonna be this specific champion. How about you though? Feel free to disagree. I'm interested in your opinion.
You're very hopeful on the spread out meta, which is really, really great to see here. I believe it's going to be filled with Merlins. We're going to get 4 of our top 8 are going to be Merlins. I have an inkling. That is one of the most consistent decks that we do see out here a lot of the times. Has really good matchups into a lot of the variations we're seeing. Slimes may also be a good contender. I do know we have some top players on Slimes as well. But in the end, top 8 does get you your invite, but there's only one person that gets the finalist playmap. And Clem, what deck's going to be taking that home today?
That's a wonderful question. I think I have to agree with you there that it's very likely going to be Merlin. Merlin is just wonderful. She's very strong, very consistent. Always gets new tools, especially in this deck with all the Kong Ming mage cards. The level 1 Kong Ming into set up your shifting currents to face west, and then just Merlin 2 and 3 is an incredible deck. Very powerful, very good. I think that's basically that. I feel like that deck is going to do very, very well today. Because we do have some Kongming players. I just have some Kongming decks today. Some probably Razor Gale. Some I hope are Merlin. Because as extremely strong as it is, I do personally really enjoy the idea and the tech and the deck itself. What about you? What's your prediction? Do you agree?
My heart
Merlin after you said?
really wants to say Nico. I really want a Nico to take today. In actuality, though, it is going to be Slimes and Merlin going to be taking home the victory here. I really don't want to play the devil's advocate when it comes to those decks, but they are so strong. They're consistent, and especially if you get a player who's just playing really well on that deck in a day, they can take events single-handedly. Merlin can just draw everything they need, and deck functions so proper and concise. Even with slimes, you can see slimes go 1, 2, 3 level up into ethereal, into storm, and in a day where it's 7 hours, 7 rounds of gameplay, 7 hours, you want decks in the end to be consistent. You want to be able to function as much as you can, without having to take these high risk plays that may cost you a round. So on these kind of events, that's why you see these decks shine the most, and why myself and Clem are mentioning about it, because these are the decks that will consistently beat opponents who aren't prepared or have the knowledge for those decks, and will not have bad draws that can just end the round.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. It's there are some decks that are just objectively more powerful than others, and that just happens every time. You can do much about that. I feel like it's inevitable in any game, right? There's gonna be some things that are better than others, and it's hard to balance. But I feel like currently, after the 3 visits errata, we do have a very balanced and nice meta. Even though obviously some things are better than others, you cannot avoid that, right? There's always going to be imbalances.
Yeah. And wait, hold on a second, Clem. Do you hear that? That's the sound of round 3 going to be happening here soon. We have Water Ari versus Slimes once again appearing on stream. And there's going to be a familiar name on this slime deck. We have Team True Champion Cabin piloting Slimes against KB Destro's Water Ari. And this is a 2-0 Ari
Hold up.
list.
We got a little correction there. It is not Water Arsena, it is Fire Xander. It is Serene Fire Xander. We've been bamboozled a bit.
That is very
Unfortunately, it's not
unfortunate.
Ari on 2-0. I wish it were Water Ari on 2-0. Unfortunately, it is Fire Xander. However, it is not just Fire Xander, it is Luxem Fire Xander against Slime Sylvie, which is a matchup I did not dream about. I was not prepared for this. Though I should have been. Slimes is very good. Luxem Xander is very good. Both are bound to show up today. But it's gonna be interesting. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and Fire Xander is an interesting deck. It is one of those decks that I call like a stat checker, a meta checker. You play this deck into a meta to see if people are prepared to deal with your aggression. There's a lot of times where this deck can just run over everyone when a set first comes out, because no one is prepared for how fast that deck actually operates. And then as the game sort of progresses throughout the set, people are prepared for it, they know what to do. So it's actually a great time to bust out Fire Aggro Xander. Everyone's still testing out decks, while this deck is consistently going to be running you down. And if your deck dirtles for one singular turn, that can just be the game. But we're actually once again pulling the switch on it. It is not Aggro Xander, it is the Luxem Xander variant, because we do see the Serene Spirit of Fire here. So a slower variant of Xander deck. And a lot of the times people played this deck into Slimes as sort of try to be a countermeasure. The only unfortunate part about it is Slimes does have Storm Slime, which can burst through the Luxem Sight healing. So it's sort of a matter of, do you see the double Light Weaver's turn before your opponent sees a double Storm Slime turn?
Absolutely, absolutely. And it seems we're getting into the game as well immediately. Luxem Xander starting. Going first here with just your good old draw the hand pass. And then Cabin on Slime Sylvie, just gather some slimes, also pass. Oh, KP Distro not going for the level up here, going instead for the backup charger to increase their influence. I feel like it's in this matchup you would want to be more aggressive with your level ups instead of conserving it for just back increasing your influence right now. And backup charger in Luxem is a wonderful late game card as well. So that is definitely an interesting play from KB Destro. I did not expect them to go that route. However, it is also very important to keep your influence up, right? Because they went first with the Serene Spirit, so they were already down 2 influence against Kabin's Slime Sylvie. So even though Kabin lost the card to level up here, but because Gather Slimes replaced itself, they were still on 8 influence. Now they went down to 7. Now they're back up to 8. So it is your influence here. It's a very influence game, right? A very influence heavy game. You have to be very wary of what you do. And Kabin went for that limitless slime with the buff counter, making it currently a 2/2. Immediately went attacking as well. And then KB Destro leveled up into that Zender. They banished the Juggle Knives and then immediately used the Juggle Knives to deal 1 damage and draw a card. This is all we're in pre-recollection still. But Xander just turbocharged and passed the turn there. Then it went back to Kabin immediately. Kabin currently also used the backup charger to gain the influence, because if KB Destro took some time to increase their influence, Kabin also has time, and he has a 2/2 ally currently on board, which can just hit him for 2, carry him currently. He is putting down 4, if I see that correctly. Oh, he's counting his cards, seeing what he can do here. KB Destro's influence is going very big after that turbocharge. They have, I believe, their influence is 9 currently, and Kabin went for that scavenging raccoon there, taking out the Juggle Knives, so KB Destro has nothing to bring back when they level up into Xander Death Executor and the Scry Disguise, for good measure. As Scavenger Raccoon has to banish 2 cards, the Juggle Knives was very important to take there because they can't level up and then play Juggle Knives again before Recollection. They have to think a bit more about their next materialization here if they want to lose out on the value from Death Executor, but still go for the level up, or if they want to play it more safe. And they go for the more safe route, getting Safeguard Amulet, doing nothing in Recollection, and drawing a card for turn. They still have many options here. They can exactly just do that. Go in for that Thieving Cut, I believe. And yeah, just pushing damage as much as they can. Kabin leveling up here. Drawing 1 card as they only have an animal. Then playing Pre-Recollection, Escape the Wreckage to return the raccoon and draw a card, which will remove the attack card from KB Destro's graveyard, denying the value once again. Oh, they're going for the Dungeon Guide into Sylvie level 3 here. Really speeding up that level up, banishing Luxem. And yeah, what do you think of that? What do you think of the Raccoon Reclaim there?
Yeah, it is a very strong play coming in from Kabin, and the aggressiveness with this Dungeon Guide is Very, very good. The raccoon just caught me off guard. Was not expecting that to be main board in game one, which is like something you don't really see often. However, it does make sense why you want to run this right now in the current metagame of decks. There's so many cards in the graveyard that can be brought back from spells that you want to try and limit that as much as possible. But Kaven's in such a commanding spot. Xander already sitting at 15. There's a 5/5 Ethereal Slime and a Storm Slime hitting the board. It just seems like this game got out of hand so fast, and in a blink of an eye, slimes are taking over the board.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Kaven did not have the influence there for the raccoon again. So KB Destro got to level up and get back the slice and dice, which I was mistaken. It is a slice and dice. You said, as you said. He leveled up from a gentle respite, I believe, and a mastermind scheme. And for the dungeon guide, that was finished for the dungeon guide to Xander 3. He passed the turn to Kaben there. Kaben wakes up, gets the Quicksilver Grill. Probably getting a Covenant of Thorns under there. Kamen going in to attack for 5 with the Ethereal Slime, to which KB Destro responds with a Lightweaver's Assault, having exactly 5 cards in their memory, which would let them remove the attacking Ethereal Slime, and possibly more, depending on what they have in memory. Kaben going for the Gather Slimes there, getting 2 Slimes, and then grabbing a Baby Green from there. However, that Baby Green will not do much good in this situation. KB Destro has a Luxem Sight, a Lightweaver's Assault, and I believe 2 Gleaming Cuts, and the Slice and Dice in their memory. This lets them draw 4 cards off of the 2 Gleaming Cuts, recover 3 from the Luxem side, deal 2 damage from the extra revealed Lightweaver's Assault, and deal the 5 damage from the Lightweaver's Assault that they activated from their hand. And then Kaben just going for all the damage that they can do, putting KB Destro to 19 damage total, which is a very scary spot to be in. Although they do have the 1 Luxem Sight, which will guarantee them 3 recover every recollection. They also use their Serene Spirit to recover 6 on that last attack. However, Kaben has the Storm Slime, the final Storm Slime, that goes in for the lethal damage, and that is game 1 over. It was a lot faster than our previous games. It was definitely a very, very speedy game there. I am surprised. I mean, if it has to be done this fast, right? Either it's done this fast or it goes on forever.
Yeah, that was a very, very quick game. It's super crazy how just a couple of turns with the proper pacing and formatting of playing cards in the right order can just turn it upside down. We saw Cabin just scavenging Raccoon, getting rid of some valuable targets in KB Destro's graveyard, and then into a Dungeon Guide, straight into a Ethereal Slime, Storm Slime, and KB just, as Luxem Xander, you can't out-heal that much damage in one turn, especially when you just had to Dungeon Guide to level 3. You had 5 cards in hand. You're really lacking that influence and control to be able to stabilize. And Luxem Xander's whole point is wanting to stabilize as fast as possible. They want to be the first one to 3. They want to be the one to get the materialization, or I'm sorry, recollection with the reveal as well to take advantage of their level 3. But KB, I believe, was it only one recollection they had where they got to reveal, or were there 2?
There wasn't even a single recollection
Oh.
because they just played Lightweaver's Assault to reveal their memory, and then they were dead. It was very fast.
Yeah, so just that drives the point home there. It's like you need to be able to reveal on Luxem Xander to get the deck going. But if you have to force out a Lightweaver's Assault just to get a reveal and try and remove things, you're already so far behind the pace. And Slimes took over. They did what they did best, right? Like, that was stereotypical Slime gameplay. You've mentioned it, how you've played the deck, and like, from your perspective, was that sort of like your ideal game plan of what Cabin was able to do that game 1?
In this matchup especially, you just want to be aggressive, fast, done, one and done. Be done in 10 minutes, be done in 20 minutes with the 2 games, and go, or else you're stuck there forever. Guaranteed overtime if you don't kill them fast enough, I feel like, because both decks have very good survivability. Do you want to talk a bit about sideboard as we're getting into
Yeah, let's
Game 2
go
here?
ahead and take a look at that here. KB Destro on that Fire Luxem Xander. We have Nullifying Lantern, Orb of Sealing, some Blanche and Heavenly Guides, and Vanish from Sight and Under Fire. All those cards, except for Nullifying Lantern, very exceptional in this matchup. Orb of Sealing, removing some of those slimes out of banishment, makes that Storm Slime less potent. And they don't really have a way to remove your Orb of Sealing. Good against Storm Slimes. Heavenly Guides, if we're talking about racing to level 3, you really want to be able to get there. You know Sylvie's going to be Dungeon Guiding to 3 as much as possible, so it's a great way for you to get that free level up as well. And then Vanish from Sights, not as effective because the Crux Slime does have True Sight. However, it does prevent the big baby reds, the Limitlesses, and even Storm Slime swinging in. Any thoughts on their sideboard in particular? Is there any cards that you would really favor bringing in over the others?
No, I absolutely agree with you. I feel like everything's wonderful. Though Blanche could be a very like gamble card, right? If they don't have the Storm Slime, Blanche is kind of useless. But generally, you don't mind seeing her because she guarantees that you survive. It's like a safeguard amulet, but better, usually.
Yeah, and then we'll take a look at Sylvie's sideboard. Nullifying Lantern, Reprogram, Resolute, Slime Eruption, Hymn of Gaia's Grace, and Slime King. All not as effective against Luxem as you hope for. I could see perhaps a Slime Eruption coming in and maybe Hymns of Gaia's Grace to get that fast activation of a Storm Slime, something of that nature. But the sideboard is very teched against allies and other matchups. Probably was not expecting Lux to be sitting across a Luxem Xander on round 3, but that's okay because as we saw in game 1, slimes don't need a sideboard. Sometimes they just need to play slimes.
Yeah. But we're already on round 3 of round 2 of game 2. KB Destra had a wonderful opener there with the Stalwart Shield main with the taunt that guarantees the damage block, right? However, unfortunately, Caven had the raccoon after they removed it, so he does not get the value off of the floating memory there. Caven's board is already looking very scary with that baby gray, with that forest cake, with that baby green that flicker the forest cake extra value. I can flicker the forest cake for extra value, suppress it, and just pushing a lot of damage. KB Destro leveled up here immediately. Banished another Stalwart Shieldmate, which is not what you want to see in this matchup, right? You want to have the taunt and take even if it's just 2 damage. It's exactly 2 damage. You want to stop as much damage as you can. Because every little bit counts, and they are a swarm deck, so it's a lot of little damage. But it seems like they just leveled up and passed. Wonder what they have in hand for to protect themselves. They could have the vanish from sights, right?
They could also be sitting on some juggle knives as well. That gets you a clean level up into level 2, getting those juggle knives back. Probably not wanting to play it during their turn because we've seen twice now that raccoon just coming in there and eating up all the cards in the graveyard, which has been so effective here. We're gonna go ahead and start swinging in with this dungeon guide that leveled up into level 3. And this is starting to look like a repeat of game 1. Xander's stuck at level 1. We have a dungeon guide to 3. We do see the juggle knives come down. And then we see a resolute stand. That is going to be huge here. Preventing 3 combat damage every time a unit swings in here. And I'm not sure what that is. That a storm slime that just?
Yeah, it looks to be. With the damage, I am absolutely certain that it is a storm slime swinging in, dealing 5 damage from the unenter, and then another 6. A lot of damage from that storm slime. Yeah, they're attacking for another 6, -3 from the resolute, so that is 3 damage that goes to KB Destro. Now KB Destro's leveling up to level 2, probably going to grab that juggle knives back into their hand. Unfortunately, they do not have the cards in hand to play it before Recollection, so they will be forced to play it in their main phase, or possibly on Cabin's turn. Keep it up. Banishing a Blanche for leveling up, which is, like I said, it's a very big toss-up in this matchup. Especially now that Cabin played his Storm Slime. It's a lot less impactful, though it could very much help the next Storm Slime. Cabin Destro having the Dungeon Guide as well, banishing a Gentle Respite and an Excalibur for the level up. However, they forgot to put out the Xander they attacked before, but it seems that Cabin allowed them to take it back. Generally, at big tournaments, that would be considered a fail to find. However, amongst players, they can have a gentlemanly agreement where they would allow them to level up. But don't be too hasty with your actions. Always do them in order, just to be safe.
Yeah, it does. It's a gentle reminder for everyone to make sure you continue resolving all your effects before you move on here. Because Dungeon Guide, you can pay costs, and then if you do not bring out your level 3, and you swing out with your Dungeon Guide, it is a fail to find. You then do not get to level up, and you're stuck like that after already paying 2 cards. So just make sure you finish resolving everything before you move on to the next step. It does look like it was a agreement between both players where combat really wasn't entered. The card was being turned sideways, but they rewound just a little bit there to get that level 3 Xander on play. We do see an Excalibur hitting the Storm Slime, and then we see another Storm Slime, and the card Blessed by Sylvie on the board as well there. Not really sure what it was, but it looked like enough for KB to be like, yeah, you got me. Okay, we're picking up. And just like that, a clean 2-0 fashion in Cabin's favor. We saw the power of slimes, the optimal play path there, and Storm Slime. That is an ally that if you're able to play it, and if you're able to play more than one copy, it feels like you just win games.
Yeah, it is. It is an extremely powerful ally, and you can never underestimate Storm Slime. Like even Storm Slime for 3, if you have 3 Storm Slimes, that is 9 damage. They attack for 3 as well, so that is another 9. 18 damage from 3 Storm Slimes, 6 cost total. With 9, oh my god, everything's 9. With 9 influence, you can play 3 Storm Slimes. It is definitely rough. That was a very fast game. The raccoons were extremely good. They I feel like they had a like on paper or like at a glance, you wouldn't think that the impact of the storm signs were that big. However, in game 1, it put KB Destro off of leveling up. It is it was definitely very impactful. So, raccoons are fantastic. Love to see them. Slimes are very good. Haben piloting slimes is extremely good. It's like slimes are a bit stronger version of the allies decks, right? He won his first. He won Ascent Houston back in the day with like Lorraine allies. He was a wonderful allies player, and even though he might not be as comfortable on slimes as he is on other decks, he's amazing on it as well, right? Because the base of the deck is still allies and damage pumping. So he's really good at that, and he's wonderful at the massive in. So I do enjoy watching him play slime games.
Yeah, it's really cool to see just sort of the thought process, the tech cards, and everything all going into it. I like your recap of it. Is well said, pretty much on that. It's top player on a top deck, and this is the kind of gameplay you get to see because of it. Super awesome here. And so yeah, that round finished super fast. It is a 20-minute round, 10 minutes per game. Once again, though, we do want to thank Serene Balance Productions for hosting and sharing this Yeti Regional, getting this out here. So go ahead and subscribe to the channel if you have not already. Additionally, give it a like, go ahead and talk with us in chat there. And then thank you for Merlin's Marketplace for providing the statistics that we're going to be seeing here soon. I just want to go over a couple more of these champions and the element breakdown. Sort of now we're 3 rounds in, we could start dissecting it a little bit more of what we're expecting to see. So here we have the spirits themselves: Fire, Water, Wind, and Lost. Majority, we just saw 2 Lost spirits in rounds 2 and 3 on the Sylvie decks. 1 drew, 1 win. So I'm expecting a lot of Sylvies to be sitting at top tables. Fire, though. We've only seen 1 fire deck in the past 3 rounds, if I remember correctly. And
Yeah.
I feel like fire decks may not be doing as well as we may initially think they are, even though they're the majority of the board state. That is something to be determined when we go into next round here, though. But out of these 3 elements we're seeing here, what do you think has the strongest matchups into the current meta game?
Out of the elements,
Yeah, like if you know Slime Sylvie's the strongest deck right now, what element are you taking into it?
I feel like Wind Tristan is made to counter Sylvie by design, obviously. I feel like if you can comfortably pilot a Wind Tristan deck, I would definitely take that. But it's it depends on your draws. It depends so much on your deck. Like, right, if your opponent draws like Capen just did, 3 Storm Slimes, what can you do? There's like very few decks that can take that, right? He leveled up so fast. Turn 3, immediately had everything, played the slimes, pushed the damage, and just took the game home, right?
Mhm.
So there's not much you can do. But I feel like a very what you mentioned earlier in the round, an aggro fire Xander could take them down. I feel like aggro fire Xander is very good into these slightly slower allies decks because it just combos off and they don't have much protection against it. Especially like, sure, Slime Sylvie has the slime shields that can prevent some damage, and they have the gather slimes which they can recover with. But generally, they can't do much against spell and skill damage, especially early game. What do you feel like though? What would you bring?
Yeah, I'm with you on the wind call here. I think wind is probably the strongest coming out of AMB. They have a whole bunch of tools. They have draw power, they have glimpse, dig, everything they need. They even have their own form of removal, which is so nice. Zephyr, I feel like, was a huge card back when DOA originally came out, and now with the reprint in AMB, it's really starting to get people to realize, like, oh, this is just a kill spell in most situations, because you can remove an important piece on the opponent's side of the board that's either keeping them alive, or that is going to be trying to deal damage to you, and you're able to just get rid of that problem. Yes, it's coming back, but it's not as big of a problem because it's already either your turn again or something like that. So all in on the win train right now. Super strong, super happy with it. Even 3 visits with the nerf is such a good card. Tempo wise, you recover 2, you glimpse 2, and you could do that 3 separate times over the course of 3 turns. Really allows you to filter through that deck, have that minimal life gain, but it does add up. As you see a lot of the times in Grand Archive, it's a game of inches. It's 1 or 2 damage off. If I dealt 1 or 2 damage more early game, something like that, this card would be able to kill. So it's really helpful to throw off your opponent's math and to keep you in the game. And that's why we saw Noel on that Arizona running the 3 visits as well. Really helped them filter through the deck here as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at the champions here in a second. I do want to mention there's 143 players, a huge regional. That means a huge variety of champions being represented and brought out. We can look past on past regionals where we sort of seen like 3 big champions make up the chart here, and then all the other ones get like a small little section. But I feel like we're very well balanced when it comes to our champions. Yeah, Sylvie's got that big portion, doubling the next highest on Lorraine right there. But the representation, it's so many different faces. I feel like almost everyone is here. So Clem, my question for you on this one is, in an ideal metagame for AMB, what do you think the percentages will be for champions? Do you think everyone will be around like 10%, or do you think there's going to be one champion that's going to be rising, sort of like how Sylvie has been?
I think there always will be one prominent champion. Probably for the next bit, it's gonna be Sylvie. I'm very interested in how Ascent Christchurch will go, how that'll change the meta. I'm very interested in seeing how Santa Clara will go after that, how that will affect everything. But I feel like it's definitely. I think Kongming will be represented much more than people think, much more than we see currently as well. Possibly being taken over first place or second place. However, it's a very technical deck, so I think some people will be afraid of playing any Kongming based deck because it's even the Merlin variant is not very straightforward, while Sylvie is a fantastic deck, especially for new players. I think that's why it was so strong in the last season as well, because anyone could pick it up. You get the recollection, you build the deck, and you could go to tournaments with it. And people did well. Like it was everywhere. It was very powerful. But I feel like we're getting to the point in the game where we can get more technical decks, and at higher levels, I feel like that's what we're going to start seeing a lot more. I don't think Sylvie will go away anytime soon. It's a fantastic deck. However, I feel like in top cuts, we'll see less and less of her.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, I like that take there on that. Pretty much saying like this is your dominant deck, this is what a majority of people will be playing on, but as we get to those top tables, you'll really start to see the players who have practice and really know their deck on these different champions be able to push past that slime barrier. There's like this ground level where like if you're able to beat slimes consistently enough, either as a player or like with your deck, you'll be able to push through and get those tops. And for those of you tuning in, we're talking about champion matchups, champions in the game, and sort of like what everyone's playing. But we do also want to remind you that 16 players today will be walking away with invites. They're North America backup charger invites, along with a bunch of other cool prizing. So it doesn't matter what deck you're on, as long as you can get top 16, that is where you want to be. And if you feel comfortable playing a deck that is not as popular as we look at like maybe a Tenoris deck or a Nico, Arisana. If you sneak in there because you get those favorable matchups or you're able to beat Slimes or Merlin, the two boogeymen of the tournament, that is what matters in this event. So we can talk all we want about actual like champions, who's favored, who's more popular. If Sylvie's the most popular, but you can beat it with a Water Tristan deck, then go for it. Play that Water Tristan deck and beat those slimes.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Like if you have a deck that can consistently beat the most popular deck and you enjoy playing it, I think you should go for it. Like it's I feel like it shouldn't even be a question. If your deck is just better, go for it. Especially if you enjoy it, there is nothing to lose there, right? If it's basically guaranteed value for you. You just beating the most popular deck is still winning, even if it's technically the top players aren't on that deck. You're still winning. You're still beating the most popular deck. There's a reason everybody plays it. It's powerful and it's a very good deck. So I agree with you.
Awesome. Super glad to hear that. And you mentioned it earlier as well, but Ascent Christchurch coming up. Do you remember the dates for that in particular? I don't off the top of my
It
head here.
is the on paper 22nd, 23rd, and 24th of November. However, I believe the event itself, the tournament, will be the 23rd and 24th only. As every Ascent, it's a 2-day event. And it's going to be happening in Christchurch, New Zealand. I'm not sure how many non OCE players will be attending. I assume there will be some Southeast Asia representation, definitely some North America. Probably no European representation there. It's a bit far for us, but it's there. I feel like it's definitely going to be more of a local meta thing for the whole event, not because North America. I feel like more people go to a North American Ascent than a New Zealand Ascent. Unfortunately, as much as I feel like many people would love to go to New Zealand, it's a bit too out of the way to visit, while North America is very centralized and you can find other things to do easily while you're there, and it's very affordable for most people. Like more affordable to go there than New Zealand, unfortunately.
Yeah,
But
and
yep,
23rd, 24th, correct?
indeed, next weekend.
November 23rd, 24th, we have a major Ascent event coming up. So it's a great way to sort of see what everyone's going to be playing, what is going to be devolving. Check it out. Make sure you tune into that as well. And then we have December 8th, 7th, and 8th, which is Ascent Santa Clara, another huge major event. That's going to be a North American Ascent as well. So your weeks are going to be filled with Grand Archive coming up here. For those of you tuning in, you have this weekend full of Grand Archive with the LM Invitational. We have the Yeti Regionals. Next week, we're over in New Zealand for Christchurch. And then I believe we have a week break, and then we go into Santa Clara. And we don't stop there, because as soon as we finish Santa Clara, we're going to, I believe there is a Oceania? No, a... when is the European?
a European Ascent. It is on the 25th and 26th of January. There's gonna be like a month break to rest, and then we're back on track. New year, new season, new people, another year of GA. It's gonna be wonderful. Starting off the year in Europe.
Perfect here. Yeah, it's awesome to hear. I'm super excited for all this Grand Archive closing out our year. The game has proven to be so much fun. This year has been amazing. We've had so many cool moments. We've had our worlds happen. So many big wins for a card game that started out as a Kickstarter. And it's so great to see the community evolve and grow, the international level and competitive play between it, all the regions, people going back and forth. And like, you have visited a lot of ascents yourself as well, so you're very well traveled and well seasoned when it comes to Grand Archive events. So it's super cool to see that sort of like connection the game brings between everyone. Like, could you have foreseen yourself traveling as much as you have if it wasn't for Grand Archive?
Definitely not. I didn't even expect myself to be at Worlds. And then I ended up going, and then from there it just snowballed into it. And Santa Clara will be my 5th ascent this year, and overall, it is definitely like the GA is the reason, is like the only reason I'm traveling. So far, I never thought I would be going to Singapore ever in my life, and then an ascent happened there, and then I ended up spending 2 weeks just on vacation since I was already there. It was GA is given me a lot. I feel like me personally, it's given me a lot of wonderful opportunities, a lot of wonderful people I've met, amazing friends. It's it's been a life-changing experience, and I never expected a little not a little, but like a Kickstarter game to have such a massive impact on my life. And I think I'm not the only one in the community that's like this. I've had many friends who said that GA has brought them some amazing friends, amazing communities, and it's definitely a much bigger thing than people realize. I mean, unfortunately, Valk is having some microphone issues here with his cat. I think we are going to go on a short break here until the round finishes. See you guys in a bit while we fix the technical difficulties.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our online Yeti regionals. I am joined by Clem here once again. How did you enjoy that small little 30-minute lunch hydration break, Clem?
I got hydrated. I went outside for a bit. It's like 9 p.m. here. It's extremely cold. It's extremely dark. But I'm here. I'm happy to watch more games, talk about them, hang out with you. How about you? What were you up to?
I grabbed a quick bite to eat, some hydration as well, stretched those legs. Always important to stay physically inclined as well, along with mental, take a little breather, and had a nice little chat with some people. And I am now ready for some more Grand Archive here. We're going into round 4 out of 8 rounds in total, since we do have the 143 players, bumped us up to 8 total rounds. So even a longer day of Grand Archive than we initially thought, which means the players also have to be prepared for that as well. That is 8 total rounds, 8 hours of pure critical thinking going straight on. And, a lot of the times you think about it, you look back when you were maybe in high school or middle school, and you're like, oh man, it's hard to focus for 8 hours a day studying. That's what these players are doing here playing Grand Archive, 8 consistent hours of that. So we do have our pairings for the next round, and I'm just going to read over pretty much what the deck is, and then I want to hear your thoughts on this matchup. So we have a Spirit of Slime Sylvie deck making another appearance, and that is going right up against a Wind Kong Ming deck. So looks like you're going to be seeing one of your favorite cards in action here soon.
It, it's fine. Yeah. I don't like Razor Gale calling. I really like Kongming. I really like how it works. But overall, that deck seems wonderful. Honestly, I'm excited to see. Baby, the Spirit of Slime deck is very basic, or actually what you expect from it. The Kongming deck is it's also technically what you expect, but we haven't seen it as much as we have seen the slimes these past couple of months. So I'm looking forward to this matchup. It seems like Kongming immediately went ahead and started. This is what you love to see. I feel like if you're on that deck, but you have a bit more experience with Razor Kill than me, so I'm curious about your insight. What are your thoughts on this matchup? How do you think it'll go?
Yeah, so this is an interesting matchup between the two here. Just because Slimes is on the same game plan they're always on, where they want to reach level 3 and plop down a big Ethereal Slime and follow up with a Storm Slime. But the Kongming deck in general, its HP pool is very minimal. You're sitting about 19 at level 1 Kongming. You're not running the Serene Spirit as other 3-visit Razor Guild decks were, because you don't have Wind enabled on your level 1. So you really have to be careful on the early damage you take, as you need that HP buffer to be able to survive a Storm Slime burst and the Ethereal Slime swing. So you may be seeing some early Veiling Breezes, or perhaps some Zephyrs in response to some attacks, just to prevent that damage from being dealt super early. We do see a developed turn 1 Razor Gale, which is so strong, because now, from this point forward, any card that draws or digs is also going to deal 1 damage, and Win Kongming loves to play multiple cards in a turn. So that is going to add up very fast. And we even see an imbued Windmill Engineer. So this is activating card for 2, dealing 1, and then it will also get to swing for 1. So you're just pretty much doubling down on your damage and effect value of the card itself.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. And turn 1, Razor Gale is fantastic. Is what you want to see, absolutely. Because from now on, you're just chipping in for a lot of damage. If I saw currently Windmill, one of the cards imbued for Windmill was a Slime Shield. How do you feel about slimes in that deck and in this matchup?
Gotcha. Yeah. So a lot of decks are running a slime package. It is very interesting that when decks have sort of adopted this. You run 4 baby greens, 4 baby grays, the slime shields, and it's a self-contained draw engine, especially with ASIM protectors as well in a list. You can bounce back those baby grays multiple times. You can reclaim them to your hand and be able to filter through your deck as much as possible. And it's sort of a reason why Baby Gray has been put to Category 2 on our ban and restricted list, because it enables so many strategies for decks that aren't just Sylvie Slimes itself. It creates a weird sort of slime package that can be fit into any win deck that you want that extra card draw and benefit from it. So I'm a big fan that people are experimenting that way, but I do find out that that is kind of a little too strong in certain decks, and the reason why it made it to category 2.
Yeah, yeah. So that's a very very good as a serpent, and it's definitely very true. Is that a agua that was played there? It's why it wouldn't be. Sure, it cannot be because there's no shifting currents yet, right?
Uh, Correct. Yeah, he just got the shifting currents here now from going into Kongmi 1.
Uh, in that case, I'm.
Alrighty, so we do have Kongming developing the Mnemonic Charm. Very interesting card because with the addition of drawing to memory, but you also get the Empower 2 when you go ahead and banish that. It allows Kong Means to push up higher levels. For taking a look at some cards that could be affected by that, you have um, really only one card to really take advantage of that, which is Indolent Leisure. It's just another draw source at this point for the deck. A lot of these cards you want to be able to replace themselves, so you filter through the deck as fast as possible without actually going down on influence, because it's all about maintaining the cards in hand to be able to react to your opponent and be able to benefit off this Razor Gale. But we do see the clean level up into Sylvie level 2 from the 2 slimes in the graveyard that were discarded by that Baby Red. Slime Sylvie decks love a Baby Red early game just to really allow a filtering of the deck. You get to discard that floating memory, so you're not being forced to get stuck with it in hands. And, allow a much better transition. However, it does do one thing where if you get stuck with advanced element slimes and not your floating memory slimes in hand, it gets that awkward moment where you want to filter your deck, but you don't want to discard your late game win cons. But so far, Death at War doing a great job seeing the cards that they're needing to see and looking for a strong line of play here. I'm perhaps considering a dungeon guide with the way cards are being put down into memory.
Yeah.
Yes, perfect. And with that dungeon guide going into 3, Clem, are we going to see a storm slime or an ethereal slime?
I think both are very possible. Unfortunately, we did not see the hand here, right? So we can't quite tell, but it could also be like a limitless slime, though they have lost a lot of limitless slimes. So it would be a bit unexpected. Like play set of limitless, like 3 limitless slimes coming out here. But both of those are very strong picks, though I feel like an ethereal slime is more likely here. It is more damage. It's guaranteed to stay there for longer, for the time being. Slime eruption.
Yeah, so that slime
Eh,
eruption getting discarded for that additional 1. Um, Gonna buff up that red slime there as well. And this is sort of the HP pool that we were initially talking about. Kongmin already has 5 damage counters on her, total 19 health because she is a mage, and there is no spirit to release and heal there. So it's a very interesting spot to be in where you really have to minimize this damage now. And you are correct, that ethereal slime is hitting the board. We're banishing the scepter, getting that out of here, not going to be needing it this game, drawing a card, getting additional buff counter, and the slime player seems very much in control on the board. Swinging in right here for 5 with Ethereal. Kong Ming, if you haven't Veiling Breeze at this point, you really are considering the odds of you've already taken damage, might as well take this, which they do. Meph and X going up to 11 damage counters on their champion. One Razor Gale on the field with Sylvie only having 4 damage is very suboptimal. You really wanted to see a second Razor Gale to start putting that pressure. So it's going to be about board clearing now and maintaining that life total. Oh, we now see the Veiling Breeze here. And I believe
I'm always torn whenever someone plays Wailing Breeze and they reveal more here they reveal 7 wind cards, right? When the damage they need to block is 5, and even in banishment there's not more than 5 slimes. I feel like giving that extra information to your opponent can be quite detrimental, because that just more information. They know what you have in your hand. They know what you have in general. And I think that is personally, I don't think that's the play here, because you know that they can't deal more than 5 damage at once. So you just want to block that 5 and not give away too much, especially if you have your wing cards in hand, because then they will keep up protection and they'll just protect themselves, play around what you have. That can be very rough.
Yeah, the protection and playing around it, it's so hard to tell what your opponent actually has in their hand. There's so many like variety of options, and you said it eloquently there. Is just like you just have to try and play around it, and if they have it, they have it, and there's not much you can do. But the aggression from the ethereal slimes really helps, and we do see the 3 visits. This is part of that damage mitigation and the game plan that we talked about, I believe, in round 2 or round 3 here. That healing 2, glimpsing 2 to get further in the deck, and now with that Razor Gale calling, it does deal 1 damage as well. Not as effective due to the Rada on the 3 visits, but it is still going to be adding up. Sylvie now at 6. And they materialize a Ventus, Staff of Zephyrs. This card is super cool because whenever you activate a mage spell, you get a counter on the staff. 3 counters you can use to suppress an ally, which goes ahead and turns on your Tempest Downfall combo for the kill, which Kong Ming relies on a lot. Or you can tap, rest it, remove 1 refinement counter to get an enlightenment counter, and 3 of those will allow you to draw an additional card. And Kong Ming loves drawing cards, especially in a Razor Gale deck when you're playing multiple in a turn. So a perfect setup here. It is something to keep in mind though, it is only mage spells that give you a counter. The skills like Scout the Land do not. So that is something that both the player who has Ventus and the opponent should be aware of when it comes to that.
Yeah. And there is an imbued Windmill Engineer. You'll have to see that. Same cards that we saw before. It immediately goes and chips in, attacks 1 damage to face, I believe. Which is I find the Razor Gale as a card wonderful. Oh, and there is the Cyclical Breeze getting back the Veiling Breeze, which means another turn for Meffin there to survive. With their board, it's pretty scary. 1 Razor Gale, like you said, might not be enough, might not be that scary, but if they get to survive, it can add up with the chip damage from the allies and from the Veiling Breeze itself as well. It's that one can be a lot. And with Ventus, it's just a lot of little things that add up to be something very big and something scary and lethal.
Indeed. And with the Cyclical Breeze on Meffin X's side, getting back that Veiling Breeze, it's sort of the plan now of survive the onslaught of slimes by just veiling every turn, getting counters on Ventus off of the Cyclical Breeze, and just trying to like stabilize, because there's really nothing you can do against this lineup of ethereals, because you want to save your Tempest Downfalls for hitting Sylvie directly, and those big like damage bursts is super strong. So you don't want to waste that on a slime. So if you can veiling every turn, or probably for the next 2 turns to allow that, it really sets you up for success in this situation. And I love how these shifting currents, once when Kongming players get it, it just turns west and stays west for the rest of the game. Because the card Bagua really only cares about the one mode, and that is Glimpse 3, draw a card. And it's just so funny to see because, you know, other Kongming decks spin that around and you get a bunch of cool combinations. But in this particular one, it's due west and that's it.
Yeah,
Yeah. We do see a swing in here with the baby red slime discarding the baby green slime. And now, Clem, I do want to ask you here are you now, with knowing there's a Veiling Breeze, do you want to start trying to play towards like a double storm slime option instead of filling the board?
I think filling the board can be wonderful here because you really want to build it up, and then once they don't have the protection, the Veiling Breeze or anything, then you just want to push as much damage as you can and just kill them in one turn. That's what I really realized, and that's what I felt like worked best for these allies decks against Razor Gale decks, is that just building your board up and trying to one turn kill them when they don't have the protection. And it seems like Meffin went for the Fairy Whispers there, found another Razor Gale, then played the Veiling Breeze for exactly 5, and blocked the damage from the Baby Red, which also means here that Death at War can very comfortably just remove all of the allies that Meffin has on board without, you know, losing out on much value, as they cannot hit face anyways. They can't deal more than 5 damage there.
Yeah, Veiling Breeze is such a strong card. It is so good in these win strategies. You play cards for your turn, draw more cards into memory, and then Veiling Breeze just goes, hey, you were rewarded for playing cards. Here you go. We'll prevent that damage. We do see Death at War, Blissful Calling, finding a 1 Storm Slime in the hand now. And that is always a scary thought, to see your opponent grab that. Now you're like, how many do they have in their hand? Are they going to try and do a big Storm Slam? I do see the dice on 5, I believe, in the bottom right corner there for slime count. And that is a number you always want to pay attention to. Additionally, the number of slimes in the graveyard, because once they reach 4, they will go ahead and get the avatar and banish 4 more slimes. And that's almost doubling the power of the Storm Slime by itself, which is so strong and so good. And Meffin X really respecting that option, materializing the amulet for the turn, and being like, okay, if you go this Storm Slime route, I'm prepared. I'm going to prevent 4 of this damage. And then following it up with a second Razor Gale Calling. Now this is where the deck really hits like full stride in the momentum. Every win card that played is going to be dealing 2 damage, and Kongming's going to consistently start filtering it through. Like, they're going to be playing 2 to 3 cards a turn. That's 4 to 6 damage. Sylvie's already at 16. 10 life remaining. Only 10 more damage counters can be put on this champion before that's game. And the only healing Sylvie really runs is Gather Slimes. That's reliant off the top cards of your deck. And Meffin can already respond to that by dealing more damage with Razor Gale Calling. What do you think is going to be the out Death at War is going to be looking for against this double Razor Gale setup?
This it's very rough. However, if Meffin has no way to protect himself here, it's basically game no matter what, right? Because there's just so much damage on board currently that it's absolutely over. Even if Meffin can only prevent one of those, even then Death at War can hit through with the Storm Slime there, as they use the Slime Eruption to bring out the Erratad Stone Scale Band, which costs 1 now. So they are their Storm Slime is hitting for 6, dealing 6 damage on enter, and then another 3 on attack. And it's a lot. It's unless Miffin has another Veiling Breeze, it's very rough. Or he plays a Bagua. So he's going to Glimpse 3 and draw a card there. Putting 1 on top, 2 on the bottom of his deck. Drawing the card he put on top. Assuming it's safe to assume it's a Veiling Breeze, it is. It gives him the protection to survive another turn. That's the deck, right? I feel like that is what it all relies on. Just keep off as much damage as you can, survive forever, and then slowly with every Veiling Breeze, you deal 1 damage minimum to your opponent. And Sylvie's already on 20 damage counters. 5 and it's over. We go to game 2. It's very scary. And this is the power of that deck. It's amazing into allies, as we saw all of Toronto, as we can see right now. If you just have 1 Veiling Breeze, it's enough. Basically, the moment you have 1 Veiling Breeze, your deck starts playing 8. Be it Cyclical Breeze, you can just get it back every turn. It's very powerful.
It is. It's such a staple card, to put it lightly. There, it's the card. It feels so good playing it, especially not only when it prevents damage, but when it deals damage as well with Razor Gale. You're having best of both worlds, and we do see Death at War, Baby Gray Sliming, revealing 2 Storm Slimes, and drawing a card there. They did go for a very cheeky materialization of the Stone Scale, as you mentioned, activating Stone Scale to give your next ally fast activation, and then the on-enter trigger of Stone Scale of discarding cards from your memory will go off. So they did that, drew the 3, and Meffin, really expecting a big play here, went ahead and preemptively Veiling Breeze just to save them this turn. That Stone Scale is now tapped, so we don't have to worry about any fast activation Storm Slimes. And Death at War sitting at 20 damage counters, and Meffin at a cool, nice 5. And it's really starting to look like it's just general procedure cleanup here. Very surgical extraction of damage. Going to be playing cards, pinging 1 at a time, and then going from there. Death at War, though, not out of it completely yet. Going to be digging in, filtering, and finding the baby green slime. That is a target for Ventus, or also alternatively the Safeguard Amulet, and it does have fast activation. So that is something to keep in mind if Death at War is able to survive this 1 turn. And then pretty much pre-recollection, fast activate the green slime, and then fast activate with Stone Scale Band a storm slime will really prevent that Safeguard Amulet from being effective.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And we can see Ventus paid off there. Kongming got the 3 Enlightenment counters, got 1 whole card off of all of the wind spells, wind mage spells there. Which brings Miffin's influence to a lot. Going for the Fairy Whispers, which is 2 damage. And let's see what Death at War has under that Quicksilver Grill. They banished it in response to the Fairy Whispers activation, which still goes on the stack. So Meffin can respond to that and kill Death at War on the stack with some wind cards there. Let's see what they do here. It's looking like Miffin is thinking about what to play there. We're going to. This is a very tough spot, right? It's definitely, you have to play perfectly here to to do everything well. Uh,
We see the
it
Bagua.
is another Bagua, which is Glimpse 3 draw, which will resolve, it can resolve, and then he can still play the card he draws. That is another 2 damage from that Fairy Whispers, which would put Death of War at 24.
Holy damage. Another
And another Fairy Whispers. Oh my god. They have it all.
What a chain of events. Holy moly, Clem. Like, you were talking about what was happening. I was looking, and it was just Fairy Whispers, Bagua, Fairy Whispers, Fairy Whispers. I'm like, they just had everything they needed in that like fast activated moment. And that's the power of Razor Gale and why it's so strong. Menfin was just trying to draw cards, go through their deck, but every time they do that, they deal damage. And that's why that deck was so potent and prevalent, is because not only do you get rewarded for playing the game, you also are dealing damage to your opponent, which is advancing the game plan itself. So it feels really good to sort of like, I wouldn't say solitaire, but you're just mostly there like, I'm just going to look at cards, play some cards, draw them. Oh, you're taking damage? Okay, that's fine by me. Opposed to like the slime deck where it's really working hard to go ahead and deal damage to you.
Yeah, basically every card you play, you don't even have to really do anything with the cards you draw. You just can dig forever and protect yourself forever. And the Razor Gales will do the damage for you. You literally don't have to interact with your opponent at all other than the Razor Gales. And then just have fun, live in your little pillow fort. Don't interact, just stay calm. Let's get into the sideboards here for game 2 though. What do you think is going to come in for Slime Sylvie, Death and War?
Ooh, good question here. So being Slime Sylvie, you lose the ability to run elemental cards, so you lose access to some good removal. But I do see 3 Mystic Purifiers in the sideboard. These are a 2 activated cost ally that when on enter, if you pay an additional 2, you get to go ahead and take care of one of those Razor Gales on the field. So super strong against the specific matchup. But the problem is they're not a slime. So if you get clogged up with them in your hand, it doesn't help your storm slimes. You can't grab them off blissful calling, things like that. Along with scavenging raccoons, those have to come in. We saw how strong those were in Cabin's list and how impactful they were. And this is going to be the same thing. If you see a Veiling Breeze in that graveyard, you eat it up and get it out of here. But on the Win Kong Ming side, what do you think is going to be brought in against slimes?
Ooh, it's hard to tell because the deck by default is so wonderful against allies. I think the Dream Fairies can definitely work. Stifling Trap can also be very good. But overall, I feel like that's it because you really don't want raccoons here. Because they just add to the Storm Slimes. It does stop Gaia's Blessing from getting there, but it also just adds the 2 damage to the Storm Slime, which in this matchup you might not remove the allies at all. So you're not too worried about the graveyard filling up. It's very likely that it won't even happen, so I don't think that would be good. However, Stifling Trap and Dream Fairy are some cards that are wonderful, and you're always very happy to see them.
Yeah, Stifling Trap seems super strong as well against the Sylvie deck, because if they try and get greedy with a dungeon guide, you can really punish that. And you're mostly passing your turn with 4 or 5 cards in hand, which will really like have your opponent consider if it is worth running their dungeon guide into that potential Stifling Trap.
Yeah, yeah, it is very scary.
I do believe you do just elect to go first here if you are Death at War. Being on the playing game, that first materialization is so important for level 3 decks. Kong Ming does not care as much about going first or second, as their plan is going to be develop the Razor Gales and play some cards. They only materialization they really need is to just get Kong Ming 1 to get the shifting currents to face it west to allow Bagua to do its actual job in the deck. But other than that, they can stick on Spirit for as long as they need.
Yeah, absolutely. Like if they don't see the bog was going to level 1 is not too relevant for them, and they don't even go any higher than level 1 here. They just want the mage bonus, and they want their shifting currents. But it's absolutely optional here. They're not forced, and Sylvie does go first. They do go for that first to level up, first to materialize. They really need the speed here, because if they don't level up in time, it can be over very quickly. Like if Kongming has double Razor Gale, it's over. 8 influence is scary because they can play a Razor Gale and then play a Windmill after for 2 damage immediately. But it's like you have to pick between being first to level or giving that extra card to your opponent. And here, absolutely, you want to be first to level so you can play your Storm Slimes fast. You can play your Ethereal Slimes and start getting in for that damage.
Exactly on that point. And we just, speaking of Storm Slime, saw that Storm Slime being grabbed from the Gather Slimes there. And
Yeah.
it is such like, I'm very curious what's in Death at War's hand, because you saw a Baby Red in there as well, and we saw how strong Baby Red is early game, and like I wonder why they didn't grab it there, or maybe they have a different plan. But a Baby Red putting pressure on Kongming early seems like such a good option, especially because it can discard that floating, filter your deck out more. But man, Menfin X opening up with a Razor Gale Mnemonic Charm on going second with 8 cards allows you to just develop both those to the board, Mnemonic Charm replacing itself, and you're going to be waking up and drawing with, I believe, 7 cards total in Influence. It's so crazy that a deck like this can just plop that down turn 1 and be fine the next turn.
Yeah. It is very scary to see that. If you are Death at War, because you can have flashbacks to the previous game. However, he gets to level up, losing an Escape the Wreckage, and immediately has that Baby Red, discarding a Limitless Slime, which will allow them to easily level up next turn. With that 3/2 is still pretty scary, right? The consistent 3 damage is amazing from Baby Red, and it's also something that is definitely not to be scoffed at. And then Meffin gets the GCR, which means they probably don't have any Bagwas right now, or just don't want to lose a card to level up. But they're in a very comfortable position with the 1 Razor Gale. Very big influence because Mnemonic Charm replaces itself. Now they have the Fairy Whisper, reveal the Slime Shield. Also went neutral on that. Baby Gray, one of those cards will definitely be a Slime Shield. 2 Slime Shields. Revealing 2 Slime Shields. That's so powerful. That is. That's a move. You're not the only one playing slimes here. Then a Windmill Engineer. All the little chip damage here. Revealing a 3 visits, and
That's a cyclical, I believe.
You are the expert on the Razor Gale after all.
Well, shade aside here, the double Slime Shield seems super strong, just sort of like saying I'm the slime deck at this point, and with the amount of slime cards that they have, and advancing a Baby Gray and a Windmill Engineer on your board that same turn you played or the next turn after you played a Razor Gale, maintaining that influence, dealing the additional chip damage, that was 2 damage in total, 1 from an attack and 1 from the Razor Gale, just because one of those did swing into the Baby Red, removing off the board, which is a super good play, because if that sticks around for much longer, it's going to dump more floating memory and more slimes into that graveyard, and just make a headache for Menfin to get around. But we do see Sylvie going into a Forest Cake here now. One of those cards that you probably are never upset to play. It replaces itself, draws a card, and it can set you up for your level 2. It does set 2 down, so that is a strong level up from there. And if you're perhaps saving like a baby green in hand, you can fast activate to bounce it. But we see another baby red. Will it be eating the cake?
It seems not. Baby red is just such a wonderful card. It was that play here from Meffin to remove it because it dumps float, it draws you cards, it's a lot of damage, especially if you have fire cards, fire slimes or fire cards to discard to it. It's hitting for 4 potentially. With the buff counter, it's hitting for 3 guaranteed, and it's very scary to see. So it was definitely the play for Meffin there to remove it. Now he's absolutely Meffin's going here for the maximum influence route to just get as many cards in hand and then just pop off, string together all of the wind cards in one hand, one turn. And then once he gets that second Razor Gale, it's practically over with the amount of cards he has in hand. We know he has 3 visits, which can just come back every turn. And plays another Mnemonic Charm. That's a possible Empower 6. Pretty scary there. You never know what you're going to see from your opponent here. And then it seems they're going to they asked Death or War for their graveyard, possibly bringing in the Scavenging Raccoons, possibly having one in hand, so asking what they could take out from the graveyard. Playing a 3rd Mnemonic Charm is crazy. It's like almost a playset out there. And yeah, Death of War going to Sylvie level 2. Unfortunately, they do not have a slime anymore, so they do not get to draw. However, they did go up from the 2 limitless slimes that they discarded with the baby reds, so they did not lose too much from that level up. Possibly holding a Dungeon Guide in hand and then going to level 3, trying to kill Meffin this turn. 10 damage is not that impossible to do with Sylvie. If they have 2 Storm Slimes, if they have a Storm Slime and an Ethereal Slime, it is very possible. If they do go for the Dungeon Guide level up this turn. And it's very possible that is what is going to happen here. It's what you want to see, right? Oh, they go for the Limitless Slime. So Limitless Slime currently is a 2/3 with Floating Memory, which is interesting. I am.
Looks like a discussion of life totals, perhaps. I do believe saying, okay, there was a Fairy Whispers played, activated, but it may have been a missed Razor Gale trigger if Memphin didn't mention it. And I think that might be the communication between the 2 players here. Don't want to speculate too much on it. However, I feel like that is where the 3 and the 2, as we see in the bottom left life counter there, going back and forth, is sort of discussing, talking about what allies attacked into where. We do know one cleared the baby red, one did attack Sylvie directly. And going back and forth. Razor Gale is a triggered ability where you do have to mention that it does happen and assign your damage. If you do not do that, then it is a what you would call a mistrigger, and the ability, I'm not sure if the proper term would be like fizzles out, but it doesn't generate. It doesn't happen, and you can't retroactively say it did because you missed that opportunity when it was presented.
Yeah, I see. It seems that it was sorted, and it seems that the 3 damage stayed on Sylvie, and all the life totals are correct. Miffin's going to play another Fairy Whispers. We saw last game that card was the savior of the deck. That's what got the win in the end. And is that a new reclaim I see?
It is.
It seems depending on yeah, okay, so it seems that they're going to reclaim the Windmill Engineer, as one does in this situation. So it seems that the Limitless Slime attacked into the windmill. So in response, they reclaimed it. And now... Oh, Death at War went for the raccoon there. Unfortunately, there wasn't too much that they could take. Obviously, Reclaim is a fine pick. But it's not doesn't have the same effect as taking away a Veiling Breeze from Kongming there. And the raccoon attacked into the baby gray slime, just clearing the board as much as possible. Mefin going into Kongming level 1 here. So possibly has the Bagua. Probably, most likely has the Bagua there to get the value off of it. They have a lot of cards. They have 9 cards in their memory. Finishing 1. And quite upside down art is playing with me. It's hard for me to make it out, but they are imbuing another Windmill Engineer. Well, they're imbuing the reclaimed Windmill Engineer with those 2 Slime Shields, which will deal 1 damage from the activation of the windmill, and then they are thinking about what to attack here. Possibly trying not to put too many animal or beasts in the graveyard, so that once Death at War levels up, they cannot get the free Gaia's Blessing out.
Mm-hmm.
That is most likely what they're pondering.
Yeah, and also just consideration of, do you push damage directly to Sylvie? Because if you trade for board state, it requires a little bit more patience in the hopes that Sylvie doesn't have answers. But if you deal direct damage, you're putting on that clock a little bit faster. That Razor Gale is gonna be a little bit quicker in defeating Sylvie here. But we do see an Ace Protector, so going for the full board control route, want to make sure that it is clear, there are no allies there whatsoever, and the only one standing is that Ace Protector. And we do see a huge amount of cards in memory. We have 7 of them, and still, I believe, 3 in hand. So 10 total influence, and a Veiling Breeze would just shut down a level 3 Sylvie turn here. So really curious to see if that is what Memphin is sitting on, or if it's sort of a hopes that Death at War does not call the bluff and go all in on this turn here.
Absolutely, and it's very funny how it's very back and forth. So one of them builds up a board, the other takes care of it, and then it flips around immediately. It's whoever's turn it is has the board, and then they're just keep trading. However, it's a lot more advantageous for Mephin to be doing that, because every card they activate also still deals the damage to Sylvie, while Sylvie can only deal damage through her allies. So I feel like in this exchange, this back and forth, Mephin is the one ultimately winning if they just keep on trading boards like that. It seems that Death at War is going for that level 3. Not, I mean, here you have to. It doesn't matter if they have the Veiling Breeze, you still have to go for it. Force them to have it. I feel like that's the play, because you cannot do too much about it. If they have it, they have it, but you still have the allies on board. However, that Asen is very, very scary, and the Ethereal would be the best play here for Death at War, which is indeed what they do. With 3, possibly 4 buff counters. Obviously, they go for the banish and draw for that beefy 6/6 ethereal slime with stealth. Even if it didn't have stealth, the ASIN would not be enough to remove him. Banishing a Horn of Beast Calling, which is, I feel like it's interesting because obviously it costs 1. However, it's such a wonderful tool that you get to draw a card, you get to reduce the cost of a beast. It's basically like a mini Sylvie without the buff counters. So it's an interesting pick. I wouldn't have expected that. I would have expected something else. Oh, and he does have the Storm Slime. Let's see if Meffin has the answer for it, counting slimes currently in Banish. 3? It seems that there were 3 slimes in Banishment there. So that is a total of 6 damage from that one Storm Slime. And Meffin, Death Award just passes the turn back to Meffin. We know that Meffin has 2 slime shields, which can prevent possibly 6 damage, plus 4 from the safeguard amulet for another storm slime. So I feel like he's in a pretty comfortable spot currently. And oh, he does have the pre-rec 3 visits, I believe, because he did get safeguard. So we're in his turn before recollection. Putting 1 on top, 1 on the bottom of his deck for the glimpse. Oh, never mind. That did not resolve the glimpse yet, but he did end up going 1 on top, 1 on bottom, and recovering 2 from the effect. Recollecting, drawing for turn. They're sacrificing a mnemonic charm to get the level 3 effect of Indolent Leisure, allowing them to draw 1 card into hand, 1 card into memory. You have to first draw to hand, then to memory. The order is pretty important here. You can't just go willy-nilly. Another Indolent Leisure. The only unfortunate part here is that it does not trigger Razorgale Calling, because it's only for wind element cards. However, he does go +1 with every single Indolent Leisure there. So it's not too bad. Especially if he has the Veiling Breeze in hand. He's in an extremely comfortable spot in that case.
Yeah, I do feel like there is a Veiling Breeze in hand. There is 9 damage and on board between the 2 allies currently Death at War has, and Meffin only has 9 remaining damage counters available to them on their champion. So it does make a lot of sense here that you're just filling up that memory as much as you can for one big Veiling Breeze turn here. I do also want to mention that Meffin last turn failed to move the shifting currents westward, and okay, we just see that now as well, moving westward. So if there was a Bagua in hand, it was not going to be as effective as it could have been due to just that error of forgetting to shift the currents. And once again, that just brings us back to like the activated triggered abilities of cards. You want to make sure you remember them as much as you can, because currents facing north compared to currents facing west can mean a big difference for this kind of deck.
Absolutely. But you remember this time, so the Bagua is possible. Meffin, with that many cards deep into his deck, he has to have a Veiling Breeze. I would be very surprised if he didn't, because it's just so much that it's hard to miss. However, so he does have the Veiling Breeze. It is possible to miss. It's not impossible, but you would hope to have it. I wonder how many cards they're going to reveal here. The 2 Stifling Traps. The Bagua. They're going to reveal the 2 Slime Shields. With Windmill. And I wonder of the 3 visits. And I wonder if they just revealed all the wind cards, or if they revealed as much as they thought they needed.
Oh,
So
that's a
that
good question.
was 6, I think. So it's exactly as much as the Ethereal Slime is, which is a wonderful play. And Death Hour is just gonna gather some slimes because they can't do much this turn other than develop their board. Ooh, they got a baby gray, and that is it in terms of slime allies, I believe, which is unfortunate. However, that gives them a higher chance of running into more of their advanced element slimes as the turns go on, if they survive long enough. Because Mephin's influence is, once again, a lot. So it's a very, very scary spot to be in. They play Death of War goes for the baby gray slime. Just to draw that extra card, dig a little deeper. Then Mephin end of turn goes for the 3 visits, which will deal 1 damage. Or once it's recollection as well, because he materialized the Ventus. So in recollection, they are going for the 3 visits. However, they haven't yet paid for it. So they have to pay for Ventus first, and then they can activate the 3 visits. We are I am it's always interesting when people are so excited, so focused on the game that they just miss paying costs, or same with Dungeon Guide. You have to really pay attention to how you sequence and do things. You shouldn't forget to pay costs and do all of that, like, play the game properly. So it does seem that everything was resolved. There is a glimpse. Mephin played a turbocharge, drawing 2 cards off of it. Now he played a Bagua, getting to glimpse and draw and deal a damage. Razorgill is just wonderful.
So good. Getting everything you want out of that one there. And we're sort of just talking about it's a game of inches. That 1 extra damage from Razorgale when you're playing that Bagua matters so much as you're trying to just close out the game here. 13 damage left on the Sylvie. Still only 1 Razorgale, but a mass amount of influence in Menfin's hand right now. Oh, and we're going to see the Dream Fairy going to be hitting this Ethereal Slime, removing it off the board. So getting further and further away from that lethal board state. And that 3 visits that we initially saw played 2 turns ago has done so much for this Kong Ming. It's already recovered 4 for this champion, and then glimpsed an additional 4 cards, setting up Menfin in a very favorable spot this turn right now. And I think they're out of Storm Slime range, if I'm correct as well, Clem. I think you said there was only 3 slimes in that banishment zone?
Yeah, if I saw it correctly from when they played that first Storm Slime, it was dealing 3 damage to Mephin, unless there was something missed in terms of damage prevention. I believe it was only 3. That is a Beast Bond Boots, which is wonderful here because Razor Calling is a spell and it does target the champion. So Beast Bond Boots does stop the 1 damage from it. Needs Mephin has to take care of it right now, or take care of the slime allies. Currently, it's a tough spot to be in, but it's still very, very easy to figure it out. And Death of War allies there for allies there for the Gaia's blessing. Yeah, Beast Bomb Boost not only stops Razor Gale from dealing damage to Sylvie, it also forces Mephin to target themselves with the Razor Gale calling, because they do have to pick a valid champion or a valid target if there is one. And their champion is still very much a champion.
Yeah, it is a valid target for you to go ahead and select there, which is unfortunate in some circumstances that you are a valid target as well. But it at least gives a double-edged sword sort of style. Spell Shroud is a very good mechanic in Grand Archive because it pretty much says you cannot target me, touch me with any spell that you have. And the game makes a very clear distinction between actions and spells and skills. You really like there's a fine line between what each do. It also prevents the Tempest Downfall combo, and that's one of Menfin's main ways to kill is suppress an ally, then free cast some Tempest Downfalls to go for game. But these boots are sort of a preliminary, like, hey, you will not be able to get that going on this turn. You at least have to expand some resources before you try it again, which buys that one additional turn is perfect enough for Sylvie decks to add more cards to the banishment zone for the slime count, dig a little bit deeper for more slimes. As we saw, the Gaia's Blessing was activated with the alternative activation cost of banishing 4 allies from the graveyard and playing with the top card of your deck now revealed. Unfortunately, hitting unplayable allies with a Blissful Calling, but still setting up really strong. And here we see a developed Lustrous Slime going to be entering with 3 counters on it. That's a chonky little slime right there.
Yeah, it's definitely big. They have to take care if they cannot take care of the Beast Bomb Boots on their own, they have to take care of the Lustrous Slime first before attacking anything else. We are nearing overtime, like nearing the end of round, very much. So they're getting very scary. Death of War has to win very soon if they want this round to be at least a tie, because Mephin's influence is massive. So there likely is an answer in there for the Beast Bomb Boots. However, if there isn't, this game can go on for a bit longer because they very likely have protection. And then it can be over for there is the baby green slime. Wonder what it
Yeah, so the baby
it should
green
be for the
is...
boots.
Yeah, I was just about to say the boots is probably the biggest target here, but ooh, a Covenant of Thorns chilling underneath that Grail. I was not expecting that. I was kind of thinking it was Stone Scale Band for a combo play they were going for, but no, we do got Covenant of Thorns. Makes sense why they developed that strong lustrous slime there. That is going to be really hard to deal with. That's 8 additional damage counters for Sylvie, pretty much being the lustrous slime's total there. And then when Lustrous Slime does in fact head over to the graveyard, you do recover equal to the amount of counters, I believe, on the slime. So that is a healing 3 as well. So a pseudo 11 damage counter buffer for Sylvie at this moment.
Although we are, I believe, still waiting for the Covenant to be decided. I wonder what the discussion is here, because it depends on when the timing is, right? Because if this all of this is in response to the baby green, they can still choose the Covenant of Thorns, for example, to suppress. If it's in response to the on enter, it's only like then they already had to pick the target. So the Covenant would be safe here. Let's see what they targeted or how that stack is going to resolve, because I believe the Covenant is still on the stack. The activation of the Covenant from the Grail is still on the stack.
And I think it's resolved now.
Okay.
I believe that is
It's
now
resolved. Yeah.
Yes. We are
A lot of pointing happening.
a lot of discussion. There's a lot of stuff happening right now, a lot of moving parts. It's very important for Memphin as well because there is potential that they can go outright get the kill here. But it looks like the baby green was targeting the Grail, which
Grail?
forced the Grail to activate as the boots are still chilling on the field. Currently, we do see a cyclical breeze, which then generates another refinement counter on the Ventus, and we are.
I believe none of the Razor Gale triggers are resolving currently.
Yes, I believe you're correct. Or they are. They are just being dealt to the Lustrous Slime because it has the Covenant of Thorns on it.
True. I didn't see it being targeted. Oh, so Ventus was used to suppress the. It's a bit hard to track here. I believe it was used to suppress the Lustrous Slime. So it lost the Covenant of Thorns. And then at the end of turn, everything came. But how? What? I'm a bit. Yes, it was used on the Lustrous Slime. Yes, and it came back at end of turn. Or
Yeah, it was a very unique play. We had Ventus removing 3 refinement counters to suppressing an ally, targeting the Lustrous Slime. In response to that, the Beastbonded Boots were banished, giving Sylvie that Spell Shroud, and preventing any further Razor Gale triggers to go through from there. Then when Lustrous Slime enters, it does get its on-enter again, revealing the 3 slime cards we knew that were in memory, getting those 3 additional buff counters. But the important part is that Covenant of Thorns is gone, and those boots are gone. So Sylvie is vulnerable to spell damage, and that's something to be mindful of if you are Death at War, that you're probably going to have to push for a game on this turn. Kongmi is sitting at 12 damage counters in total. So that means that a Storm Slime, because I see 7 dice down there in the bottom right, a Storm Slime is enough to end the game if there is not a Veiling Breeze or if the Safeguard Amulet is responded to before that Storm Slime comes out.
indeed, we are going to see how it's going to play out. Oh, there's the Tempest Downfall, which is 3 damage plus 1 from the Razor Gale. And it gives Ventus an additional counter in case they need to suppress anything else.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Seems a very good card to have in that situation. I'm curious why there wasn't a Tempest Downfall initially at the end of turn when you could have activated it for free for suppressing that Lustrous Slime. Not sure if that may have been a misplay here, but it may have not been because you wanted to get additional cards down for a big Veiling Breeze. Let's count it together. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I believe. I'm not sure if you caught 7 or 8 there.
I believe that was 8, which is basically game here. There is Death at War doesn't have an out at that point because all the damage they could do that turn is just nullified by Veiling Breeze, and then they will just play any card and any wind card, and it's over. So that was an overtime 2-0 for Kongming there. You'd love to see that, honestly. Kongming doing well.
Alrighty, yeah, it was such a wonderful, like, close matchup. It didn't felt one-sided. You mentioned it during that game, but it's back and forth board control. Like, take out some allies, keep on trading and trading. But once again, the just passive damage over time with Razorgale really adds up. And before you know it, you're at that critical tipping point of, oh, I'm almost dead. Like, I'm within their lethal range, and I feel like they haven't really done much to me. So all their like kill cards are still in their hands. But alrighty. So I feel like we are going to be going over to a break here and getting ready for our round 5. So thank you all for joining us here. Please go get some water, hydrate, stretch those legs, and don't forget to subscribe to this channel as we head on over to break. Hello, everyone. I hope you had a quick, wonderful break, got some water, stretched those legs. I'm Valkyrie here, but I am now joined with none other than OnceInLuv. How are you doing today?
You know, it's been a bit of a struggle. Been suffering from the flu since casting at Ascent Toronto, which actually you were there playing the Razor Gale Vanitas deck, which was is great to see you, obviously. But I've been watching the games this morning, and so far the AMB Yeti regional has yet to disappoint. There's been some fantastic games, some great players on the stream, and I'm just looking forward to seeing another great game.
Oh, 100%. There has been so much gameplay going on, high-level caliber players on stream showing us why they're able to top Ascents, why they're able to play as consistently as they have before. And it's just one of those things that Uh, it's wonderful. The Yeti regionals allows all these players from around the world to go ahead and participate in that kind of tournament style. 143 players OnceInLuv. That is an insane amount of people here today with us. That's I was saying earlier. That's like a mini Ascent. I believe we almost hit that number in Houston for the first ever Grand Archive Ascent.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that over the course of a year, we've grown this game so much. And I say we in a very like endearing way. We are part of the reason that things grow, right? Being able to bring these broadcasts to you guys, being able to showcase the game to more people. Speaking of that, we are going to be showcasing a very interesting deck in the next round here. So we're going into round 5. We're going to be featuring a 3-0-1 on both sides. We have Neutral End versus Jujuwu. So we're going to see Water Diana versus Water Tristan, versus Wind Tristan. And the most notable thing that I saw is a card I have never seen anybody play in this game ever. It is Lena Doromegia's Herald.
Oh wow.
I'm interested to see what it does necessarily in the deck that makes it so valuable to run it. Because it's not like the classic Water Allies where people, well, I guess the new Water Allies where everyone's running a lot of uniques and then they're running the Juying and stuff. A lot of the time the normal unique allies are not like super strong unless they have really like strong effects on their own. But you know, in the wind variation of that deck, having Oath of the Sakura allows you to play as long as you have 3 unique allies. It doesn't matter if they're wind or not. So that one's like a little more flexible. But in water, it's not quite the same. It's a lot more difficult to find that niche balancing that you're looking for.
Yeah, it's very interesting card choice because it cares about looking at the top of your deck for Ranger ally and putting them to your hand. So like digs through, and when you sort of look at the list, you see a couple of like notable targets. One of them in particular is going to be that Carter Synthetic Reaper. This isn't just a Diana list that stays on water, goes 1-2. You're going level 3 to unlock that Umbra package because you have those Umbra cards you're wanting to play activate onto this field, getting the Carters, getting False Steps, Umbral Tides. So it's going to be really cool to see this deck work in action. However, there's one problem, and they're going to be facing down a Wind Tristan list. And this is a list that we've come to know and love ever since the Recollection decks. It is consistent. It can easily burst through defenses with slice and dices, or it can take you late game with a Shadow Strike. So you really have to be careful, and I want to see how Neutral End navigates this interesting list into a very well-established metagame Titan.
Yeah, we have a lot of flexibility here with the Wind Tristan list as well. In the sideboard, I'm seeing the 3 Sharpened Blades. I also see something that I'm a big fan of, but is not commonly played, is the Penumbra Waltz. It's actually a very effective way to find more damage, especially on turns with Sharpened Blade, where you can use it on the Shadow's Claw that you have. It ends up bringing in a lot more chip damage. It does have more counterplay with things like Veiling Breeze or Resolute Stand, but this does allow you to find different avenues of damage where you can go wider instead of just really tall with the big Shadow Strike.
Indeed, that is super correct. I'm checking the deck list here right as well for the Wind Tristan. It's something that I've sort of seen to the playstyles differ between. Do you run mainboard mastermind schemes or do you put those in the sideboard only? This one in particular is going to be that main boarded mastermind scheme. So that Shadow Strike is way more potent than the previous Wind Tristan list we have seen on stream.
Yeah, I'm also a really big fan of the main board mastermind schemes. I feel like you need it to turn on Shadow Strike, but additionally, it also gives you synergy with the Shadow Dancer, where you're able to use your prep counters. You can expend 2 of your prep counters to redirect an attack towards those ominous shadows. And that in itself, I think, is why it should be a mainboard card. But I do see value in running other things. Like the Sharpened Blade combo with Slice and Dice is very scary and potent. It allows for like a different kind of gotcha moment that can really, really push your opponent over.
Yeah, catches you off guard, or your opponent off guard is the best way to put it, is because everyone has basic Tristan math in their head. They're like Slice and Dice attacks for 9. If they have a weapon, that's going to be 11. Okay, I should be good at this life range. And then all of a sudden, Sharpened Knives adds 4 damage to that attack, and that's clearly enough to get you. But we do see Neutral End materializing a backup charger, and then getting a power cell, which is a really interesting card art they have there. It looks super cool and clean. Love to see that. And they can take advantage of it very well in their deck list itself. If I am looking at it correctly, they do have... Oh, maybe not. I may have been looking at the wrong list. They don't actually have a turbocharge in this list to get rid of that power cell. So that is probably just going to be chilling here on the board for a bit then.
There's also no targets for the power cell itself, like no automatons. We know that when it comes to the water die analyst, especially in allies focused ones, there's a couple different types of variations you can run with this. We've seen the self-mill automaton deck with the Dahlia, as well as like Desperate Dive. I think that one's really effective. I actually think you've played that one before, because I remember passing you off a Desperate Dive foil, and I was like, oh, he plays this deck. That's super cool. But Neutral End's going to go the other way. We're going to see Crystalline Archer come out here, and he's going to be using I believe on the attack trigger, he actually played a Lost in Thought to use the on attack.
Oh, so just get that filter through. The free activation of Lost in Thought's very handy. Gets that floating memory in the graveyard, allows the Crystalline Archer to then become distant, which is unfortunately not going to matter too much because the class bonus is, or range 3 is behind the class bonus, but you do get that draw. It's that filter that counts.
Oh, wait, actually, I was incorrect. We are going to see a Sea Spray Diver, so that is the automaton in the deck that can utilize the power cell. And the Sea Spray Diver here is going to be targeting that Reclaim, since the Crystalline Archer went for a Windmill Engineer. Jujubu went for the Reclaim, and then he's going to punish him on that. This is a really, really good play, and I think this is probably one of the most important water allies in the game right now.
100% there. And that Crystalline Archer swinging into the Windmill Engineer was very smart heads-up play. You either get to clear the board for free, or if they do have that Reclaim, you bait them into using it right away, so you can follow up with that Sea Sprite Diver. And now Diana, sitting at a very comfortable position, has the advantage on level up when it comes to materialization and influence, since they did go second.
Yep. You're going to have to figure out, basically, you have to develop a new game plan here, right? Initially, you want to use that floating memory you had. That was the plan to get to level 1, right? That was I'm going to get to level 1, maintain my influence, get the prep counters, start building up, and then go for a big kill. But Neutral End said, well, I know that was your plan, and I already had my own plan against it. He had the Sea Spray Diver ready. Fantastic on-enter banish target card in a graveyard. It's just so effective against these... I want to call them more greedy wind decks. I think a lot of people tend to play this wind combo Tristan to be a more greedy combo.
Yeah, they value value. They want to go for like consistent value every turn into one explosive attack rather than the setting up things like that. So I totally understand when you're saying like these greedier decks, they really try to squeeze like everything out of their cards, maximize as much as they can, and it can get punished so heavily if they don't see the combo pieces or if they're interrupted, as we saw here, missing that one floating, losing one card down in influence now, and perhaps you're not going to be able to play out your turn as you wanted to because that one card makes such a difference in Grand Archive.
Yeah, it really does. I was just thinking a black market broker would be fantastic in this situation. It would allow Jujubu to be able to deal with either the Crystalline Archer being a 1/2, I believe. I think it's a 1/2. So it'll be a lower stat line, easier to take out. And then the Sea Spray Diver itself is going to be a 3 health ally, 3 life ally there. So it's a little bit harder. Something worth noting in this matchup specifically, the Imperial Spy in Jujubu's deck list is generally a card that I feel is on the weaker side. It doesn't have enough damage to take out most of the things that you're going to see, like most of the allies. However, in this one specifically, it being able to kill the Crystalline Archer is valuable because on kill, get a prep counter is like a really good way to like ramp up your tempo in the game.
Puts you at that threshold for 4 prep counters for that level 2 Tristan so much faster, which feels really nice. The nice thing about Black Market Broker is the addition of the prep counter and the 2/3 body on board. However, we don't have 3 counters on Tristan, so it is still vulnerable to ally attacks. And I wonder if Neutral End's going to try and capitalize on this board control fight and get rid of the Black Market Broker before it's too late, which I think we do see here the Power Cell being banished on the Automaton. Automaton swinging in for now 4, enough to clear that Black Market Broker, even if there was a way to protect it. It is now out of the hands. I think Juju only has 1 card in hand as well, so sort of a free attack for Neutral End. And passing turn with a full grip of cards in hand, that's one thing water decks do best, is they can just make a play with allies on the board pass turn, and now you have to play around multiple instant speed interactions. And Juju kind of not fearing the Fracturize, going straight into the Windwalker boots.
Yeah, those fast speed interactions are really valuable in this matchup. Being able to play things like Escape the Wreckage, Fracturize, Frostbind. There's a couple other neat tricks we have here with Neutral End's deck. Some of them are in the Umber package. I do see with the False Step there. But Tactical Retreat is a card that I think is quite neat in these regards. It allows you to end a combat phase, but it's also a floating memory if you are a Ranger. So that does pair with a couple other of these unique cards. It does give Lena the distance if you want it. It gives Crystalline Archer the distance. But there's a lot of floating memory in here, and I think it's to enable the Frostborn Paladin and Crystalline Archer.
And speaking of which, you mentioned it earlier, and now we are seeing it in action here. That Imperial Spy swinging in or attacking in here. Tactical Retreat, very interesting decision choice here. Not only is it floating memory, it makes a unit distant and ends the combat phase. Acts just like Song of Frost, but you get that additional benefit of becoming distant, which matters a lot for this deck. The Lena, the Diana herself has range, so you want to be able to take advantage of that. And just getting rid of that on-kill trigger for that Imperial Spy feels so good. Now you have a clear setup into leveling up, if it wasn't behind Class Bonus floating memory, but it's still a good way to protect your ally here. And speaking of which, fast activated Fracturize.
I believe the Fracturize is in end step of Juju's turn. So Juju is after he goes say pass turn. He's going for the Fracturize. He actually might have used the Fracturize at the end of main phase before moving to end phase triggers to avoid the preparation counter from being gained. That is what it looks like, because we see 2 preparation counters on Tristan, which means 1 from the level and 1 from the Black Market Broker that was played earlier. We were denied the preparation counter from the on-kill effect. We're going to see a Surveil the Winds, potentially looking for a Zephyr here to target the boots to avoid the Fracturize.
I was sort of trying to chain this in response, getting that additional prep counter. But it looks like it is just going to go ahead and get Fracturized here. It could also be a consideration of maybe looking for another Surveil the Winds to activate that once more, getting 4 counters, then banishing the boots to be able to draw a card. Could have looked up for a play like that, but it is going to end up turning into a Fractal. Fractals are still good because they do generate 1 for your costs and activations each turn, but you would rather have that prep counter generation and the ability to draw a card later when it's actually needed.
Yeah, we saw in a lot of previous seasons, Caben talked a lot about taking out the Windwalker boots really early because he valued being able to get the prep generation on the same turn that you level up into Tristan 1. And this is the tough part, right? Because when you go into Tristan 2, you want to be able to have those 4 prep counters, draw the 2 cards for her on enter trigger. But fracturizing the boots here, not having a way to kind of fizzle the target of it, makes Jujuwu's game plan slower by yet again another turn. So we're going to see multiple things, right? The Reclaim being banished is a big one. That's definitely 1 turn slowdown, -1 influence. We're also going to see the loss of Windwalker boots early. So on top of lowering the prep generation and denying the level 2 turn to come earlier, you're also removing the potential for Jujuwu to draw a card later on when he has 5 or more prep counters. So everything the neutral end's done in this gameplay has been very, very, very responsive in a sense. He knows how Jujuwu wants to play, and he's forcing him to play the game differently. He's forcing him to hold more cards for interaction instead of allowing him to put everything down and play in a more greedy manner.
Yeah, It does look like neutral ends playing a classic water style. The sort of only play reactive, let your opponent make mistakes, and then you capitalize on it as much as you can. This dungeon guide into 2, though, is very interesting. Just looking at it here, I wonder if they're trying to hit a certain gun regalia in their material deck that they're wanting to grab, but it looks like Juju isn't going to let this dungeon guide slide here with you see a stifling trap coming down instantly, stopping this on enter effect.
Stifling Trap is definitely an interesting effect to use here. I think that Neutral End was probably going for a Blast Shot Pump play, because I don't see a Taser Shot in there, right? So Blast Shot Pump with the Cascading Round would be able to deal with the Imperial Spy, since that does have stealth. Otherwise, it's hard to say. Do you think that the Stifling Trap here is like really good value? It does save the Imperial Spy and it stops Neutral End from getting the 1 faster level up. But do you think overall in the matchup it is gonna help Juju find his like lethal lines faster?
I honestly think it is one of those. As a player, you see Dungeon Guide and you panic and you don't want it to go through, so you activate cards. But I don't think it's the most optimal play, as it doesn't really push the game plan as much for neutral end. And the Imperial Spy is not really pivotal to your own game plan as Juju. There are plenty other cards that can get you a preparation counter, like the Saudi we're seeing now. And the Imperial Spy is sort of just waiting to, I guess, deal damage to the opponent, because even Saudi has a better on-kill trigger than the Imperial Spy at this point.
Yeah, it's a little tougher in this situation. Something a little interesting though is I did actually see 2 more Stifling Traps in Jujubu's hand. I think he put one of them down, but not both of them. So he's probably going to level up with those next turn, given the opportunity. That's why he activated the Fractal instead of going for the Agility trigger.
Interesting. Okay. That is actually very interesting to keep those extra Stifling Traps in hand, because there isn't really much in the deck of neutral end that has like very strong on enters. I guess you could consider maybe Carters if you think this deck's going to level 3, but if you have no preconceived like concept of it, you probably wouldn't suspect a water allies list to be going to 3 and playing Carters. So maybe just really like wanting to stay defensive, reactive. If we've already seen one dungeon guide, they might have to go for that play again. But here we just see a hard level up into Diana 2, and we're going to lineage release our Diana 1 for the Blast Pump Shotgun. As you so eloquently said earlier, this is going to be able to start clearing the board, getting rid of that pesky stealth unit.
So we're going to see another floating memory banished here. It was from memory actually, so it wasn't quite a floating memory. When we're looking at this matchup, though, a lot of the time for water allies, we see like a Scepter focus. And if we're going to see Diana Duststalker, like the level 3 or any level 3 champion in that regard, it's usually going to be something that is meant for Scepter damage. But Neutral End actually doesn't run Scepter in his deck, which is something that I find very unique. Well, he runs it in the sideboard, but not in the main.
Yeah, it sort of changes your initial game plan. Scepter does put you 1 materialization behind the curve a lot of the times, and it feels like neutral is very much favoring a faster materialization step and game plan rather than taking that 1 turn off to deal damage. And I feel like that may lead into why he's decided to run the Lena in the deck itself, because it does help generate more value if you're able to keep it alive and be able to search the top of the deck for it every turn. Looking at top 4 for a ranger ally is very beneficial, especially if you could activate that 2 or 3 times.
So it looks like we are Zephyring the gun. So Diana is rested, which means that the attack declaration was made. So if the Zephyr is targeting the Blast Shot Pump here, then the Cascading Round being in the load zone would go to banishment because it can't be renewed. So in this situation, Neutral End would have lost the Cascading Round here. I think they're debating and deliberating that. Potentially a judge call could come through here. It's a little bit difficult if you don't know the actual gun mechanic. So when the bullet is in the load zone, it is like just a stat rock, essentially, is the simple way to think about it. The bullet moves to intent. Well, I'm incorrect here. So I keep thinking about Shadow's Twin, where it's stuck in the load zone. If he declared the attack, the bullet's actually an intent already, which means it's left the gun. and the renewable will trigger. So what happens is the Zephyr targets the Blast Shot Pump. The attack does not connect. No damage will be dealt. However, your champion will still be rested, and the bullet will be renewed and go back to your material deck.
Yeah, guns have very weird mechanics when it comes to like loading the different zones that they do enter, and then Shadow Twins does make it a lot more complicated there with being able to load additional bullets into to get that on-load trigger. And we are going to see Neutral End just swing in, deal some damage over to Tristan, and we comparing influence here. Tristan's sitting at I believe 8, opposed to Neutral End's 5. So right now, card advantage in Juju's favor, but stuck on level 1, so we are going to have to see a level up into level 2 here.
Ooh, dungeon guide. Interesting. So if your plan was to dungeon guide here, why would you lineage release early? I guess the Blast Shot Pump to remove the Imperial Spy is still like pretty good value. But overall, if you can bring out a Shadow Twin, I feel like there's more to play around with that. There isn't necessarily more to play around when you have when you're like afraid of Zephyr and stuff, and you don't have your own like deploy gun shield or any way to deal with that. But it's like a little strange in this regard. I think Juju was trying to figure out if he wants to expend 2 prep counters right now to use the Stifling Trap from memory. It would slow down his game plan, but it does stop Diana from going level 3.
Yeah, I feel like this may be like a mental battle game here because you do lose your on-enter effect of becoming distant for Diana as well. But I feel like this is I'm gonna dungeon guide, force you to Stifling Trap because you may be afraid of me going to level 3 here, and then go from there. Like if dungeon guide resolved and there was no Stifling Trap, Neutral End could have just been like, okay, I won't banish anything and we're good. And was just trying to like bait those prep counters, which I think successfully did. And now that Tristan level 2 is not going to be as optimal, drawing 2 cards.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see other materializations here. Juju still wants the value of that level 2. Personally, I think going level 2 and progressing your game plan might still be worth it. Losing 1 card overall after you banish 2, draw 1 is probably fine in this situation. Knowing that you've denied 2 dungeon guides from Neutral End, you know that like it's going to be hard for him to find the 3rd one. So he's probably not going to risk leveling up Raw here.
And a black market broker found from the Fairy Whispers. Gonna set up there. I think the board state is starting to get a little bit out of hand for Juju. There's 3 allies sitting here on board. Gonna have to maybe start playing a little bit of a cleanup crew. I'd like to see, there we go, the Saudi committed to the board, and then perhaps the black market as well, just to try and get rid of the dungeon guides, because this little 1 damage a turn coming from them is slowly adding up for Neutral End.
A lot of the damage coming in here from these 2 allies, Sadie and the Imperial Spy. They do swing, and they do hit for 2 damage each turn, so Neutral End's going to show 11 damage counters on his champion. He's about halfway to death here, only having an available life pool of 22.
Is Ranger level 222 matches the Cleric and the Mage? Yeah, so level 3 is only 25 as well for a total life pool, which really results in getting within slice and dice range, because 9 is that magic number. If we do get that 1 additional prep counter that can easily come from this Sadie by returning it to hand, activating the effect at the end of turn, then you are in a world of trouble, as there's really no defensive options sitting on the board. Gonna have to rely on something like the tactical retreat as we saw earlier.
Interesting here, Juju choosing not to use the Terrafring in Neutral End's Recollection. So he's not gonna... Yeah, he's not going to Terrafring, even though the Cascading Round came out this turn. So a lot of damage could come through. He does have 4 cards in hand for interaction. And the Fractal's used, so only influence of 4 overall. No, doesn't have 5. Oh, actually, sorry, he does have 5. Sorry, I thought he had 6 before, but the Fractal was used. Gonna see
then,
Freezing Round.
Is that a Fractal behind, or is that the... Oh, that's a power cell.
That's okay. The flipped over card is the power cell. The flipped over material deck card is the Windwalker boots that are Fractal now.
Okay, perfect. So no Fractals available to Juju here then. It is expanded. And we see the Blast Shot Pop coming in once more. Probably going to be hitting Tristan and the Imperial Spy. But let's see what we have of your response here. Juju returning the Saudi to hand. And I believe... hopefully neutral
it
end
looks like
did
the
not
damage
target.
connected here.
Yeah.
So it looks like the damage connected. So we're gonna see the damage onto Tristan. So that should be the blast shot pump damage to Tristan, and then the replacement effect from the on hit trigger of the blast shot pump will take out the Imperial Spy here. So it does bypass the stealth since it doesn't require you to target it. Target it on the attack declaration.
It is the ability of the weapon itself that allows you to do that. So it's not stealth does not prevent that there. Blast shot pump sitting at 1 durability left on that. And really curious to know why Neutral End decided to go with the loaded thoughts, or my apologies, not loaded thoughts, cascading round instead of the freezing round. Perhaps saving freezing round for a Shadows Twin on next turn. Or unfortunately, still not level 3 though. So could have pushed a little bit more damage in with that freezing round on Juju.
Yeah, it's neat because so overall it's the same damage. Both of these bullets have 2 damage, but if you're gonna take the gamble of the on-champion hit effect of freezing round to banish a card at random from memory and then return it at the beginning of the next end phase, or sorry, of their next end phase, you take the risk of, am I doing this so that he can't level up to 2, or am I doing this because I want to deal damage? I think the cascading round overall probably gives you more value because on hit you're allowed to mill, and because of the replacement effect of the blast shot pump, you get to mill for that as well. But Juju is gonna materialize an Assassin's Ripper here, banishing a Black Market Broker. So it looks like he might be going in for a potential Slice and Dice lethal. Needs to keep in mind that there are cards that deal with this. So Fracturize targeting the Assassin's Ripper needs to be activated before the Assassin's Ripper is activated due to the and the attack is dealt, due to the fact that Assassin's Ripper references its card name. It actually just gives the weapon +2 instead of +2. I'm not sure the best way to word this, but if you fracturize the Assassin's Ripper after it's included in the attack and it's been activated, it will still deal the same amount of damage.
Yes, and here we see that slice and dice play as we were talking about in that lethal range, and with the Assassin's Ripper really doubling down, because with just the Assassin's Ripper by itself, it would have been 11 damage, but adding the additional 2 means that's 4 extra damage coming in, so that's 15 damage in total if this slice and dice is able to fully activate and get the on-hit effect.
Yeah, so we're coming in for 6 here on the first attack. It's gonna be interesting, and I think that's just game. Yeah. Neutral End realizes it doesn't have anything to deal with that. There's no tactical retreat available for him. Even if he were to Frostbind the activation of Slice and Dice, I think he needed a second Frostbind to maybe get there. But there was really nothing else available to him, right? We don't have any Song of Frost because we're using tactical retreat for the floating memory. I don't think he had another Fracturize because he had already used one. He used one in the game and banished one at random from his memory. So he's on a lower kind of end of that, trying to figure out what he had available to him. Looking at the sideboard here, I'm fairly confident Scepter of Lumina is coming in. I think this is really important to find damage on Tristan, because Tristan is one of those champions where once they stabilize at level 3, it's very difficult to deal combat damage to them. You can use things like Blast Shot Pump. If you hit something, you're able to use the replacement effect to splash the damage onto Tristan. However, one of the biggest and strongest ways to push damage is just Scepter of Lumina, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're able to level up 3 times with the Scepter of Lumina, you're gonna deal 12 damage with that, 4 per level. And one of the big effects is if they want to kind of remove the damage that comes from that, they're gonna either have to use Zephyr to target it, they're gonna have to use a Veiling Breeze or something. Whatever it is, they're going to go -1 essentially, and not really gain any permanent removal value from it.
Yeah, and we saw the aggressive play with the dungeon guides as well, so that's a great inclusion there to, if you are able to sneak in those level ups with the dungeon guide and don't get stifling trapped, that's free damage coming in on turns where you could push for a huge lethal. And looking as well, I believe Korhazi Trapper is a must bring in, though these are these cards that will prevent you from being blown out by Slice and Dice, as we saw before, and also save some of your allies that you want to maintain on that board, like that Sea Sprite Diver, and prevents the Sadie and the Imperial Spy from getting their on-kill effects, which is really important when you go into these fighting for board control ally matchups.
Yeah, there's also a couple other neat things that Neutral End has in his sideboard here. Freezing Hail is one of them. Freezing Hail is actually fantastic against Shadow Strike focused Tristan. It's a little less relevant when you're considering a Tristan that uses Slice and Dice or Sharpened Blade for like fast lethal. But if you're playing a Slice and Dice Tristan, a lot of the time you'll see the Tristan just attack for 1 with Shadow's Claw, chip in with the Ominous Shadows. Freezing Hail actually stops that because after they've done their first attack, they can't wake up on the next rotation. So it's very, very good for them not to be able to wake up on their next turn. Also, the 3 Mystic Purifiers are somewhat worth mentioning. I think they're neat because you can use their on-enter effect to basically remove an Ominous Shadow. Since those are Phantasias, you're able to use that. I don't think Neutral End will bring that in this matchup, but it is kind of a neat thing to consider looking at his deck building.
Indeed it is. It's also, Neutral End's probably going to try and end this quicker than Tristan is getting to level 3. And so, speaking of which, though, we're going to look at what Juju can bring in. We do see, if they want to speed up their game plan, they have an additional Slice and Dice in the sideboard with 3 Sharpened Blades, which can be a very valuable tool when you're wanting to also match the speed at which this Diana deck is going. But surprisingly, the Arrow Traps, I'm not sure if you caught that there, but I want your opinion on that card.
I think Arrow Trap is a really neat card in specific decks, especially like really tall focused decks. So Wind Robots, where you're stacking the power cells. I think it's really good against the Majestic Spirit, and it's also fairly good against a bunch of the Sylvie kind of allies that you're going to play, these bigger, taller allies. In this deck specifically, though, the card that I think, outside of the Sharpened Blade and Slice and Dice combo that you talked about, I think the Innervate Agility might actually come in because it does help remove the possibility of guns and their on-hit effects. So Shadow's Twin, Blast Shot Pump, and it also saves your whole board if you need it for stealth.
Interesting. Yeah, that is a very good way to put it there. With the being able to save the on-hit effects, but also you get to level up into either Tristan 1 or Tristan 2, and they both have really strong on-enter effects that care about your prep counters. And if you already have enough prep counters, you don't mind leveling down from Tristan 2 to level 1, then going back up to draw some additional cards, replacing that Innervate Agility that you just used. So I would love to see that in. I originally didn't consider that, but the way you brought it up, and in the matchup in particular, it feels like such a smart idea if you are worried about what Neutral End is going to be doing there.
This is actually a fairly decent opener for Juju. So even though Neutral End got the perfect open with the Balanced Lunette right off the bat, Juju does have a Stifling Trap in hand. He also has 2 Slice and Dice and a Surveil that I saw. So he's going to have the flexibility of, if he wants to, he could actually Slice and Dice the Lunette immediately right now, non-prepared, take it out, and then force Neutral End to play around that. But he also has the opportunity to just go for their Surveil, find something to level up into, go to level 1, and then just play from there, where you have unlocked your class bonus.
Yeah, you want to take advantage of your cards as much as possible. If there are 2 Slice and Dices, though, I do think that is a very good play to just remove that. We do see the Sadie entering the field rested due to Lunette's ability. And I believe that's only 2 cards in hand as well, so that's going to be the protection for Sadie, what's needed to get that prep counter and return her safely back to hand, so no allies on Neutral End's part will be able to take her out.
You need to be a little more careful, though, when it comes to playing against water now. There are a couple more fast interactions that have been added to the game that could deal with cards like Sadie being arrested. Things like Glacial Evocation in the recent set, Mortal Ambition. That's one of them. Oh, just like you said before, we're talking about that Korhazi Trapper coming in being vital to the game plan. Korhazi Trapper actually would deny now Slice and Dice if it were to come through.
Yeah, it would really just shut down that game plan. It felt like a very small window of opportunity that Juju had to play the Slice and Dice to remove this Lunette is now, the door was slammed very promptly shut when that Korhazi Trapper was activated. And I believe the Lunette is still balanced. A Neutral End playing that classic ally game plan of play a 3 cost, keep 3 in hand, and now this Lunette has 4... or is able to soak up 4 damage before it is sent to the graveyard here.
Yeah, it's going to be tougher now. Korhazi Trapper really makes the game plan a lot... I want to say it's a lot slower. Overall, having to play around the fact that the Korhazi Trapper can remove any target unit their attack stat to -3. It helps because being able to target champion here is so valuable. It would entirely deny a raw slice and dice, and that really feels like the main way to deal with this Lunette here, right? So we're gonna see Sadie coming into champion damage. Interesting enough, I thought he would go for the Lunette there. Or sorry, Lunette is still balanced because of the Grand Crusader's Ring not banished. I realized the Grand Crusader's Ring that was banished for a card was actually Juju. I thought it was neutral and that banished his.
Yeah, just trying to get that maximum amount of damage. It is not very viable to swing into these allies as they have too much life stat there. And we're going to see a backup charger here for neutral end, playing the influence game, which sort of screams to me that they are not going to be aiming to balance Lunette on this turn, or if they are, they're going to be doing it with some dungeon guide math, perhaps.
Lost in Thought also could be used to balance. It is that, 0 cost should you wish it to be floating available, but it's going to be a little tough balancing Lunette from here. Maybe doesn't quite see the value in balancing Lunette anymore. After the first turn, it was a little bit less relevant. Was hoping to deny Black Market Broker or Imperial Spy damage early on.
And I'm also curious why this Lunette has not been attacking into Tristan, the Spirit of Wind here. I feel like it is a missed opportunity on 2 damage so far. And we talk about it a lot whenever we commentate together here, but the game is all about small bits of damage, and we see a second Korazi Trapper entering the field.
Yeah, the value of that second Trapper is really good, especially since now you're able to attack with one of your Trappers should you wish. So getting that, small incremental chip damage that we always talk about. And it is really valuable, right? Between you and I, even in our content creator league, there was a game where I almost missed lethal on you because I missed one trigger that was exactly 1 damage, right? That 1 damage matters so much more than people give it credit for. And it's something that's really, really important, right? When we see a board of a whole bunch of allies that have, 1 power and 3 life, sure, they only attack for 1 each turn, but the value of that adds up really, really fast. We've seen the Vanitas decks, we've seen the Razor Gale, Kong Ming decks as well. And those they hurt. They do so much. Oh, interesting. So we're going to see an evasive maneuvers here, preventing the next 2 damage that will be dealt to target unit. This is going to be targeting the unbalanced Lunette to deny the Stifling Trap damage. So Lunette will survive through here. That Stifling Trap is going to be just a raw -1 for Jujubu. It is a trade on the side of neutral end. However, overall, I think the value is... Honestly, the value might be better for Jujubu. Having a deck that can draw more cards, just inherently having the Windmill Engineer, plus the ability to draw off of level 2 Tristan, overall is probably better to trade 1-1 against a Water Allies focused deck here.
The deck that is playing reactively the most the whole time. And so far, Juju is not getting much done with this Saudi. It's sort of gotten a couple of prep counters, but other than that, not doing anything because that Lunette's just commanding the field. Everyone's entering rested here, allowing neutral end to not only attack freely whenever they want, but allows them to really force Juju into playing a specific style and knowing exactly how they're going to be playing their turns, and they can't be caught off guard by a bunch of allies clearing these Korazi Trappers who are staying back on defense.
We're going to see the banishment of Slice and Dice for Jujubu here going into level 1 Tristan. This is a little bit telling. If you're banishing a Slice and Dice, you either show your opponent that you basically have a second one or that you don't care about using it to find lethal. I think knowing after last game what Juju did to neutral end with the Assassin's Ripper into the Slice and Dice, he's probably more assuming that there is a second Slice and Dice available for Juju. We're going to see a Dream Fairy targeting the Awake or Hazi Trapper. I believe the Dream Fairy is going to be coming in for 1 damage against this Lunette as well.
The Dream Fairy does enter the field rested here. It will not be able to
you're correct.
Attack into the Lunette nor the Spirit of Water, which is actually thankful because if we do the quick math real quick, Spirit of Wind, wow. Tristan would be able to swing in for 9 with Slice and Dice, 10 with that Fairy, putting neutral end at 12 in total, 3 damage shy of just losing the game there. And it is a very like awkward spot to be in. But neutral end opting for a gun here instead of leveling up, so not valuing the life total as much as other people would in this matchup, especially knowing there's a slice and dice.
Seeker's Rifle is very interesting here because it requires class bonus to have True Sight, so it can actually target the Dream Fairy. That is actually an illegal move in this regard because Seeker's Rifle requires class bonus for True Sight, but it also requires class bonus for Spell Shroud, and on kill, pay 2, materialize a bullet can't actually be applied in this case due to the fact that, we're missing the class bonus there. It was a neat play if the class bonus wasn't required for True Sight, because playing down another Korhazi Trapper is super, super, super valuable. But, it's not something that we can actually attempt to do here. So I believe a judge is heading in to make sure that that gets corrected, because that is a massively game-breaking point to make there.
Yeah, it would have unlocked so much potential for neutral end here. That third Korhazi Trapper coming down, that's 3 prep counters, going to be nigh impossible for Tristan to be able to sneak in there with damage. But thankfully, the stream judge we have there has intervened, and that bullet is just loaded up into the weapon there, and we will continue play from there.
I haven't quite seen the attack, so we're going to rewind to right before the attack declaration goes through, since the attack declaration was an illegal target here. Players deliberating and discussing what's going on here.
I believe neutral tried to resolve another Korhazi Trapper, but Dream Fairy is around.
Yep, reminded of the Dream Fairy. Dream Fairy strong. It looks like he's actually just going to pass turn right there. So
sometimes
the passing turn here is interesting because, I guess the freezing round is also class bonus floating memory, so you kind of have to pass turn, level up, and then make the attempt there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really put us in a spot to do that there. We do see the backup charger materialized for Juju. I do want to see if we could get a quick glimpse at the influence. They appear to be holding a lot of cards here, 10 in total.
10. Yeah, 10 influence is surprisingly common for Tristan, especially if they're able to utilize a floating memory to level up. But being able to play Sadie, return Sadie, just makes things a little bit more simple. Plus, when you're looking at like other ways to self-cycle plus gain the prep counters, you have the Surveil the Winds. That's probably the most fantastic one you have there. So 1 return from Sadie, one from the Surveil the Winds, and 1 from level up. Puts him at 3 prep counters, influence of 10. Looking to level up to 2 to 3 from here is actually very viable. Dungeon Guides could come out soon. I believe I see 1 Dungeon Guide in hand, so needs to put something down to get the level up.
Yeah, that is I'm really curious to see if neutral does end up staying on Spirit for the next turn, because if they do, I feel like Juju can sneak in another very fast kill. With 10 influence is already a lot, as we discussed. There is a slice and dice confirmed in that hand as well. I'm really curious if this Korhazi Trapper activated its ability on the Dream Fairy, or if that was targeting the Tristan. It does look like it was on the Dream Fairy, which means that it is shields down on neutral end's part. So Juju can decide to just get that 9 damage in with the Slice and Dice if needed, but we are going straight into that level 2 with the Dungeon Guide as you initially suggested here. Going to be able to draw 1 card because there's only 3 prep counters on Tristan.
Unless he has a Surveil the Winds in his hand, he could play it on the stack of the on-enter effect. Go to 4 and then draw from there. So we're going to lose a Reclaim, and I think that was a Shadow Strike.
Yes, did look purple enough to be a Shadow Strike, which is happy to see that go on the Diana's end. But as Tristan, hopefully you have another come in here shortly. No response to the on-enter trigger, so we will just get the draw 1 from the level 2 ability.
In this position, it feels like Juju is actually has a pretty decent command. With the Dream Fairy out to deny the second Korhazi Trapper, we're actually at a place where, should he choose the Dungeon Guide again, he'll actually stabilize very, very well against neutral end.
It's effectively almost like doubling the life pool for Tristan as well, going from 19 to 22. And if you do have that second dungeon guide, going to 25, and then 2 ominous shadows, one of which can be redirected to with 2 preparation counters. It's very hard for this hybrid list of allies and guns to push through that damage if you don't get that aggressive early start that you needed.
So it looks like he's going to pass the turn here. We're going to see Fracturize targeting the power cell from neutral end. So he's going to use this actually to get the level up here. He's going to get a controlled banishment with the floating memory. Diana 1 enters the field. We're actually going to get the class bonus here now available for Seeker's Rifle. So we'll have Spell Shroud, we'll have True Sight on the gun. Makes it a little bit harder to interact. And we're going to see a backstep targeting champion on the in pre-recollection here. So unless neutral end dungeon guides, I don't really see the value of that unless he was just looking for the cycle card. Because Diana 1 doesn't have range. I'm pretty sure it's Diana 2 that has range, right?
That is correct. Yeah, it's perhaps just a way to filter through the hand, not wanting to recollect with a backstep in hand. But as you said prior, taking advantage of this class bonus now, this Dream Fairy is not long for this board state. It is finally taken care of thanks to the floating memory, or I'm sorry, not floating memory, the True Sight of the weapon, taking out the Dream Fairy, which now unlocks that secondary Korhazi Trapper on the side of neutral ends, which I think should be coming down here soon. But no, instead opting for a Crystalline Archer.
Yeah, Crystalline Archer wants to utilize the floating memory gained from the freezing round that he just shot out. So he's going to get that. He's going to pay the 2 for it on the attack trigger. Or a little spin in there. Unsure if he wants to make the attack here. We're going to see resting the Crystalline Archer here now for the attack declaration. On attack trigger, we're going to banish the floating memory of the freezing round, draw a card, and Crystalline Archer will become distant. So this is now swinging in for 4. It's a lot of damage to come through.
Indeed, that is quite a bit of damage to just immediately take in one turn. We do see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I believe, in neutral end's hand. So perhaps another ally can be joining the board here. But Juju is going to be responding to this attack declaration, and we do see a Stifling Trap. Not only is it good at stopping on enter effects, it is just deal 2 damage and can be used as a removal a lot of the time.
The removal is going to be nice here. It does stop the 4 damage coming in. I wonder if it would have been more valuable to use it against the Lunette. Maybe not in this case, since Juju is not really that afraid of Lunette anymore. Being able to stabilize to 2, potentially go to 3 in a very, very near future turn here. Might actually just be going raw 3 here with the 3 cards down. Deliberating the Windwalker boots here. But no, we actually are going to go into Shadow Dancer. So Veiling Breeze, a Sadie, and I believe another Shadow Strike here is going to get banished.
Yeah, working the way.
Shadow's going to come in rested here due to the Lunette effect. Going to deny and slow down another turn. Using 2 attack here.
Ominous Shadows do enter the field rested because they are allies, and Lunette is still on the board here. So that is actually a really interesting play, as you are not going to be able to just grab that Shadow's Claw and then swing it in to deal that additional damage. It's now a turn delayed because of that Lunette. But thankfully, she has been removed off the board to that Dungeon Guide. Going ahead, been a side in Juju's pain in Juju's side for the longest time, no more, but there is still a Korhazi Trapper with, I believe, 1 prep counter on the Diana, so it is still a very strong defensive option that Juju's going to have to fight through.
Yeah, Juju sifting through the material deck there. I think he was debating the Shadow's Claw, bringing out the Shadow's Claw now. Probably decided not to because bringing it out right now isn't as relevant to you. It's something that you probably want to wait on since it becomes an easy Fracturized target here. But neutral end's going to be leveling up into Diana, Deadly Duelist. Diana level 2 here. On enter will be bringing out the Cascading Round. Does still have the Seeker's Rifle.
And Seeker's Rifle has the on kill of you may pay 2 to bring out an additional bullet, which I'm very curious if neutral end was considering that when they did get rid of that Dream Fairy. I didn't pay attention too much to the amount of influence they had in hand at that moment. But the problem Diana's run to is just the issue of sometimes you have a gun on your board, but you don't have the bullets, and then you keep having to materialize your bullets until you run out of the gun, and then it's sort of like back and forth. So just being able to cheat in that extra bullet every time you get a on-kill trigger with that weapon is very nice. But we see here a dungeon guide going straight into Diana level 3. We're going to go ahead, become distant on enter, and take advantage of that range 2 bonus that Diana Deadly Duelist does provide.
So here it is. Diana Duststalker is out. So on enter, she will become distant. It's kind of scary. We've enabled Umbra now. So he does have Umbral Tithe. We do see Carter as well as False Step. So lots of different ways to kind of play around this deck now. So the game's really unlocked. Both champions here showing their level 3. Obviously, both of them are Umbra, but it's more unique because it's two very, very different Umbra decks, right? We have Assassin Umbra versus Ranger Umbra here. And there's going to be a flexibility of things that we don't normally see in gameplay from neutral end.
Yeah, we have more of a Umbra deck that's aiming for one big Umbra card to finish off the opponent, and then a couple of Umbra cards to sort of stack up. You see these Creeping Torments now being applied to Tristan's lineage. So if this champion draws 2 or more cards in turn, they will take some damage, and it's additive. So the more Creeping Torments, the more damage they're going to be taking, and you cannot prevent this damage. So you really have to be careful in consideration of, do I need this additional card draw if I have multiple Creeping Torments on me?
Yep, so we're going to see 7 damage into the champion here for Jujubu. It's going to take that first Creeping Torment stack. And I mean, that's going to be so valuable against Tristan, right? The Wind deck draws a million cards. We have Surveil the Winds to draw cards. We have the Windwalker Boots to draw cards. We have just so many options on what we want to do here. It's going to be a little bit more pressure against Jujubu. So neutral end's in a place where next turn, should he want to, he could bring out the Cascading Round as it was renewed and then banish the Diana level 1 to pull out the Shadow Swing.
And we do see a consideration here for Juju. Not quite sure the best way to start off this turn. Lines of play. Mastermind Scheme. That's actually a great card to start your turn off with here. Doubling your prep counters, going 4 to 8, and that unlocks the agility trigger as well for Mastermind Scheme. So a great number to be at here. Not sure if there's going to be a Shadow Strike coming through anytime soon. We did see 2 banished in the process of leveling up, so maybe Juju is digging for that third one and just has to bide a little bit of time and getting that extra prep counter to be able to direct attacks to those ominous shadows.
So Shadow's Claw is going to be coming out here. It also makes me wonder if we're going to see potentially a double Slice and Dice play instead of focusing on the Shadow Strike, because like you said, 2 of the 2 of the Shadow Strikes have been banished here, so it's like a little bit tougher to kind of find lethal with that.
And some consideration from neutral end, we see the Fractal, 1 card down. A Fracturized, targeting that Shadow Claw.
Whoa, perfect there. So he's going to banish the Windwalker Boots, draw a card, and then play an Incapacitate to stop the Fracturize. So this still will become a floating memory in the graveyard, but it does protect the Shadow's Claw here. So we're going to see a total of 5 damage come into champion here against neutral end.
And it feels so good to be able to draw a card to activate that Incapacitate right away. Not sure if that was drawn into it or if they had that in hand and was just sort of playing the bait and switch style of gameplay, feigning that, oh, I only have 2 cards, I don't really have much answers to this Fracturize, but then banishing those boots, drawing a card, immediate Incapacitate, Shadow's Claw sticking around for another turn. And neutral is going to be using that floating memory that was provided by the Fracturize to go into a Flash Grenade. It is such a cool card because it acts almost as if it's a build your own Resolute Stand if your champion is distant.
I think there was also potentially a Creeping Torment trigger that was missed. Windwalker Boots would be the second draw for the turn since Mastermind Scheme was played, and there was no other draw card. But I did want to mention that Mastermind Scheme is a very heads-up play there. Mastermind Scheme allows you to have enough prep counters to be able to like utilize the Boots for Banishment to draw a card, and it also allowed you to hold the rest of your cards in case you needed interaction on something else.
That is very true. Something that a lot of players might not consider when they're looking at their viable options. And just Mastermind Skein itself is a very valuable card with everything it provides, doubling your preparation counters, hitting the threshold for agility triggers, but it also is one of those things that forces your opponent to really consider what you're planning, because there's so many things you can do with preparation counters in this specific deck.
Yeah, preparation counters are crazy. So being able to, I guess, have Slice and Dice available, being able to redirect targets towards the Fantasias there, the Fantasia allies of the Ominous Shadows, but also being able to play that Shadow Strike. If we want to talk a little bit more in depth about the deck, there is also the Penumbral Waltz. Penumbral Waltz does allow you to prevent damage, and if you prepare it for a certain amount of preparation counters, you're able to get 2 extra Ominous Shadow tokens. So there's like a lot of unique value in how preparation counters interact in this game.
Yeah, the Penumbral Waltz is a card that's been slightly favored ever since the Karhazi Outlook ban, and it does a really great job at maintaining sort of a defensive option while filling up your board with some Ominous Shadows that they all are able to swing with it, deal that additional damage. And 3 Fantasias swinging in for 2 every turn seems kind of strong.
Yeah, you brought up this Flash Grenade that was materialized earlier. Flash Grenade is a very unique card. It doesn't see a lot of play. I think it's probably saw the most play at Chicago in the Under Fire version of the Erupting deck before Erupting was banned. So this is a very unique card. It basically works as a... I want to say it's like a Resolve All Resolute Stand. It applies to skill damage. It basically applies to all damage taken as long as you're distant. So it's a very unique card that you can run as a protection detail.
Yeah, it's a very fun card to play with because it also draws on enter, so it replaces itself with the floating memory you use, and it feels as Resolute Stand you go -1, especially if you alternate activate it to then not be able to draw on your next turn. Flash Grenade, it feels like the opposite though. It takes 1 more turn to set up, but you gain additional card value and you prevent. We do see a swing in here with the Slice and Dice, and quickly neutral end not falling for that, going to be instantly activating a Tactical Retreat to end that combat phase and prevent that Slice and Dice from doing any further damage.
Yeah, something important is that you kind of need to make sure that your opponent pays all costs before you activate cards. So one of the costs of activating the attack card is to rest your champion. Immediately just throwing down a tactical retreat is not really the way to go. You should allow that to fully, activate, pay costs, and then it'll go on the stack so you can make your actions from there. But there it is. There's going to be the tactical retreat, and that will basically stop the entire thing. No attack available here for Juju. And neutral end will get another floating. So he is able to now pay for the Shadows Twin from Control Banishment should he wish to.
I don't believe the Omnis Shadow should be able to attack in here as well, just because it can only hit a target that Tristan has hit this turn. And with Tactical Retreat resolving, it means that the combat phase was permanently ended and Tristan did not actually hit the Diana with the attack.
Yep, I think the stream judge caught that and let them know.
Alrighty here.
I still love this Flash Grenade. I see it on the field. It's just a fantastic way to protect yourself, right? There's combat damage, non-combat damage, and this just protects you from all of that. We know that neutral end's playing a lot of different cards that have ways to get distant. Also, worth noting, Tactical Retreat does also make you distant. So Diana is distant this turn.
Oh, that is very true. And it does turn on the Flash Grenade if needed as well. But this is an additional 2 damage coming in from Diana being distant, which is super strong. It looks like a consideration of removing 2 prep counters to change the target to Omnis Shadow.
I'm a little confused what Diana is attacking with. I don't see a gun on the board unless I'm just like slightly missing it.
Oh yeah, you are correct on that as well. There may be an interesting development. We saw a bullet here. Oh, and a post-lineage release. This may be something that the stream judge is going to look at here. Okay, so we do see Shadow's Twin attack. May have just been a missed.
I think he just attacked with his champion and realized that he didn't have the Shadow's Twin out yet, and he was just like, well, I literally can't make the attack yet. He's gonna get the Shadow's Twin on hit trigger will apply the Cascading Rounds trigger twice. So we're gonna see 3 Creeping Torments total now, and as well as taking the top 2 cards of your deck and put them in your graveyard. That was a little confusing there for a moment, but we figured that one out.
And we have all made it there to the same place. Alrighty here. And I believe there is 6 cards in neutral end's hand here. Gonna be looking for a way to possibly play defensively against perhaps another slice and dice. You really don't want to have to run into that again here. So we might just see a pass turn, and Juju would be able to recollect and look for another angle on lethal.
An interesting thing, Juju doesn't necessarily have to play for lethal in this game either. He actually could just play to live. If he has things like Mastermind Scheme, being able to increase his prep counters, use them for defense with the Ominous Shadows, being able to redirect those attacks, but also being able to use the Terrafring to protect himself. We're about 2 minutes of regulation time left. There's going to be 5 minutes of overtime or 3 turns after that. He's already up 1-0, so if he doesn't have like an immediate lethal in his hand, it might actually be more worth it not to go for it.
Yeah, that is something I did not consider, but Juju is 1 game up. You are correct. You can just play the stay alive game here for Tristan and just barricade behind these Ominous Shadows.
Yeah, there are obvious risks to the stay alive game. We did actually see another competitor earlier today attempt to do that. Ended up going for the stay alive and ended up drawing actually. So there's a significant risk that is posed, knowing that chip damage can come through. We see the Korhazi Trapper. We also see the Dungeon Guide. So those are 2 damage per turn that can come through. If you redirect both of them, that's a minimum of 4 usages of your preparation counters when you only have 5. You basically have to keep your preparation counters to redirect the Diana attack right now.
Yeah,
So-
I cannot afford to let that through. That is way too much damage with that Shadow's Twin on load trigger. We do see the Korhazi Trapper activating, removing a prep counter, and we're going to reduce the attack of Tristan by 3 here. Also going to be preventing the Omnis Shadows from coming through.
Oh, we're gonna see the chip in for 1. Like you said, Korhazi Trapper is going to deny that. So there's no more protection up for neutral end when it comes to the just raw -3 to your power. However, the flash grenade is still available, and that is definitely something to keep in mind. That thing is low key very, very, very good at removing potential damage coming through. When it comes to this Shadow Strike, it's only going to be a -3. However, with Slice and Dice, it would actually be a -6 because it would be -3 from each attack.
Ooh, yes, that is a very good point. It is applied to both.
Oh, the Umbral Tithe coming out here from neutral end is going to force Juju to draw cards.
And that is 6 damage coming from those Creeping Torments, which should be lethal here. No,
Very
1 shy of
close.
lethal.
1 shy. Umbral Tithe, very effective card. So it costs 1 less to activate for each curse card in each champion's lineage. So there's going to be 3 Creeping Torments here underneath the Shadow. I wanted to say Shadow Reaver 3 times. It's Shadow Dancer. But basically, it's each player draws 2 cards into their memory and then deal 4 damage to each champion controlled by players with 6 or more cards in their memory. Sadly, Juju actually went up to 5, I believe. 5 or 4 in the memory here. Oh, it's actually 3. It's 3 in the memory because he played 1 down for the Fairy Whispers and had the rest. I initially thought that Umbral Tithe was based on influence, but it's actually strictly based on cards in memory.
Memory,
It's
yeah.
going to be very, very close here.
If Umbral Tithe was influence, that card would be very, very good in a lot of matchups here. But we do see Terrafring popped on this turn as well, which is going to make a little bit harder on neutral end's math to swing in with these allies and Diana herself. We see 1 redirection for the Diana attack. Do we see a second redirection for the Korhazi? We do need to pay our taxes here to that Terrafring, which we do see here.
Yep, so he's going to have to redirect this or find something that removes 1 damage. We're going to see a Veiling Breeze come through. Does the Veiling resolve is the question. I believe Neutral End does not have enough cards to play a Frostbind and also make an attack declaration here. Too bad that it doesn't have a Bauble of Abundance, though. That is definitely one of the fun cards here that can make this game a little more spicy, forcing the draw 2 to take the damage from those Creeping Torments. But he's gonna have to grind it out. He's gonna have to fight combat damage, basically.
Yeah, that Veiling Breeze is very clutch in this situation. And it looks like we're having to rely on maybe another Umbral Tithe or forced draw. If there's some way that Neutral End's is going to be able to have Juju get additional cards in hand, that's probably the route you're going. Juju is set up to redirect these attacks, have the defensive options, and if they see another Mastermind Scheme off the top here, there's no way combat damage is being dealt.
Yeah, Mastermind Scheme would win them the game through basically I'm going to survive, overtime will clear. So we only have 2 minutes left in overtime, so it's actually really, really tight here. Juju needs to figure out how he's going to live through this turn because next rotation is going to be very rough. Neutral End, I believe, trying to refocus his camera there. We saw little fingers wave into the camera, wave into the crowd. We're going to see the Banishment here come out for Assassin's Ripper. Juju actually potentially going for a lethal line?
Yeah, 2 cards in hand on Neutral End's part. If we see a Slice and Dice, that's right now with just the Assassin's Ripper, we're looking at 11. That's 22, so we're going to have to get 1 more prep counter. Oh, no, we have the Omnis Shadows. That is going to be enough damage to push through.
So Slice and Dice for 11, the Ominous Shadow Swing for 4 each puts you at 15, 27.
Yeah.
So that would actually be enough. Slice and Dice prepped using the... Well, technically you wouldn't rest the Assassin's Ripper, but I think he's just showing it to include it in the attack. He's realizing that now. I'm just attacking with the Slice and Dice prepared. So Slice and Dice prepared here for 4. The thing is, you have to be careful, though, because Neutral End does have the Flash Grenade, so you might actually not be able to find lethal here.
Flash Grenade only prevents if you are distant, though, and there is... Oh, 4 cards in hand.
That's 4 cards in hand, so he could go for it. That's why I was saying last turn he couldn't play the Frostbite, so he's going to see the Tactical Retreat. The Tactical Retreat's going to deny the attack. The lethal's not going to come through, but I don't think Neutral End is going to be able to
the
kill,
Incapacitate in response.
Oh, Incapacitate on the top. I didn't even see that Incapacitate on the top. That's going to be game. It's going to be 27 damage into Neutral End, and he's scooping it up there. Wow, what a fantastic finisher in the last moments of overtime here for Juju. Juju taking the victory 2-0. It's always better to take the 2-0, right? It does help with things like your tiebreakers. It's also really important. Yesterday in the Luxera's map Invitational, we saw that there was a bubble on exact tiebreaker. The second tiebreaker is your personal game win percentage. So getting that extra win in that actually can make a big difference. So, man, that was way more exciting than I thought it was going to be the finish there. I thought he was really playing to just like stay safe, stay alive, take the 1-0, but he was just looking for lethal no matter what.
Yeah, it's a nail biter finisher right there. Juju not wanting to just take the 1-0, they're wanting to cement that 2-0 victory, going for that slice and dice play. I'm sort of rewinding back in my mind a little bit here. That Incapacitate we saw to close out the game was the one that was revealed off the missed Fairy Whispers trigger the turn prior. So it was actually public knowledge for everyone there on the table playing that game. It was there, and you're like, oh, unfortunately, missed the Fairy Whispers, didn't get additional card draw. Oh well, there's an Incapacitate, but the turn went around, you were able to draw it, and just enough cards in hand to slice and dice and Incapacitate for that protection. What an amazing experience.
Yeah, and also being able to pull out the Assassin's Ripper there was like, everything was just perfect, right? 1 HP, exact lethal, exact card to like counter it to. It's like, holy, that was kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. I wasn't prepared for like a nail bite finish like that, but that's what Grand Archive is. Grand Archive has a lot of these moments where it comes down to like the absolute last interaction, and that being what wins or loses the game is so exciting to me. But also it makes playing like a little more fun, I think.
I just want to comment though, that 1 damage, that 1 turn Lunette did not swing in.
That one damage, every time it's one damage. One damage matters way too much, guys. Remember your one damage. That means when you dungeon guide to 3, level up first and then attack with your dungeon guide. Don't just pass turn. Like, hit with the dungeon guide. The one damage matters so many times
Yes.
here.
So true on that one. We saw that game. Hopefully the players go back and watch that, be able to learn a lot from that experience as well. And that's one of those cool things about playing in online regionals like this is now, since thanks to Serene Balance Productions, who is streaming this, it is a recorded VOD. You could go back and watch your gameplay, review it. You could ask a friend to, or like people at your locals, be like, "Hey, I was on camera. Can you guys watch it? See what I could have done." Build my strategy and improve yourself as a player, which is really great. So make sure you subscribe so you follow along with any time the stream is live, and so you can easily find the VOD you are in as well.
Yeah, for sure. But we're going to be taking a quick short break here, just a couple minutes, while we get all the results in, get pairings up. But we'll be back to you guys with round 6 in just a moment.
Welcome back to round 6 of our Yeti AMB regional. Thank you all for joining us. Hope you've had a fun experience so far. We've had some amazing matchups, a lot of cool, interesting decks, top players out here, and the fun's not over because we still have more rounds ahead of us. Now, one thing I do want to touch on before we start any other conversation here is the meta. What is your current thoughts on the AMB meta, and how do you think it's going in terms of the actual game itself? But it looks like we're already jumping into the game here.
Well, we'll table the question. We'll come back to it a little bit later during the next break. But I gotta say, first thing to mention, these are the last two 5-0s in the tournament. So we're going into round 6 of an 8-round regional here. And we got the best of the best. We got Mef and X on the Win Kongming. Some people are calling this the Kong Gale deck, the Razor Gale focus. And then we have, I believe it is Jesse is playing the Win Tristan there, as we have Juju from last round, but it's actually Jesse. It's on the Win Tristan. Oh, and a fantastic opener here from the Kongming player. So we're going to see the Razor Gale. That is like by far the best into an immediate Windmill Engineer. So we're going to see imbued Windmill Engineer. Going to trigger the Razor Gale calling, and I also get the draw into memory. So we're going to see 1 damage here on, or I guess 2 damage because the Windmill Engineer also swings for 1.
And we see a reclaim in response to grab back that Windmill Engineer. So the Memphin's play you can only do when you go second, that kind of like powerhouse Razor Gale into Windmill Engineer. But Memphin fell for the classic, don't attack your opponent's Windmill Engineer when they have cards in hand. They'll always have reclaim. Push that damage, make it count.
He actually did push the damage, I think.
Oh, he did. That was just a end of turn reclaim there to get the floating memory to level up into Tristan. Never mind. That is a smart move there because, once again, increments, damage, 1 at a time. Razor Gale wants every single point of damage focused at that champion as much as possible in order to allow for the deck to close out quickly. But we do see an Imperial Spy. Thanks to class bonus being unlocked, it is going to generate an additional prep counter on kill, taking rid of that Windmill Engineer. Memphin has 0 cards in hand due to that aggressive turn 1 play. So let's see what the response will be from Memphin here.
Yeah, so Memphin's going to go for the Wind Resonance Bubble. Wants the extra card. I think something that's really heads up that he's been doing in this game, and even immediately on turn 1, is pushing damage to face. Something that's really difficult when you play against Tristan is making damage show up when it's combat damage, right? Combat damage is difficult because the moment you hit Shadow Dancer, it is really, really hard to make the combat damage stick. But in this situation, when we're focused on having like the main damage source come from Razor Gale as well as like the Tempest Downfalls, being able to push the combat damage early is really, really important, right? Tristan suffers one of the things that, well, I guess maybe not current Merlin suffers, but like previous season Merlins, is the damage is permanent. Now, obviously, since you can play Kongming into Merlin and you can go with the Harmonious Mantra, it's a little bit less true. But when it comes to Tristan, it's still like very relevant. Damage is almost entirely permanent because there's not that many people that are playing Shadow Resonance.
Yeah, it's the number only goes up pretty much is what happens with Tristan now. You can stop the number from going up by redirecting and everything, but once it picks up, that is what you're stuck at for the rest of the game. So you really want to make sure you stay at a very low number as you head into your level 3 Tristan here. And that's going to be Kongming's job of making sure Tristan is in a very difficult position when they do hit level 3, where they can't just get greedy with a mastermind scheme and sit back, that they have to make these riskier plays to try and push through that damage to close out against Kongming.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the more interesting. I actually think this matchup is really, really interesting to watch because both of these decks have like really high kill potential. but they also have to show a certain level of respect for each other. So Jesse, something you have to keep in mind is Innervate Agility is going to be really valuable in this matchup because of Spell Shroud and the way that it forces Razor Gale targeting. But also, you have to keep in mind that Incapacitate is available to Tristan at a much like cheaper rate than anything else due to the class bonus being 2 less cost to activate. And then when you look at the other side, you know, you have to respect Veiling Breeze.
Yep. And on both sides, actually, both sides run potentials for huge Veiling Breezes. That's actually something that is crazy to think about. Both turns can be immediately shut down by Veiling Breeze for at least like 4 or 5.
Yeah, so the Veiling Breeze is like very relevant in the matchup for both sides. The only advantage I think you really have when it comes to Veiling Breeze for Meffin is obviously Cyclical Breeze does allow you to bring the Veiling Breeze back should you wish. So having access to up to 8 of them versus only 4 of them, that's why I think that the Innervate Agility potentially could be something that's really relevant in the matchup, but that'll only come in on game 2 since it's in Jesse's sideboard, not his main.
Gotcha here on that one. And I've noticed a lot of Tristan players opting into materializing Windwalker boots as fast as possible now. They're not just looking at that as another way to draw one card, another Grand Crusader's ring in their deck. They're looking at it for prep counter generation. We've discussed it earlier, but Korhazi Outlook now banned, so you need a way to generate more prep counters efficiently, and you can't just rely on the Sadie and the Imperial Spy now that we're seeing on the board. So it's going to be a nice, every turn getting a prep counter on your champion, going to be really hard to be interacted with, as Wind does not really have much Regalia removal, so that's going to be sticking around for quite a while.
Yeah, it's a really big one, having Windwalker boots available to get early prep counters, especially since Slice and Dice lethal is so relevant. We look at Assassin's Ripper, we look at Sharpened Blade. Just different ways to find a really, really fast lethal makes Tristan a lot more potent when you run cards like Windwalker boots. I really like what Meffin just did here. So he goes into Mnemonic Charm, which already, it self-cycles by allowing you to draw a card into your memory on enter. Immediately goes into a Baby Green Slime. He actually doesn't mind completely like putting every card that he has available to him down in his memory. He's going to target his Mnemonic Charm and then be able to draw another card into memory. So a lot of damage comes out in slow chips, right? I believe you mentioned this with Clem, but it's a battle of inches, and 1,000 paper cuts will eventually kill him.
Yes, that is very true. One of the age-old philosophies of if you cut something enough, it will eventually fall. And that is what Razor Gale succeeds at. And not only does it exceed by just dealing 1,000 cuts over the course of turns, but you're dealing that damage by just living your normal daily life playing Grand Archive. You get to draw a card, deal a damage. You get to look at the top card of your deck, deal 1 damage. And it's something that other decks don't have the privilege of doing as much as this variant does. But I want to quickly transition to this Tristan, who is going straight into Dungeon Guide, rushing to that level 3, maximizing that HP pool. As you initially talked about, there is the higher the life total, the better it is for Tristan, as that number can only go up, it cannot go down.
Something I really like in this that Jesse just did is he went for the Shadow Reaver. And I think Shadow Reaver is like a super, super heads up play against Meffin. If you can remove 4 win cards, that's 4 damage you remove, right? But he also removes potential cycling. So we're going to lose, I believe, a Tempest Downfall, Baby Gray, Razor Gale, and a Bogwa of Cardinal Fate. Now, 2 of those are absolutely vital in the deck. You see the Bogwa of Cardinal Fate being I believe it's Glimpse 3, draw 1 if West, and then having the Razor Gale removed is really, really, really scary.
Yeah, that is such a hard-hitting Tristan there. Those 4 cards just...
Oh, he's activating the Razor Gale Calling. He's actually stealing his Razor Gale Calling and playing it against him, knowing he has a very heavy win count. He's going to get the advantage from that, and he's going to say, look, if you're going to do it to me, I can do it to you too.
Wow, that is... I don't want to call that a greedy play, but that is you're relying on seeing your win cards, and you're saying, I could probably do this strategy better than your deck can at this current moment. And I feel like Jesse is set up for that. The already level 3, tons of influence, and the amount of win cards they do have in count, opposed to most other Tristan decks that you see are sort of heavier on Norm and Umbra. This is turned into quite an interesting matchup.
The Mnemonic Charm's going to be popped. We're going to get the Empower 2 here. Going to play Indolent Leisure. It's just a raw +1 due to being level 3 here. So draw a card into memory if you are level 3 with the class bonus for cleric and mages. Be very good for Kong Ming. So like it's like a super common play, right? We see the level up into level 1, Mnemonic Charm gets sacrificed, immediate Indolent Leisure, right? Getting the +1 is like so valuable, even if you're not able to deal damage with the Razor Gale calling, but just having those extra cards is so important. Cycling the deck is like probably the biggest thing you need to be doing here, right? The third Fairy Whispers for the game is another example of cycling. It's like 4 Fairy Whispers is glimpsed up to 12, and then we see Boggo of Cardinal Fate is glimpsed up to 12, and then we can Cyclical Breeze 4 of them if we need to. So you can look through realistically 2/3 or even 3/4 of your deck in a game.
Yeah, and that is looking through that many cards is really the like core component of this deck. Is you want to find your hard-hitting staples like that Razor Gale calling. You want to find one early. And if you don't find one early, you want to try and dig for it as fast as possible. So as much glimpses is what you need, and that's why this deck usually opts into running a lot of their material decks cards that either draw them cards or glimpse, because they don't need to go up into additional champions level 2, level 3. They're more than fine staying at level 1 if it means they get to draw more cards.
Yeah, as long as they get their class bonus, that's really like all they're looking for. I think he turned his champion when he intended to turn his Shifting Masteries.
Yes, I
I
believe
don't
you're
think
correct.
he has anything that rests Kong Ming currently, unless he's playing a 3 visits.
We are glimpsing 2 though, so it may look like a 3 visits is being activated.
I don't think I saw a 3 visit. Maybe I may have just missed 3 visits.
Oh, it's a Fairy
Oh,
Whisper.
he's revealing. He's revealing from the Fairy Whispers.
Yes. Okay.
My apologies. I thought he already revealed from the Fairy Whispers.
Still curious why that Kong Ming is tapped though, but we shall see as this game unfolds before us. Tempest Downfall. They're talking about it, so we should as well. Very good card. It's a 3 to activate as fast speed, and it deals 3 damage to target unit. And if that unit ally entered the field this turn, it deals an additional 3, so going to be hitting it for 6. But the important part, the reason you run it in this deck, class bonus for Mage. This card costs 3 less to activate if an ally has been suppressed this turn. And there are numerous ways to suppress allies in this Kong Ming deck, meaning Tempest Downfall is a free 3 damage directly to Tristan anytime that happens.
Yeah, so he's correcting the Shifting Masteries there. He's like, "Oh, I accidentally rested my champion when I meant to turn the Shifting Masteries to West." So the interesting thing, we talked about this Tempest Downfall class bonus, right? When it says if an ally has been suppressed this turn, there's like so many strong implications to that. So if you Zephyr a Majestic Spirit, for example, being able to like play Tempest Downfall as a spell, because there's no Spell Shroud for Crux Champion, it allows you to have so much flexibility, right?
It does, yes. And they are stackable. It's not that one only sees the suppression. They all do. So if you have multiple in your hand, you can go Tempest Downfall, Tempest Downfall, Tempest Downfall, and with a Razor Gale or 2 on the field, that's 4 or 5 damage directly to the enemy champion.
Yeah, and we're gonna see that that Fairy Whispers there into attacking with all 3 allies. So we're gonna be seeing Meffin showing 13. It's a very scary position to be in, because that Razor Kill calling is so bad. We're gonna see the second dungeon guide come out.
Wow.
So the second dungeon guide is going to allow Jesse to level up into Tristan Shadow Dancer here. Can't quite see what he banished, but that's all right. It's not too important here. Shadow Dancer does come out. We're gonna see 2 Ominous Shadows plus gaining a prep counter. Method actually looks like he's in potential lethal range. I think with strictly the Shadow's Claw, if the attack connects, we could see Jesse push lethal here and use an Incapacitate to stop Veiling Breeze.
You are correct on that one. And taking advantage of the banished cards off of the original Tristan Shadow Reaver here, it looked like the Tempest Downfall was activated, and alongside with the Razor Gale that Jesse did still prior, that was 4 damage directly to Menfin, which pushed them up to that such a high amount of damage counters. And it looks like we're seeing that lethal push here. Shadow's Claw coming out. That's going to be 5 damage in total, and that's perfect lethal against Kong Ming, sitting at 19 total.
So here it is. Shadow's Claw coming in for 1. We're going to see a Zephyr, most likely targeting the Shadow's Claw, so damage can't come through. Do we see the Incapacitate here from Jesse? Fairy Whispers first. Might have a Surveil in hand. Glimpse for an Incapacitate, leave it in the right place, and then go for the... Ooh, unsure. Zephyr's in the graveyard, so not on the stack. One on top, two on the bottom. We're going to see a Stifling Trap revealed. It's also going to be 1 damage to Meffin from the Fairy Whispers activation with Razorgale Calling.
Yeah, you could just start activating 4 more win cards to try and close out the game here as well. That's what the Fairy Whispers felt like, but we do have the Incapacitate in hand.
Yeah, so Incapacitate against the Zephyr. He's going to play... It looks like he's responding. He's going to respond with a 3 visits. So 3 visits will rest his champion. So he's recovering from the 3 visits. Should take 1 from the Razorgale Calling trigger as well. Putting Jesse
like
at 9.
In a response battle here, both players going back and forth, trying to navigate this turn as perfectly as possible, minimizing damage. We should be seeing this glimpse coming through as well for Meffin, but life total's getting kind of shaky for Jesse now. The additional damage coming in from this Razorgale for each wind activation here. Wow, even a Veiling Breeze on top.
Yep, so Veiling will trigger the Razorgale Calling. Razorgale will deal 1 to Jesse if it resolves, and then the Veiling Breeze resolves afterwards. He does have 3 cards in hand, so Incapacitate would probably win the game here if he has a second one. Does he have it? Is he going to show the second Incapacitate? Doesn't look like it. Deliberating. Nope. Oh, holy, 3 Cyclical Breeze. 3 Cyclical Breeze revealed, so Veiling for 3 is going to be good. We'll block the damage here from the Shadow's Claw. Shadow's Claw durability should go down to 2 in this case, since the attack does connect. He's noticing it right there, so it's getting fixed.
And we see the Grand Crusader's Ring being banished here to draw a card. But knowing that there's 3 Cyclical Breezes in the memory of Meffin, I feel like that Veiling Breeze will be coming back for a very long time, and Jesse's going to have to start looking at an alternative to get around the damage. But a second Razorgale Calling.
So 2 Razorgale Callings. He's going to activate the Razorgale Call. It's going to trigger the first Razorgale Calling. He's going to activate his 3 visits, so it'll trigger twice. 2 instances of damage puts Jesse at 13. He's going to recover 2, rest his champion, glimpse 2. I believe both to the bottom.
Appears so, yes.
And I think he still has 4 or 5 cards in hand. Looks like 5, and I think I do see a Veiling Breeze in hand.
Oh, wow. So not even having to run with the Cyclical Breeze as well.
We're going to see the backup charger here from Jesse. Jesse activates the backup charger before waking up any of his units. The eager draw card. I do know that feel. We're going to see the power cell come in here. Jesse's going to go to Influence of 9 this turn. So actually a lot of flexibility to play around. He does have a Razorgale Calling of his own. Meffin is showing 8 off lethal. No access to 3 visits this turn. First damage comes in. Is that 2 Tempest Downfalls in hand?
I barely saw a glimpse of that. A lot of the win cards do look super similar with their art, a lot of like that. So if it is 2 Tempest Downfalls, that is a huge swing here. Wow, we do see
Incapacitate. So both of the Razorgales will still trigger, so putting Jesse at 15.
And 4 cards left in Memphin's hand then, so we're looking for
Second
another
Veiling
Veiling Breeze.
So Veiling Breeze number 3 for the game. We're going to see Incap number 3, I think. So that's still going to trigger the double Razorgale Calling, so he's going to take the 2, and he's going to incapacitate it again.
Wow.
It's going to be rough. Cyclical Breeze is a slow activated, so it looks like I think he's just dead.
Yeah, 8 damage exactly on board here. That's what?
Goes to 15. 16. And then we're showing 5 more, so we're showing up to 21 here with the Shadow's Claw without any activations of attack cards.
Oh, you are correct. I miscounted there. There's the hidden dungeon guide swinging and a Shadow Strike just to...
Shadow Strike just for good measure. And I think that's game here. I don't think Meffin has the 4th Veiling Breeze in his hand. It might have been a little too greedy to play the extra Razorgale Calling. It might have been a little more relevant to go for the Cyclical Breeze into Veiling Breeze. But you also don't necessarily expect your opponent to have incapacitate number 2 and 3 in hand already.
Yeah. You were feeling very happy sitting on Veiling Breeze 2 and 3. You're like, there's no way that can be stopped, but as lucky as you are, your opponent can be as lucky as well. We also saw the 3 visits change in effect there. If the 3 visits still had its old text, Kong Ming would have been able to really accelerate that game past that second.
Old 3 visits that gave me Jesse B crying. He would have screamed happiness and tears of joy, stealing away the first Razor Gale calling, and then when the second one comes out, he goes, "It's over. It's over, guys. It's over. I'm getting 8th visited." And
let's go ahead and look at the.
Yeah, let's go ahead and let's look at the deck list here. So, looking at sideboard opportunities, what do we have available? So, looking at Jesse's deck list, I see the 2 Heavenly Guides. Those definitely aren't coming in. 3 Sharpened Blades here could be relevant. I think 3 Sharpened Blades, Slice and Dice, and the Innervates are all relevant. So, he actually only runs, I believe this is 3 Veiling Breeze in the main. Getting the 4th Veiling Breeze, probably important in this matchup. The Vertiger's Decrees are going to be super important, though. He needs ways to deal with the Phantasias. Having those as Fantasia removal, fantastic. Doesn't have any Scatter Essence, so Vertiger's Decree is his only real option there. When it comes to looking at Meffin's deck, though, there's a couple things that I think are interesting. So Ardent Cloud Striker might come in. I do like it as a concept of pushing damage. I think it's better in grindier matchups, but it doesn't quite work the same way into, I guess, into this matchup where like the aggressive damage comes through. Like Ardent Cloud Striker does swing for a lot, but it forces you to level up early, and it's also like basically full hands down to play it. It also lowers your win count, so it's like a little bit on the riskier side. I want to say Scavenging Raccoons are pretty relevant, but they might not be. Dematerialize is probably good. I actually like Dematerialize onto things like the Windwalker Boots. I think that's pretty nice. But other than that, I don't know if he necessarily needs to bring in the Scatter Essence or the Vertiger's Decree. Those are probably more dealing with other Razor Gale decks, but maybe a little bit less when it comes to focusing against Tristan. So she does have the Fantasia allies, but not as important to deal with those.
Alrighty here, and we're gonna see them shuffling up and getting ready for game 2 here. Do you think going first?
So going first here on Tristan, I think is a lot more important than on your Kong Ming. Because when you're Kong Ming, you gain benefits from 2 different things. So materialization as the first materialization is like a pretty important and relevant thing to do. But there's also the other side where you're like, okay, 1 extra card means I have more play options, right? Razor Gale into the Windmill Engineer was a really relevant play. But there's also technically you could technically double Windmill or Windmill Reclaim Windmill as well. We're gonna see the opener of the Razor Gale calling here, so it's gonna be Razor Gale and then pass. Jesse on the other side as the Tristan player. It's more relevant to get the first materialization than the card, just because you're able to get the Windwalker Boots out 1 turn earlier and push a potential Slice and Dice lethal. If you build the deck with the Sharpened Blade, you can actually find the Slice and Dice lethal. Actually, maybe you can do it with Accepted Contract too, but you can find lethal on first materialization sometimes if you have the exact hand. And Sadie starting is a really good example of that, because Return Sadie will be 1 prep counter. You level up for 1 prep counter, and then you can return her for another prep counter. Slice and Dice will be 9. Sadie swings for 4, and you're 2 off lethal in that situation. So pushing lethal into Spirit is very possible on a very, very fast setup. We're going to see the Windmill Engineer activated here, showing a Slime Shield and a baby green slime. So we're going to see 2 here on Jesse, the trigger of the Razor Gale calling. It's going to be pretty good. I mean, it's a great start. Ooh, Ace and Protector to return the Windmill Engineer to hand here. So on enter, return an ally you control. Are we going to see a Stifling Trap from Jesse? Nope. Windmill Engineer is going to be returned. It's going to trigger the Razor Gale calling as well due to the activation. And Ace and Protector has the potential to come in for 3 damage. It looks like he's pushing the 3. Unsure if he's going into the Sadie or not. I think he's just going to face, and Jesse's debating if he wants to take the damage. Yeah, so he's going to take the damage, go to 6 here. It's risky now, though, because like Meffin can find a really, really aggressive lethal. So if he levels up, has something like a Zephyr or a way to like a displace, he could displace into like a double or triple Tempest Downfall and just find immediate lethal at Jesse.
Yeah, that is a very good plan and a way to bring it out here. I'm not sure if we've gone over exactly how strong Ace and Protector is in this matchup. That 4 life on the Asin is going to be very difficult for Jesse to physically punch through or remove off the board. You're really going to have to commit a multiple allies like your Sadie and the Imperial Spy directly into it, which allows for Meffin to either soak up that extra damage or protect it with a reclaim and just be able to replay it back, generate more value off of any slimes or windmill engineers. But just as I was mentioning that, we do see those 2 exact cards hit the field and go ahead and take care of the Ace and Protector. No worries. They're only 1 card, I believe, in Menfin's hand, so no protection for it, but Asen did his job, sending Jesse to 6 and setting up for effectively saving 4 damage counters on Kongming.
And is a little bit further away from the Slice and Dice lethal that I was talking about earlier on first materialization. If he finds the 4 damage on field this turn, it actually has the potential to just push the Slice and Dice in for 9. So Meffin needs to be careful. Potentially not full hands down this turn, but there are a couple options he can push to kind of threaten Jesse in a very severe way as well. So we know he has the Windmill Engineer. We saw the Baby Green Slime as well as the Slime Shield. He could attempt to protect himself a little bit more here. I think I also see a Mnemonic Charm in hand and maybe 1 Tempest Downfall.
The double Tempest route, I think, is going to be... Oh, hold on here. We see the Baby Gray. Double Tempest route is going to be very difficult to get through, especially because we don't have the early materialization of the Ventus. I feel like if that's a route that Memphin's really wanting to push for, that is, you would value that over probably a Bauble or your Grand Crusader ring, which has already been materialized here. I think they're planning on going a little bit much later into the game, planning on the level 3 Tristan being a option, and wanting to just secure the influence battle against this kind of deck.
Well, he might actually be going for it. He might be going for exactly what I thought he was going for.
No.
So Assassin's Ripper materialized here, banishing the Stifling Trap. We're going to return Sadie, go to 4 prep counters. He's going to have influence of 7 this turn, which means Slice and Dice for 15 is very possible right now. We do know that Meffin has a Baby Green Slime, but sadly no class bonus because he's not a Tamer player. So he's going to have to find something else to look for this lethal. He's actually going to do something in Recollection here. Potentially a Veiling Breeze. Fairy Whispers to dig for a Veiling Breeze. I think he realizes lethal presents itself if he does not find a Veiling Breeze right now.
Being very hopeful, yes. You need to find an answer to this right now. Otherwise, it is just going to be the end of the round.
It would be a very... I mean, yesterday we watched Jesse play the Luxair's Map Invitational. He's actually the winner of the Invitational. So he played against Caven, and I believe he beat Caven 2-0 in under 18 minutes by just Assassin's Ripper slice and dicing him through everything. And it was some crazy stuff. So we're going to see 2 down for Reclaim here on the Baby Gray Slime.
Interesting.
Interesting. Maybe just for a bigger Veiling Breeze?
Yeah, that is a huge potential. Just has the Veiling Breeze already in hand and is just trying to stop that. Although the amount that you're wanting anyways is going to be 6, so we got to double count that memory here. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then if there is a additional win count card put down for the Veiling, that is the 6 in total that you're wanting to stop to prevent no damage from leaking through from this big Assassin's Ripper slice and dice turn.
So the risk of playing the Veiling Breeze now is that Jesse doesn't have to commit anything if you play a Veiling Breeze. The opposite side to that is if you wait to Veiling Breeze on the attacks, Jesse will have cards in hand to play Incapacitate plus Slice and Dice. It's a 6-card combo, being able to play both due to the class bonus. So it's like quite risky. Because even though you're not Kongming level 1, Jesse's presenting a potential 17 damage on board right now, which would be enough to kill at level 1.
Yeah, wow. You are 100% correct on that. That is a lot to deal with. We do
Oh,
see.
sharpened blade.
Oh.
So the Assassin's Ripper is going to go to +2. He's going to activate the Assassin's Ripper as well. So the preparation counter he got from the sharpened blade will go right into that Assassin's Ripper. And yeah, he's going for the slice and dice lethal. He's slice and dicing for what is 8 and 11.
That is a lot of damage coming through. A slime shield is going to go ahead and prevent only 3 of this. That is still going to sneak in the first hit of the slice and dice, getting that on hit trigger, and then a veiling in response as well. And there's only 1 card in hand for Jesse, so we are not going to see a incapacitate in response to this veiling breeze. This one is going to resolve peacefully, and we're showing.
He's actually
5
showing 5 win cards. So the slime shield plus the veiling breeze is exactly enough to stop the first hit of the sharpened blade slice and dice with the Assassin's Ripper. So there's going to be no on hit effect here.
Wow, that is played that perfectly. Sort of, we were talking about that Fairy Whispers was like digging, looking for something, but it looks like Menthin was already prepared for this sort of option. Now Jesse has expended all their preparation counters, is really going to be struggling when you're wanting to hit that threshold for the level 2 draw, and you're down in influence. You went -2 to try and end the game as fast as you could. You're only sitting at 5 cards. Menthin can slowly grind out this game and prevent Jesse from advancing into a better board state with leveling up their champion.
That's definitely a tough situation to be in. Menthin actually had more cards in hand than we realized, I guess. Because when he played the Reclaim, I was like, this is weird. Playing the Reclaim and then not having enough cards to do everything. But I mean, he had 5 cards in hand after the Reclaim, which means he had 8 in hand. So he had 10 in hand before the Fairy Whispers. 9 in hand. 1 down for Fairy Whispers, gain the card. 2 down to Reclaim, gets the card back. So I guess it's 8 total. But 8 total is still like way more than I thought he had. I thought he had like 4.
Yeah, I was with you there. Thought it was very minimal, like only a Veiling Breeze was an option, and that was about it. But we do see Jesse activating a Verdigris Decree in the mode of get rid of one of your Razor Gills, and that is one of the super strong sideboard tech cards that these win decks are able to run to kind of limit and prevent the Razor Gill decks from running as rampant as they could be.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. So we're going to see the Razor Gale calling here out from Menthin, and in response, a Verdigris Decree from Jesse. So he did bring that in from the sideboard. It's a fantastic card. It's going to be able to destroy up to one target Fantasia. Yeah, it's tough here. Showing Jesse at 12, Menthin at 6. Both of these players are looking to be in like a pretty spooky, scary position right now.
Both at that 19 life total threshold. So a very intense level 1 battle between these two champions. Tristan sort of out of gas though with the slice and dice. We still do have the Assassin's Ripper that can go ahead and be activated with a prep counter to gain +2 attack on it. So there is still a possibility to push more damage through. But Menthin activating a 3 visits, recovering 2, glimpsing 2, and is trying to just stabilize the board state here. Every win card they play is an additional damage dealt to Jesse, slowly adding up 1 at a time.
Well, he is stacking everything. So is the Bogwa of Cardinal Fate into the 3 visits into a Fairy Whispers. Gonna grab the... Yeah, he's grabbing a Windmill Engineer off of that. He's recollect and draw for turn. So he's got 2 stacks on the Ventus already. We're gonna see Bogwa making it 4, so he's gonna glimpse 3 again and draw a card. Pushing Jesse to 16. Jesse is 3 off lethal already. Jesse is in a very, very dangerous position. He's probably not going to make it through the rest of this turn. So suppress ally here.
Tempest Downfall in hand.
Yeah, suppress ally, double Tempest Downfall. So that's going to be... It's going to put him to 18 just on the triggers from the Razor Reel calling, but the damage will come in for 6 on each side. Yeah, Menthin found it. He found the exact line to protect himself from the Sharpened Blade, Assassin's Ripper, Slice of Dice. It's just super heads up, right? Menthin knows exactly how much damage he needs to block. He needs to block 8 because of the potential Sharpened Blade here. Genius. Well played.
Yeah.
There's no other way to say it. That was very well played.
That is an example of knowing your own deck and what your opponent is playing. If you didn't know what this Win Tristan deck is capable of, you wouldn't be foreseeing that aggression, that style of play, that much damage coming out of just a singular turn swing. But thankfully, both these players are very familiar with these lists and understood that Tristan has the opportunity, has the possibility of just using 3 prep counters to deal that 15 damage in that one turn. Smart heads up, and we're going to a game 3. Game 1 and game 2 have both been exciting, both favored a certain player. So this game 3 in particular is really going to be a really interesting development to see who's going to see those important pieces first, and if it comes down to like Veiling Breezes versus Incapacitates opposed to Veiling Breezes versus Slice and Dices.
Something I respect a lot from Jesse's decision there is, while it was like a super, super greedy play, you're up a game, you have 30 minutes in the round. Why not, right? Go for it. If you get the victory, you force him to have such an exact combo to stop lethal. He has the slime shield, right? We saw that he had the slime shield earlier when he revealed it for the baby gray slime. But to also on top of that have Veiling for 5, while it's not unrealistic, you could kind of just force it. Just force him to have it, right?
Yeah,
he just hasn't gone through that many cards in his deck. There is a 40% chance he gets the Veiling Breeze on the opener because he's running 4. You could take the gamble. I think it's a reasonable gamble to go for.
100%. It's that moment where you tell your opponent, if you have it, you have it. But if you don't, I win the round. I'm the only 6-0 undefeated here. And it's smart play. You're already up a game, so risking it all on that doesn't feel too bad. Yes, you do have to go to a game 3, but if you're confident in your play and your deck, that's not that big of a deal. As we see a strong open here, just going straight into the Sadie, and now we're going to probably see a more controlled game plan of going up to level 3, maybe hitting that Shadow Reaver once again to possibly still a Razor Gale.
We're going to see the best opener again here for Kongmeng. We're going to see that Razor Gale calling starter. Fantastic Fantasia Clerical spell there. Sadly, Kongmeng doesn't have access to the class bonus since it is a cleric spell specifically, but Kongmeng does have a lot of other fun class bonus available options, such as things that give you the mage class bonus like Tempest Downfall.
And it's not really mage class bonus, but only really is affected by Kongming, which is the Bagua, which is a really cool and interesting card and development of no other Razor Gale deck can run Bagua as efficiently because of the shifting currents.
Yeah, I think the only other deck you can potentially run Bagua in is like a Wind Merlin if you play... Like, you could play Wind Merlin starting as Kongming and grab the shifting currents for it. Something else in his deck that also is relevant towards the shifting currency you brought up is the Ardent Cloud Striker in the sideboard. So it's a 5 memory cost. It's 3 power, 4 life, and I believe if it's west and you're attacking a champion, on attack you get +3. So it's like really, really big.
Oh, that is correct. Ardent Cloud Striker is such a strong card if it's able to survive 1 or 2 turns, get the swings and the on-attack trigger if it attacks a champion, get in very buff. And it's sort of its built-in powerhouse engine, and it can go unanswered very easily, as a lot of these decks don't have early removal that can deal with such a strong ally on the board.
Early removal indeed. In this matchup, I think Jesse actually has a pretty good answer to it. Sadie plus the Black Market Broker, Sadie plus Imperial Spire, any combination of those 3 is pretty good. We're going to see the Windwalker Boots come out, as always. Reclaim on the Windmill Engineer doesn't want to give Jesse the agility trigger.
And Sadie is heading back to the hand, getting that prep counter for Jesse. We're now at 1 prep counter here, and believe... Sadie's just going to come back. Okay.
We should be at 2 prep counters. 1 from Tristan and 1 from the Sadie return, and then we're going to go to 3 here with the Windwalker Boots. It's a little tough to see due to the angle of the camera with the D30 there.
Gotcha. And I believe that is an official Grand Archive D30 here as well. One of those beautiful gemstone dice you can get by going to Ascents. So very nice to see the official gem dice being used out here. Just a little hard to read as stated. But we do see the floating memory from that reclaim being used to go into Kongming. and we're going to get our Shifting Currents and go straight into one of the fan favorite cards of Wind, Windmill Engineer, imbued with a Cyclical and a Tempest Downfall.
Going Cyclical and Tempest Downfall is almost like it's almost a like a warning. Like you're like, hey, I can kill you whenever I want. Keep that in mind. Because Ventus comes out next turn. We play like double Fairy Whispers, Cyclical Breeze. It's like, okay, cool. Now we grab back a spell, play it a third time, and then now what are you gonna do?
You're correct, actually. It's sort of a mind game when you imbue with Windmill Engineer. What do you want to show your opponent? Do you want to give them prevalent information like, hey, I have these in my arsenal and I may be able to activate them? Or do you want to show them something that's probably not as good? You could show them 2 wind baby green slimes and be like, oh, I just have these, and then keep everything else hidden information for your opponent and have them guessing.
Yeah, the mind games of imbue and revealed cards is very interesting and unique. It's something you can do should you want to, but it's not something you absolutely have to do. So we're gonna see Razorgale calling trigger here from the Fairy Whispers, putting Jesse at 7 and reveal a 3 visits. Oh, he's gonna reveal a 3 visits, activate it immediately. Go for the rest. He's gonna recover 2 here. Go down to 2. We're gonna see Jesse at 8. He's gonna get the glimpse, and this is where he's online. Like we're actually just online here.
Yeah, it's the engine. It's moving. The train is going forward here, and still more cards in hand, more activations. A Bagua. We're gonna glimpse 3, draw 1.
Jesse's going to 9 here. Bagua, fantastic card. Probably, I would argue it's like top 3 most key cards in the deck, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't play Kong Ming.
Yes.
Ooh, Veiling Breeze revealed. Jesse's going to play his own Fairy Whispers in response. Sadly, he does not have the Razorgale calling stolen this time with Shadow Reaver. So he's not going to be dealing any damage to Meffin.
And getting that black market to hand off the reveal of Fairy Whispers. And I believe the Tristan was able to allow a draw 2 here with the amount of prep counters we have. So recollecting with a hefty amount of influence in hand. I'm just going to start the turn by trying to get rid of that Windmill Engineer and get the Agility 3 trigger thanks to Sadie's on kill.
Sadie will go down. Sadie will get the kill here on the Windmill Engineer. We're going to see 4 down for a Broker. Broker is going to give us the on-enter gain a preparation counter. It also will be stealth because we have 3 or more preparation counters on Tristan. We're just going to come in for a nice chip 2. Move to end step, gain a prep counter from the Windwalker boots. Pass turn over to Meffin. So this is where I feel like you're a little scared as Jesse. You do have the potential for things like Incapacitate, Veiling Breeze, etc., but you also only have 1 card down in memory. Like Meffin's shown a lot of cards. The influence of, I believe, 11 right now. 6 in memory, 5 in hand.
Influence of a lot, yes. I do believe you are correct on the calculations there.
So GCR, Ventus, both great options here. Wind, Resonance Bauble, also a fairly good option. It's going to go for the Grand Crusader's Ring, get that free draw. Free Recollection. What do we see from Meffin? Yeah, activate the 3 visits.
More damage stacking up.
3 visits can be great. Glimpse 2 before drawing for your turn is very, very helpful. He's going to put both to the bottom. Immediately send those away. He's looking for his lethal at this point. He's trying to find it as fast as he can. Potentially looking for a second Razorgale calling.
Ooh, another Bagua coming in. And this is, as you mentioned, this is all pre-recollection. This is all these cards in memory are going to be picked up here for more damage to be dealt off this Razorgale calling.
Yep, Bagua of Cardinal Fate being 1 cost is fantastic here. So we're going to just see a raw Tempest Downfall. It's going to put Jesse at 12 from the Razorgale calling trigger, and then Tempest Downfall is going to put him to 15. Only 7 life available here for Jesse as he is level 2. Tristan Hired Blade only has 22 as the available life pool. Recollect and Draw is looking very, very scary for Jesse. I see a Tempest Downfall in hand as well.
Do you think if Jesse had the Incapacitate, they would have ran it into that Tempest Downfall there, or do you think they're saving it more for like the game-winning Tempest Downfall? Is it more about preservation, or?
I think it might be Surveil into Veiling Breeze, but he's trying to hold on to cards because he doesn't want to go -1 yet. Because the other thing is, if you want to level up here without using a dungeon guide, then you need to keep in mind that what you put down will be lost. So if you're planning on putting 3 win cards down for Veiling Breeze and then banishing them for level up, you may be in a very, very dangerous position.
Gotcha here. Okay.
Influence of 6 for Jesse, or influence of 7, 6 cards in hand, I believe.
Yes, and that should be enough for them to do the plan you were saying of the Surveil the Winds into a Veiling Breeze. Menfin just going sort of a slower route. I thought there's going to be more win cards jammed down, but we're going with a mnemonic charm. Might read to me there might is an Indolent Leisure plan perhaps already in hand.
So if I recall correctly, his 3, or was it the Bagua? I think he left all 3 cards on top. So I think he's actually just trying to draw into those exact cards right now. So we'll sacrifice the Mnemonic Charm, play the Indolent Leisure, pay 2 for that. He's going to draw 1 and then draw 1 into Memory. So the +1 from that is very valuable and relevant. Probably just holding on to Veiling Breeze, using it to protect himself for the next turn, and then finding lethal on the rotation after that.
I believe still 5 more in hand for Menfin, so there is a possibility of digging a little bit deeper, but all the cards that were seen off the Bagua, as you stated, have now been drawn either into hand or memory.
It looks like Jesse's actually going to banish his Windwalker Boots to draw a card here. Trying to decide what to put down potentially for level up. I'd be interested if he goes into Shadow Reaver. If he goes into Shadow Reaver, it's kind of telling that he has a Dungeon Guide, but it looks like he's going to go for an Assassin's Ripper. Let's see. 8 cards, goes to 9. Sharpened Blade combo. You could technically Sharpen Blade, Slice and Dice, and also play an Incapacitate. It is possible here.
It's going to put to 6 off the ally attacks. I believe we do have enough prep counters to prep Slice and Dice and Assassin's Ripper. So that's already looking at 5, and then...
I think we're at 5 because he did banish the Windwalker Boots, so he has to have at least 5. He might have 6, though. Sharpened Blade would put him at 6, so he's going to activate the Assassin's Ripper. Puts him at 4. And go for Slice and Dice for just 15. Hold all the rest of your cards in hand. For double Incapacitate, potentially.
Yeah, I feel like that is threatening lethal right here. If there needs to be, if there is 2 Incapacitates, 3 Veiling Breezes.
It's also possible that Meffin goes for lethal here. So activation of Veiling Breeze triggers the Razor Gale Calling. So he's going to take 1, go to 16, incapacitate on the Veiling Breeze. Has 2 cards left in hand here. Meffin, oh, he does have a second Veiling Breeze.
Ooh.
So the second Veiling Breeze is going to resolve. Going to show, I believe, 7 win cards.
And looks like Jesse is just picking up there. That is...
Yeah, Jesse realizes he dies next turn because the 3 visits and banishment gets activated, puts him to 18, and then he'll just die from the Tempest Downfalls in hand.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's gonna be that was kind of crazy. It was a 2-1 overall for Meffin. Came back as a submarine. He was losing. He lost the first game. Almost lost the second game, but came back with the perfect exact moment to survive. And then third game, it was just very, very clean and cut in that regard. Something I want to talk about is I feel like we've seen so many win matchups, right? Like we saw Meffin earlier playing against someone else, I believe. He was also playing the Razor Gale Kongming. When are people gonna run Nullifying Mirror? That card is so good.
So I'm gonna throw a little bit of opinion on Nullifying Mirror here. The card is amazing, but you have to play around it because you cannot bring it out on your kill turn. You have to bring it out a turn or 2 prior, which I think is the hardest part. People are trying to figure out how to bring that into your rotation of materialization. Okay, a lot of the time, you can just respond to Nullifying Mirror with a Veiling Breeze on materialization, things like that. So it already needs to be on the field, and then you bring out your Assassin's Ripper or your main win condition, forcing your opponent into a situation where they have to Veiling Breeze, and then you can in response to their Veiling Breeze, go ahead and Nullifying Mirror.
It's interesting though because it kind of puts it in the same situation as pre-recollection Veiling Breeze, right? Mm-hmm. If I bring out a Nullifying Mirror and you, in response to materialization, decide to Veiling Breeze, I just hold all my interaction in hand, don't kill you, and then just wait. But I also have to, at that point, have an answer to nullifying mirror in end step, right? Like I have to be able to Zephyr it or like dematerialize it or something like that, right? There needs to be an option to deal with that. I think the best way, and not everyone will agree with this, but I mean, Quicksilver Grail is pretty crazy, and a lot of people just don't respect how good Quicksilver Grail is. Quicksilver Grail to me is actually the best. Yeah, I'll say it. I think it's the best Divine Relic. I use Quicksilver Grail in more decks than I use Grand Crusader's Ring. I think Grand Crusader's Ring, while it's great because it gives you one immediate influence at basically no downside except for like Diablerie, it's very linear in the way that it works, whereas Quicksilver Grail has a lot of ways to shift the dynamic of the game, and I think that is extremely valuable and something that's often forgotten.
Yeah, you are 100% correct on that. And it's actually very interesting to think about it, is because GCR was so prevalent, Grand Crusader Ring, was just because there wasn't a lot of options for decks to gain influence or draw cards. But now with 4 sets into the game so far, we have every element has ways to draw, filtering, things like that. So that just standard draw a card is not as relevant. That line of text
charger now, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's not a divine relic, so you can easily just swap in 1 for 1. If everyone was so used to just having a draw 1, that's your backup charger. And now you can run the likes of not Imperial Seal, my apologies. They're Quicksilver Grail. And it allows you as a dynamic gameplay, so many mind games, tips and tricks, and you don't even have to put something super prevalent under Quicksilver Grail. You can put anything to make it more of a, like, as I said, a mind game with your opponent. You could put the Assassin's Ripper underneath there instead of the Nullifying Mirror, and now your opponent really has to determine of like, oh, can I Veiling here? Is it safe?
Yeah, there's a couple. Something else that's like neat is when we look at the way cards have developed over time, self-cycle cards are really, really prevalent now. Like before, that wasn't really as much of a thing. We had cards like, Clumsy Apprentice, take 2, draw a card, right? But now we have cards like Baby Grey Slime, Windmill Engineer, Mnemonic Charm, Indolent Leisure, Rising Tides. Like we have cards that cycle and also cards at +1. So having more flexibility and options in ways to gain cards means that you don't need to necessarily force yourself into such a pigeonholed form of deck building with your material deck. Obviously, material deck space is tight and it always will be tight, especially with sideboard changes. Right? Previously, we had 8 sideboard cards. It could be anything you want. Now we have 15 sideboard slots where Regalia and Champions, anything in your material deck counts as 3 per. So it does limit you to a maximum of 5 Regalia if you wanted to run those. It does feel a little tight, but I think there's like a lot of unexplored territory and room for people to kind of find new avenues to utilize these cards. I, for one, am super excited for HVN. Just knowing that Nullifying Mirror is a card that's coming out. I'm excited to see more options for Fantasia removal, more interactions in different elements. But overall, I think, like Cam said, I'm just really excited to see Dao Chan.
Yeah.
It is where Cam said it best. Dao Chan, GOAT.
Don't even know what the card does, but already putting it in the GOAT status.
Yeah, for sure. Well, actually, the main reason why I'm so excited to play Dao Chan is because on top of being Terra, it's also a cleric.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like we have Arsana, Vanitas, and now we'll have Dao Chan. So it'll be interesting to see like more available classes to things, right? Especially like because in theory, as a recollection deck, it should have a level 3 champion, whereas like Vanitas does not have a level 3 champion. Mordred doesn't have a level 3 champion. Those things like only Merlin has level 3 champion on the lineage breaks. So I'll be interested in seeing like more flexible ways to play other elements. Terra is like the one element I have not explored at all. I it's gonna sound bad. I really don't like playing Terra, but now that more Terra cards have come out, I think I'm more interested in giving it a chance. So, Kongming as a Terra deck, I think is really fun. I do like watching the Kongming Razor Gale stuff because I like the way Razor Gale plays. But advanced elements are just like, to me, what feels thematically what Grand Archive is about. So I'm really excited to see more opportunities to play level 3 advanced element decks.
Yeah, no, you are very correct. That is sort of the identity of Grand Archive and makes those games feel really good. Like as we saw Tristan, when you hit Umbra, you have so many cool strategies and variations that can come through with it. But yeah, I'm super happy to see what's going to be coming out in HVN. I'm with you there, and I really want to see different classes and different elements.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool decks have been coming out today. Anything you really want to see if we get the chance to see it on stream?
Oh, I feel like I want to see a pure Nico deck if they've been doing well. I
Cool.
feel like that's one of those, like, in the right situation, right tournament environment, Nico can tear through the opposition.
Also, shout out to Ver, who was casting the Luxair's Map Invitational yesterday. Currently doing very well in the tournament. That's quite a good score. Interesting to see. There's some unique decks in here that I'm seeing today. I think I would always, as always, I'd want to see a Mordred. I don't think a lot of people play Mordred, but after watching, it was Foamy. Foamy played the Slice and Dice Erendite Mordred at Chicago. I was like, this is the coolest deck I think I've ever seen, and I'm just so excited to see how it plays out. And I haven't seen anyone play it, so I might dabble a little bit in that one.
Yeah, that was actually really, really interesting to see. You get to see a champion that you normally never. Mordred, one of those very uncommon level 2 champions that people opt into. Hopefully, there are plans for Mordred in the future, maybe help him out a little bit. But it's always great that players are not just sticking with what's good, they're also sticking with things they like or want to try out. And sometimes they're greatly rewarded for that as well.
Yeah, but we're gonna be ending up. I believe that was round 6, so we're gonna be moving into round 7 soon here. But we're just gonna take a short break before we can get into those. We'll try to find some interesting decks to bring to you guys. Hopefully, I did actually find a pure Nico, so hopefully we can bring them in here.
Ooh.
But we'll see what happens based on the results of this round. Since we are moving into round 7 and round 8, we'll probably be looking for more matches that are like win-and-ins or win to keep staying in. And then, because obviously top tables like to ID so they can have early dinner, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you guys for joining us so far. This has been a great round 6 of the Yeti AMB online invitational, and we'll be back to you guys soon.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here for more Grand Archive.
Yeah, we are back with round 7 here. So round 7, we're going to be seeing, I never thought I'd say we're going to be seeing a lot of Tristan again. Tristan's back, baby. She's back, and she's coming out with a vengeance. So we're going to be seeing our standings currently. We have Meffin X, which was our one Kongmi player. He's currently the only flawless victory so far. He is 6-0. We see Ver in second place with 5-0-1. And we're going to be getting our table 2 matchup here, which is Juju Wu at a 5-0-1 versus Taco Boss at 5-1. So Juju Wu, we saw earlier on the stream, he was playing the Wind Tristan. Had the mix of like Shadow Strike plus the like slice and dice combos for early lethal as well as like a long game combo setup. But on the other side, we're actually going to be seeing a variation of, I guess, what is like a burn deck. It's very, very aggressive Fire Tristan. Now, I loved Fire Tristan, but I moved back to Fire Xander because I felt like Xander was better. So I'm really interested to see if Tristan makes a significant difference in this deck list specifically.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see the difference between Xander and Tristan. Xander's able to let you look into a couple more cards with that glimpse ability, but Tristan's agility really adds into pushing like additional non-combat damage. Like you can recollect and get the planted explosives or mark the target, things of that nature.
Yeah,
It is
those what's it called, agility trigger from her is like really unique. It changes all the lines for sure.
Yeah, it super is. And it's really cool to see sort of how this tournament has progressed into these top tables. We talked about it a lot earlier today of just like, hey, what decks are you expecting to see nearing this top 8? Who do you think's going to be in the contention for it? And we talked a lot about Merlins. We talked a lot about Sylvies. But the fact that Tristans are showing up big today is such a refreshing taste that the meta slowly changes, develops, and warps into its own weird way. And we have Juju back on stream with Wind Umber Tristan against Taco Boss on the Fire Aggro Tristan. Go ahead and give us some insight on this, OnceInLuv.
Yeah, so the first thing I want to mention is that Taco Boss will be going first, so he is already at a significant advantage in game 1. Aggressive Tristan really looks for the materializations. It's really, really important to get the Poison Dagger out there earlier. In his deck specifically, he's not running a Quicksilver Grail. He's running a Grand Crusader's Ring. So this does give him more value if he can't find lethal on the Poison Dagger turn. However, it is riskier against other element decks. So against fire and water, it leaves your Poison Dagger open to interaction. But in this case, playing against wind, the best thing they can do is utilize a Zephyr on it, which will just return it on the next turn.
You are correct. And I do just want to point out a little bit of a flavor success for Taco Boss here. We do have those Recollection Tristan sleeves looking very nice and clean with that Tristan deck here. We do have Juju setting up here, looking paying costs right now, but I believe we have a Surveil the Winds coming through. That's 2 down.
Yeah, turn 1 Surveil's good. I think Sadie might also come out. It's a pretty good opener. Sadie threatens a lot in this deck, but the biggest thing that you want to keep in mind if you're playing the burn deck into a Wind Tristan is Veiling Breeze. Veiling Breeze essentially denies everything you can and would like to do. So trading a Veiling Breeze on the Poison Dagger turn, even if you get incapacitated, you would just trade another one immediately. You wouldn't even think about not playing it. You would always go for it because Poison Dagger is like the big curve in damage. So second materialization is usually where you get a lot of value.
And here we're going to see Taco Boss forcing the hand of Juju. We're going to imbue a Vermilion Decree. We see 3 cards, 2 Archers, 1 Korhazi, and choosing the modes of deal 2 damage to champion, 3 damage to target ally here. And Juju's probably just deciding if it's worth saving the Saudi, putting a couple of cards down, or if you're keeping up a little bit more defensive actions here.
Actually flipped there. It's 3 damage to target champion, 2 damage to ally. So it is perfect for Sadie though, because Sadie is only a 2 life ally, so she can still pass out from this one. The decisions are being made. Juju unsure if he wants to take it back. I think bringing back your Sadie and gaining the preparation counter is definitely worth it here.
Correct. And it does not stop the 3 damage to champion as well. So if the deal 2 does end up not going through, it's not like the whole card ends up going to waste here. You still do get that push through damage. It's just sort of if you're activating Vermilion Decree, you might as well try and get both effects out of it and maximize your cards.
Yeah, so, like it was brought up, Nullifying Mirror. We talked about it last round in between the rounds. It's great for Veiling Breeze. Hopefully we'll see it come in the second match here, as it is sideboarded for Taco Boss. Still trying to decide on whether or not we want to make any form of interaction with the Vermilion Decree. So Vermilion Decree was definitely targeting the Sadie as one of the 2 modes. Second mode, I believe, is going to be 3 damage to face, since neither player has drawn a card here. One of the small things that's like a little bit difficult to deal with on webcam with no audio is that we don't get to know the modes of activated cards like this. But overall, it's going to see a very good play. I think Vermilion Decree makes this deck a lot better than people will give it credit for. We're actually going to see a less aggressive play here, though. Backup Charger is going to come in. It's going to play that, activate it in his Recollection, draw a card into memory, and get a Power Cell.
Yeah, I want to just touch base on what you were saying. Vermilion Decree is an underrated card. I can 100% see what you mean by that, because if 3 modes that you have deal 3 damage to a champion, 2 damage to an ally, or each player draws a card, it acts like an increasing danger that punishes your opponent. You're able to deal damage and draw a card, build up that influence and value. Yes, you do give your opponent a card, but you're still pushing through the damage, which is your game plan. Or on the other side of that coin, you can remove allies off your opponent's side while maintaining your allies being able to attack directly into your opponent's champion, keeping that pressure and damage up.
Yeah, it's also fast, which gives another really strong advantage. But Blazing Bowman's going to come out here. So Blazing Bowman on enter is going to banish the fire card from graveyard. Blazing Bowman will get +2 until end of turn. So this is going to come in for 4 damage here. I see a Fairy Whispers from Juju in response. Looking for a Veiling Breeze possibly for next turn.
Or
might
even
not.
this turn might be a good way to start preventing damage here.
Yep. So Reclaim's going to come through. Probably just going to take the 4. And then 1 from the Clumsy Apprentice. Oh, he actually does have a Veiling. Veiling for 4 is not bad, but it's probably worth saving for next turn. However, Poison Dagger not being materialized yet on the field means that he might just go for like ally pressure.
Yeah, and we do see the commitment to the Veiling Breeze, revealing 1, 2, 3 from the memory here. And it's just gonna put the turn flat in its tracks. Oh, only 2.
It's just 2. Veiling for 2, interesting. So Juju will go to 5 here from the Blazing Bowman. Clumsy Apprentice will not be able to attack. Needs to be careful. If Juju doesn't level up here, he actually is in potential range for a lethal from Taco Boss. If he levels up, pre-recollection mark the target, and then go into a... Yeah, I think pre-recollection mark the target into a... Probably Agility 3 trigger would be pretty effective, but we're going to see a Nullifying Lantern. So showing respect for that Blazing Bowman, also for a potential Rending Flames here. So kind of neat.
Yeah, and we do know there is one more Blazing Bowman in the memory or hand of Taco Boss, as 2 were revealed from the Vermilion Decree. So playing very respectful, not wanting to get caught by that card once again, but we're still looking at possible lines of lethal here, as you said, with a mark to target going into Xander.
Something interesting to talk about is order of operations and the order in which you do things in this game. A lot of people tend to attack with whatever their largest allies are, but I think it's actually important to sometimes go the other way. If you attack with the Clumsy first, you kind of face check the interaction. It's like, do I want to show a Veiling Breeze for this? Obviously, in this situation, when the Blazing Bowman has the on-enter trigger and you know it's going to have 4 power for the turn, you're probably going to see the Veiling Breeze regardless. But there are other situations where that is relevant, right? Where someone wants to play like a Deflecting Edge to block a specific attack, or play a Veiling Breeze after something to bait you to go hands down.
Yeah, it's a matter of when do you feel as a player it's the right moment to go ahead and show what you're planning or your hand in like the interaction here. I know some people wait till the very last possible moment of like, okay, I need to go ahead and do this now, while others go, I'm just gonna get over with it, show you that I have it, and then make you play around it.
So Poison Dagger is going to come out here. Sadie did not get an on-kill agility trigger due to the fact that Juju was still on Spirit. So Blazing Bowman is swinging in here. I believe it's all damage to face. So we're going to see 3 to face here, putting Jujubu at 8. And we're going to see level up into Tristan 1. Rolling for banishment there. It's going to be number 2. And the banishment is a mastermind scheme.
Interesting there. And we are sort of playing with the knowledge that Juju does not have a lot of wind cards at the disposal right now with that Veiling Breeze. I'm not sure if it was just a don't want to show too much information and take minimal damage, or if we're stuck with a bunch of Norm and Umbra cards and we're going to have to maybe be selective on the way we're leveling up. And sort of seeing a peek from the hand, I see 2 dungeon guides, perhaps a mastermind scheme in there as well. So looking like the hand is quite clogged up with late game vehicles, but nowhere to really a driver there to get you to that point.
Yeah, we're currently on a bumpy road. It's might be the middle of the desert here, looking for a way to get through the burn of Tristan on the other side here. So Sadie can come in to clear that Blazing Bowman. It would reduce 2 damage, also get the on-kill agility 3 trigger. But does Juju have a line where he can potentially push lethal faster? Taco Boss is on Spirit, and as we know, Fire decks generally don't have a lot of ways to reduce damage dealt to your champion or to allies in general. So let's see, 2 damage from Sadie would put him at 4. Slice and Dice could be for 9, but he's missing a preparation counter. So probably 1 card short from hand to be able to push that. We're going to see Windmill Engineer.
I mean, a little bit slower, just building up that value. The Windmill Engineer is going to probably trade into that Clumsy Apprentice there. It is turned off. Oh, taking out the Blazing Bowman. Either way works fine. Just
Blazing
as long
Bowman
as
is actually a 1 life. So it's only got 1 life. Surprisingly, it's 2/1. So it's a very aggressive recost card here.
And very curious that the Sadie went directly. Okay. Oh no, to the Clumsy Apprentice. For a second, I thought that Clumsy was waking up for the start of the turn, but also grabbing that Agility 3 trigger. So that Windmill Engineer, you do technically get to draw a card now, since it did draw into your memory, thanks to that Sadie's Agility 3 trigger. So looking in a very commanding, controlling spot when it comes to influence. But we see Taco Boss opting in for what appears to be a level up, presenting the memory to the opponent, asking them to choose one. And a Rending Flames is taken out here. The card is only a 3 activated cost attack. Now since Nullifying Lantern is on the board. And let's see that Xander.
Tristan is not
Tristan,
playing
my
Xander.
apologies, yes.
Yeah, so we're going to see Tristan 1. It's going to gain a prep counter here, choosing not to get the agility. Pre-Recollection, I believe the Poison Dagger is going to come in for 1 here.
Mm-hmm.
So this will put Juju at 9. And now with the class bonus available until end of turn, if this unit would take damage, it will take that much damage plus 1 instead. Pre-Recollection Vermilion Decree. Now, this is a very strong play to bring in here. So on one side, drawing the extra card here would be nice because you go to a 7-card hand. We do see the Rococo in memory, which means having a 6-card hand, he can play 3 1 costs for it. Also can activate the Mercenary Blade for an extra 2 damage if needed. Cannot bring out Varuk and Soul Knife due to the Nullifying Lantern available. But drawing a card also allows your opponent to draw a card, so you go at risk of giving them another one of their Veiling Breeze.
Yes, and that might shut down your whole kill turn now when you did pop the Poison Dagger.
Incapacitate.
Yeah. Wow, interesting. Just the hard commit.
Yeah, so the hard commitment of the Incapacitate there is like extremely good value. Being able to stop the 3 damage from coming in, and then the +1 from the +1 from the Poison Dagger is like really, really good. So if you are Juju Wu, you have a life pool of 19, you have 9 damage counters on you. Taco Boss, if he plays 1 card and then plays the Rococo, he would go down to influence of 4, which means Rococo on enter plus the attack would bring 5 damage to the board plus whatever was brought before. Mercenary Blade would come in for 2, so that would be exact lethal if Juju Wu has no way to deal with this. So he needs a Stifling Trap. Oh, he's going to play another Imbued Vermilion Decree. So I believe this is going to be 2 damage to something and then draw cards. We're going to see Fairy Whispers in response here. Fairy Whispers, good. He's going to dig really hard for that Veiling Breeze. He needs to find it. If he doesn't have it, it's probably going to be lethal this game. Looking at 3 damage plus the 1 from the Poison Dagger. Oh, actually, double Rococo in hand. Interesting. Double Rococo in hand, maybe just saving the secondary Rococo for the next turn. It's still going to be an on enter deal 2 damage, which is relevant, but might not be enough for this matchup specifically. Juju is going to put... Does he have it? 2 down. For an incapacitate again, so he's going to incapacitate.
Wow, just all the answers right now on Juju's side. Taco Boss sort of struggling to get that additional damage in on this Poison Dagger turn, and is just going to have to settle for a Rococo here, dealing 2 damage plus the 1 from the Poison Dagger on enter, and then 1 damage plus the additional 1 for the swing, which is... what's that? 8 damage mitigated because of Incapacitate?
Yeah, Incapacitate saved Juju, kept him alive for this turn. We're going to see the Mercenary Blade activated using its alternate cost, paying 1 preparation counter. Tristan will swing in, dealing 1 damage there. So it's going to put Juju up to 16. So he's 3 off lethal. He's down to, I believe, 5 influence. He's in a very, very, very rough position. Taco Boss is showing another Rococo on the field. So if he swings with the Rococo, plays another one, it's going to be the potential 4 damage, pushing Juju to 20. As well as the materialization options for Taco Boss. If he takes out, I guess, Varrock and Soul Knife in this situation, since the Nullifying Lantern's already on the field, he'll still be able to get guaranteed 1 damage from that.
Yeah, I get to swing there. I'm going to check the list right here for Taco Boss as well. We do see looking for a Mercenary Blade, which we do have as well. So that is still a very viable option to be brought out, as if there is a additional Blazing Throw drawn for Taco Boss, which can easily push out damage, and you don't have to swing with it as well. So you could get...
He actually did just swing with that. So that giving the extra 2 damage there, he activated it using the prep counter. It's a little hard to see due to the angle of the camera there, but it was Rococo. It was Vermilion Decree for 3 plus the 1 in capped. So that was negated, and then it was Rococo on enter, attack 5 damage, pushing him to 14 from 9. And then the Mercenary Blade was brought out with the activation of the using the preparation counter, swung for 2.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect. Yes, that maximizing the Poison Dagger turn is the best case use scenario of that. You know, getting the both Vermilion Decrees mitigated, trying to still push all the damage you possibly can before passing the turn back to your opponent here.
You're definitely in a very rough position. I believe I see a Captivating Cutthroat on Taco Boss's side. And another thing worth mentioning is if he chooses to go for a Grand Crusader's Ring here instead of going for a Soul Knife, he can actually pre-recollection, utilize the Power Cell targeting the Rococo to give it 2 extra damage before he moves into his actual turn. So he'll swing with the Rococo for 3 and then play another Rococo. And that would put him, or I guess he would have to play something else and then the Rococo, and that would put Juju within actually exactly the range.
Wow, yeah, that Power Cell actually is going to make a world of a difference, just because Rococo is an automaton. And do you think Juju has any defensive options left in their hand after expanding those double incapacitates?
I don't think so. He's going to draw 2. So he got the 1 from the Tristan level 2 on enter and 1 from turn. He basically needs to have a Stifling Trap or a Veiling Breeze. Otherwise, it's going to be really, really rough here. Because the line I'm looking for on Taco Boss that I think he will probably go for. I know I've played with Taco Boss a lot. I know he's brilliant when it comes to this game. It's most likely Grand Crusader's Ring, pre-recollection, pop the Power Cell and Rococo, swing for 3, 2 down for Captivating Cutthroat, swings for 3, take 1 for your champion, and then he's going to play 1 down for his Rococo, on enter deal 2, and then get 1.
Oh, that sounds
Dream
like a
Fairy.
great plan, but Dream Fairy putting a stop to that, sending Rococo back to the memory and swinging in for 1. And we did see a little peek in Juju's hand. That's a Veiling Breeze sitting right there.
Yeah, the Veiling Breeze is really nice. He feels a little bit tougher here for Taco Boss. He will actually go up a lot in influence, so he will be able to get influence of 7, which is kind of scary when you look at like these burn fire decks. They have so many different ways to deal damage. Non-combat damage, like you said, is going to be very relevant in this matchup. He's going to recollect and draw, go up to 7.
And that's a healthy influence for a deck that sort of went all out in their previous turn. Being able to activate Rococo, get to that spot, and then now be back at 7 and only needing to deal 6 damage to Tristan to be able to take this game 1. And I believe only 1 card in hand for Juju, maybe 2. I'm not 100% clear, but we do see a Captivating Cutthroat.
Yep, Captivating Cutthroat, 2 cost. Will come in for 3 here. The on attack will have to deal 1 damage to his own champion, though. Does Juju only have 1 card in hand? I think he does.
Yes.
Yeah, Influence of 5. He's banished 2 to level up, and then draw 1, draw 1. Yeah, I went to 5. So he actually won't be able to play the Veiling Breeze this turn. So we're going to see Juju up to 19 here. Needs to find 3 damage. Where do we find 3 damage here? 2 Rococo's in hand. We know one of these cards is
Vermilion.
Decree. Vermilion at number 3 coming in. 3 damage to champion is going to push lethal here against Juju.
Was that
Does
all
he
4
have an answer?
Vermilions?
I think it was 3. 2 were incapped, and this is the 3rd one?
No, the first one was originally targeting the Sadie that was returned it to hand. So I believe all 4 Vermilions
all
were.
4 Vermilions.
That is insane. Making
it's a true skill thing. It's a true skill thing.
Yes, yeah. Making a comeback. The first 2 didn't work, so Talkabas decided, you know what, let's throw it in the 4th and final one to see if there's another answer. And thankfully, with only 1 card in hand, no answer, and it closes out game 1. Let's go ahead and take a look at sideboards here. I want you to cover Talkabas's first, as you're very familiar with this fire deck.
So when it comes to playing against Incapacitate, you also have to run your own Incapacitates. So 3 things will come in for the Incapacitate. I think he'll probably take out the Rending Flames when he makes the assumption that Juju will play an early Nullifying Lantern. Things also to bring in, Nullifying Mirror replaces the Water Resonance Wobble slot. But the most important one I think that I really like and is kind of up for debate is actually Reduce to Ash. I think 2 Reduce to Ash brought in over pretty much any like low value things. I think you can get rid of maybe 2 of the Xiao Chaos or 1 Xiao Chao and 1 Veteran Blaze Bearer. But the Reduce to Ash brings a lot of value because if your opponent tries to play safe and play behind a Nullifying Lantern or play behind either, Safeguard Amulet or a Terrafring, you can actually in end step activate Reduce to Ash targeting those, not giving your opponent the opportunity to use them, which is extremely valuable, and it's a very good way to kind of like gotcha them when you're really pushing this aggressive fire deck.
Yeah, wow. That is actually a really good consideration, because usually when you play this aggressive deck, you're not considering you also want to play reactive as well, but Reduce to Ash really prevents your opponent from answering the board state you're developing.
Yeah. Looking at the other deck list, though, I mean, it's things we've seen all day. What do you want to see come in here?
I personally think I want to see a race. I want the 3 sharpened blades, the additional slicing dice to come in, and then give me Innervate Agilities as well. I feel like that is going to be so strong, especially on a dagger turn. If you just rush into level 1 and then keep the Innervate up, that shuts down the opponent's whole strategy, and you will not be able to. Not only do you recover 5, but you prevent any additional damage to be dealt to you. So that is something that I really want to see come in. And just pretty much both these decks, low to the ground, fast paced. I don't think Tristan should be aiming to get to level 3 unless they have a clear dungeon guide line to it and preserve influence as much as possible.
Yeah, I like 3 schemes out, 3 Shadow Strikes out. We put in 3 Sharpened Blades, 1 Slice, 1 Veiling, and maybe 1 Innervate Agility. I'm not super sold on Innervate Agility just because I think like aggressive burn assassin has like a good mix of skill versus spell damage. The stealth is nice. Stealth is nice against a lot of things on board, especially if you allow your opponent to build like 3 allies on board. Stealth would be fantastic for you. But overall, like it's a toss up because Vermilion Decree is a spell, but then you have like Mark the Target and Planet Explosives as like your skill damaged, and I believe Blazing Throw is also a skill.
Yes, I believe you're correct on that as well. Warriors do not need magic to deal damage to you. They are just very skilled in that aspect. But I think with Innovate Agility, the Spell Shroud isn't that important. I feel like I focused a little bit too much on the Recover 5, just as mentioned in previous rounds. Tristan cannot heal. There is no running of Shadow Resonance, so I was valuing that heal a little bit too much in that aspect and wasn't really considering too much of the other modes and abilities of that card, which you are very correct on the aspect of maybe bring in only one as sort of a gotcha moment, but keep the rest of the deck low to the ground and stay on that game plan for the slice and dice.
Yeah, something worth mentioning. I don't know if maybe it's worth mentioning or it's just something I like to talk about is Xander versus Tristan when it comes to the burn deck. So Xander gets the Glimpse 2 with the Prep 1. Tristan gets the option of gaining Agility instead of the Prep counter. I'm kind of 50-50 on whether I like one more than the other one. When it comes to playing these, I kind of prefer Xander because I feel like the Glimpse can make or break a game. It's harder to find the lethal with the Agility. However, there are interesting lines I've seen with cards like Manic Zealot, Mark the Target, etc. But I don't know. It's an interesting thought. Tristan was definitely more relevant when Erupting still existed. If you wanted to play like those fire focused decks. But between those, do you have any preference for the burn?
I think you really just got to look at how often are you on entering getting Agility 3 compared to the prep counter. If you're defaulting more than 50% of the time for a preparation counter, then you might as well just go Xander because you're already getting that counter, but you get to look at 2 additional cards. On the other side of that, though, if you are constantly needing 3 extra cards in hand, then that's where Tristan will shine. But a majority of the time, I see these Fire Burn players only going for the prep counter, and only in very niche situations they get the Agility 3. So Xander is probably the better choice to glimpse those 2 additional cards.
But we can't forget Tristan is hot, so there's merit to that. There's also just merit to that. Tristan is based. But we're gonna see the opener of Sable and Lurking. Lurking's fantastic, but actually just goes in for the damage because it is second turn, or he's going second for Taco Boss, so 3 damage will come in. Sable Remnant is a card that I think is fantastic in this deck. While it is not a fire card, so it does kind of lower your counts when it comes to Vermilion Decree or Imbues overall, Sable Remnant is a 1/1 that class bonus is +1 for power, but it's also a non-class bonus floating memory. So if you don't have Hasty Messenger to discard it or Creative Shock, you can actually just play it outright, and it kind of threatens your opponent in a way that feels quite unique.
Yeah, and especially when you get that level up into an assassin as well, it starts to hit much harder, swinging for 2 instead of 1, and it adds up, and your opponent's going to have to deal with it eventually, giving you that free floating memory to grab absolutely anything you need, Assassin's Ripper, Smoke Bomb, anything of that nature. It feels so nice not have to drop down an influence to get that.
So we're going to see full hands down here from Juju. He's going to play the Imperial Spy and a Black Market Broker. He's going to take out the Lurking Assailant there, leave up the floating memory. Interesting choice here. Imperial Spy not having a class bonus for the on kill get a preparation counter is very, very nice for this. It's going to put Juju at 3 counters immediately when he levels up.
And it looks like Juju might have gotten a prep counter, which should not be activated here if that is a class bonus. Only one
class bonus is stealth. Class bonus is stealth.
Okay, gotcha.
Spy. Yeah. Fun fact though, trivia for chat. How many cards have the word Imperial in the name of the card? We've seen so many Imperial Spies today. I think it's worth asking. Don't cheat. Don't look up on the index. I wanna know you guys are smart on your own.
I'm gonna say 3 off the top of my head. That is. I just know there's that one niche card that came in a specific deck that has not seen play. But we do see another Lurking Assailant here from Taco Boss, and that's going to be clearing off that Imperial Spy. Thankfully, as mentioned prior, no stealth due to no class bonus here. Both people chilling at spirits at this current moment.
Oh, Taco Boss actually is going to get the floating memory from the Sable Remnant. I didn't realize that Juju had cleared that with the Windmill Engineer. This is really important. Clearing and giving a Fire Burn Assassin player the floating memory to level up is really impactful. There's a significant difference in the amount of damage and the amount of lines you have between 6 cards and 7 cards. If you level up and you go first and you have 6 cards because you don't have the floating memory, your lines are more limited. If you have 7 cards, your lines change a lot. But in this case, I think Taco Boss might actually go to 8. Oh, he has 6. He'll go to 7. See, he played 2 allies at the beginning. The amount of average damage difference between 6 and 7 is like 4 by just having the 1 extra card. Because you can play more things pre-recollection. Because generally when you level up, you want to have a very, very controlled banishment, right? You want to put cards down only enough that you can level and banish from that, and then play like 2 cards per your collection.
That's an insane amount of damage difference just by 1 card influence, and we might be seeing exactly what you're mentioning as Takabas materialized that poison dagger on the first materialization, and probably saving that floating memory to go into Tristan here on their next materialization. But Juju, if they have anything to say about it, grabbing a GCR and just building that influence, maybe playing a little bit more defensively, gonna have to clear this lurking assailant in fear of a big explosive turn.
Yep, the explosive turn is coming through here. It's actually just pushing damage to face. Interesting enough. So Juju might have the Veilings and Incaps to protect himself. He has to keep in mind that he needs to pay 4 for Incapacitate if he wants to do it on this turn. So we're going to see Surveil the Winds going to 3 counters. Are we about to see... No, surely we don't see Slice and Dice right now. Surely we don't see Slice and Dice right now. He needs 3 damage with the Slice and Dice.
Sharpened Blade, Slice and Dice?
Actually, Sadie, low-key Slice and Dice right now, prepared for 3, is actually quite good. You kill the Lurking Assailant, you deal 6 damage to face. It's not a bad play, and then you hold cards for Fairy Whispers, because you can't activate Incapacitate for class bonus yet, so clear board does reduce 3 damage. It's not bad. It's actually not bad.
Slice and Dice would just be 1 shy of lethal. Wow, yeah, that would have been an insane turn if there was a Slice and Dice involved. Giving Takabas a second chance, though, at life here. 3 cards in hand for Juju. One of them may have to be a Veiling Breeze here, as we see the Tristan being leveled up into, gaining that prep counter. And is that a pre-recollection mark the target?
It's pre-recollection Planted Explosives. It's the new art for Planted Explosives. I believe he's not popping the Poison Dagger because he wants to see if Veiling Breeze comes out. Yeah, so he's baiting the Veiling Breeze to use the Poison Dagger next turn. The only problem is he needs to also play safe enough that he won't die now. So it's Veiling for 3, and there's another Veiling shown as well. So 3 preparation counters means the Black Market Broker can't be attacked because it has stealth. But he only has 1 card in hand, so Sadie can be cleared and the Windmill Engineer can be cleared. However, lethal can still present itself. Slice and Dice Sharpened Blade without you activating the Assassin's Ripper also is lethal for Juju into Takabas.
Oh my, that Veiling Breeze, showing another Veiling Breeze is very disheartening, as you now have to claw through 2 turns of negation here. So fighting for board control is probably the best strategy here. Remove that Sadie, as only 1 card mentioned before, Windmill Engineer, and hopefully Juju's going to have to keep at least 2 cards in hand on their turn for that next Veiling, so only going to leave them really with 5 playable options. And it's really determining if they're going to be leveling up as well, as I don't believe there's any floating memory in that graveyard.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a rougher position here. We'll have to lose something from there. However, okay, let's see. What is the potential kill line here if you don't want to lose a card from memory? So you have 7 influence. If you hold the Slice and Dice in your hand, you can deal 2, putting Takabas at 7. Slice and Dice would give you 9, goes to 16, 3 off lethal. Surely you can find 3 damage in 4 cards.
I'm
5
trying
cards?
to 3 damage 5. Tristan doesn't really run that many allies with high attack stats.
Oh, he on-enter banished, thinking he could kill the Black Market Broker, but forgot it had stealth. So he's actually going to swing into face for 1 damage, I think. Or he's going to kill the Windmill Engineer.
Oh, invalid target. You are correct on that. It is stealth up. And that is a swing for 4, so it can deal 1 damage here to Juju, or take care of the Windmill, which I think is probably the better play here, in consideration knowing that Takabas is in threat of lethal range.
Yep, it's a very scary place to be in. So he's going to just deal the 1. So I believe that is a mark the target. So mark the target, most likely targeting the Windmill Engineer.
Yes, you are spot on that one here. So cleared the board, developed, Takabas developed his own board, 4 cards total in influence, and the Poison Dagger still online. Let's see how Juju responds to this. Shield's completely down, free reign to do whatever they need on this turn to try and secure the victory.
Something I wonder about is if Taco Boss had, instead of playing a Planet Explosive, played a Mark the Target, do you think Juju would have played his Veiling Breeze pre-recollection?
Oh, that's a very good question.
It's like a really big mind game when you're playing. Oh, he's going for it. He's going for the line. The Assassin's Rippers are out. Maybe 2 Sharpened Blades down or like 2 Slice and Dice, and he knows that he can only banish one of them, so he's actually playing safe for it. Even though you can't activate the Assassin's Ripper class bonus effect, Sharpened Blade still gives it the damage you would need to find the 15 damage lethal.
Yes, because it's not restricted at all by that. And just
Actually,
enough...
wait. You can just Slice and Dice with the Assassin's Ripper raw for 11. 2 damage from the Black Market Broker would put you to 1 off lethal. So you just need any card in hand that deals damage, and you would win.
And that could be as easy as a Windmill Engineer. And let's see what's going to be happening here. A little bit of math calculations going on, seeing if we're going to be activating the Assassin's Ripper by removing a prep counter to get +2.
Oh, Dungeon Guide. Oh, he's Dungeon Guiding to 1?
And that's that 1 additional damage you were talking about to...
Yeah, he's gonna activate the Assassin's Rippers. Because he's gonna get 1 prep counter, activate the Assassin Ripper, Slice and Dice for lethal.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that 1 prep counter on enter for Tristan.
Here we go. Level 1, gain the prep counter. Dungeon Guide for 1. Goes to 8. Slice and Dice. Activate everything. Go down to 1, activate this. 15 damage. And 22. Goodbye, Tristan. This is your disadvantage of going second. Big disadvantage of going second.
Yes. And I feel like if it was the other way around, if Takabas was going first, that kill turn would have been so much more potent, as Juju just the turn prior put all cards down to play out that Black Market Broker.
This is the advantage, though, of going first in game 1, knowing it's a series of 3. If you win game 1, you lose game 2, you're feeling pretty confident going into game 3, right? You've already sideboarded everything you need. But getting the early materialization is so valuable.
Feels so good. Alrighty.
I wonder if he's going to go for a Nullifying Mirror this game. I think Nullifying Mirror would probably win in the game. Because it would force Juju to have multiple answers more than just like a Veiling Breeze. Forces him to also have a Zephyr. Or 2 Veiling Breeze, so you can play it on top of the activation.
I just feel like Nullifying Mirror might be a little bit too slow for what Takabas is going for, because we're seeing these turn 2, turn 3 all-in plays. They would really have to slow down their gameplay itself and play into that kind of style, and I'm not sure if the deck is capable of slowing down that much. I feel like every card is just activate, turn sideways, activate, and turn sideways.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, in the first game, he went for the backup charger. I feel like that could be your mirror, but it really depends on what you see in your opening hand, because you don't draw a lot of cards when you're playing Burn Assassin. You're just trying to like really push whatever you have. So if you have a really bad hand, backup charger makes a lot of sense. If your hand is really gas, you probably just push. So you might not even go for a mirror unless you're really, really afraid of a Veiling Breeze.
And so far, I feel like just today in general has been the day of Veiling Breezes. They have been everywhere whenever people have needed them in the clutch moments, and even in those moments where games were lost because there was incapacitates or responses to them. But a Veiling Breeze is such a strong card. A lot of games are coming down to if it was resolving or not.
Yeah, it's a tough one to figure out. There's like so many different lines and choices. Oh, Arthur start is pretty good, especially if you know you have like Clumsy next turn. Well, I guess You would not know if you had Clumsy next turn because you would have just played it. Like Clumsy first, Arthur second. Like the super gas opener.
And for those of you who are not familiar with Arthur, it is a 4 activated cost unique ally, a 2/3, but he has a cool effect that says on enter, you may rest him. If you do, he gains immortality until the beginning of your next turn. And then whenever Arthur is rested, all other allies you control get +1 attack. So he really helps the deck push through with the small amount of allies that you run, but just as quickly as that, Dream Fairy dashes the hopes of Arthur, sends him back to the memory, and we're going to be starting turn 1 all over again for Taco Boss.
Yeah, one of the neat things with Arthur too is that a lot of like persistent effects apply, and like whenever your ally attacks, it gets +1. Arthur actually gives you 1 power just outright. Your allies have 1 power. So if you play like Clumsy Arthur and they Snow Fairy your Arthur and then they attack your Clumsy retaliates for 2. It's like a really big one that I think people forget about is that because it's not an on attack you gain +1, it's just persistent.
Oh, as long as he's rested. That interesting. Something to always consider. And those are the intricacies of Grand Archive, which makes this game so fun and complex. Is that kind of like thought pattern and thinking when it comes to these cards?
Yeah, it's really cool. One of the big things that you always see with Arthur though is like it's been said many times on enter Arthur, your opponent just finds a Dream Fairy and then says haha. Seems like it happens every game I see Arthur out. I think is that a Xiao Xiao?
I believe you are correct on that.
Xiao Xiao is an interesting card to bring into burn deck. It doesn't have the class bonus. Actually, I guess it does have class bonus because it's Assassin and Tamer. But the harder part about it is that it's a 1/2 stat line, so it's not usually something you want to, that I would say, traditionally run as your removal, because so Xiao Xiao has a unique effect that allows her to, when a unit hit by Xiao Xiao were to die this turn, it gets banished instead. It's the same thing as the Korazi Arsonist. It is a lower cost, but it's also a lower stat line. However, Xiao Xiao having stealth is kind of what makes her like playable in this.
And combos really well with the Arthur we were just mentioning. It would be able to attack in for 2 on majority of the time, which clears a lot of those pesky floating memory allies that people run.
Yeah, it's a big one. So it's very good against things like Stalwart Shieldmate, Swift Recruit.
Flame Rune Swordsman.
Yeah, Flame Rune's another good one. It also is good against fire in general because banishing people's fire cards means they can't activate things like Rending Flames or Vrakken Soul Knife, etc. Or Crux. Banishing people's Crux cards, also kind of good.
Yeah.
Killing a Ghost of Pendragon and banishing it is kind of nice.
Well, we'll see what this Xiaoqiao can do here. We see the Poison Dagger being activated. So looking like we're pushing damage this turn.
We got a lot of cards in hand though. This is the crazy side. So Vermilion Decree to start.
Or down
for incapacitate. Completely tapped out though. This is really important because at this point we are not going to see any like defense for this Poison Dagger turn.
Oh, and we see 2 Rokokos.
So 2 Rokokos and a Blazing Throw. That's game. 2 Rokokos and a Blazing Throw is 15 damage. Because Rokoko, so you activate you activate Mercenary Blade, Blazing Throw it for 5, and then you activate Rokoko, hit for 3 with the on enter, swing for 2, that's 10. Then you activate the second Rokoko over top of it, destroy the first Rokoko, and then swing for 5 again. So that's just straight 15 damage. Plus the 2 from Xiao Xiao, I guess. So technically a 17 damage.
That is a lot just straight from the hand there. And that's exactly what you were mentioning earlier when it comes to the double Rokokos.
Here we go. This is my favorite thing to see is when you have a 6-card hand and 3 1-cost cards, you go 1 down, Blazing Throw for 5. Your opponent goes, oh no. Oh no, not like this. Not like this. He has every single card down. It's over. It's over. Full memory, no hand, influence of sad. Influence of sad. I'm gonna go up to 9 here. 1 down for the Rokoko. So this Rokoko will enter. Since it's being activated, it checks influence. You have 2 cards in hand and 2 cards in memory. Influence of 4. On enter, your opponent takes 2 plus the 1. swing for one, take another one from Poison Dagger, and then Rococo again.
Woo! You don't even need to swing with that Rococo. Just the on enter is going to go ahead and end the game.
Absolutely just slaughtering. That's like the perfect hand. That is actually the perfect hand to have. Is to pre-recollection Vermilion Decree, because you push 3 damage or you force the interaction, and then you don't. If they Veiling Breeze, you don't have to play anything. If they incapacitated, have no cards available to them, you just send everything. You full send every card going down. It's
Not in
actually
fear.
wild.
Not in fear of a Veiling Breeze. That Incapacitate did stop that 4 damage from that Vermilion Decree, but ended up trading the game instead. And that is the power of an aggression of fire aggro. You love to see those kind of style of decks still being around, making an appearance, as much as we've seen level 3 decks and be prominent. That can still sneak out your games if you don't respect it, if you don't have the answers for it. And we saw 6 is the magic number. Double Rococos, Blazing Throw. Woo!
Blazing Throw is so good. Blazing Throw is really good. The other interesting line you can do is like if you have mark the targets, you can play one mark, and if you are able to get a Varrock and Soul Knife, you double Blazing Throw. It's also 5. It's another way to get around things like Terrafring. But yeah, I think one of the things that needs to be respected when you play against these burn assassin decks is you need to materialize your like defensive cards. Like you need to materialize things like your Terrafring, Safeguard Amulet, whatever you have, or anything that will let you dig faster for a Veiling Breeze. Because relying on a 4 cost Incapacitate is fairly unreliable. If you had leveled up and you could play like Incapacitate into and Threaten, also being able to play a Veiling Breeze, that kind of changes everything. But overall, it is what it is. It's a good showing either way.
Yeah, congratulations to both those players. I believe they are still in contention for top 8, even after...
They're also tied for score now. There should be 5-1-1. Or sorry, no. Taco Boss goes to 6-1, and Juju Wu goes to 5-1-1. So he's still in a pretty good place. 5-1-1 is still like very, very, very good. Because we'll be going into round 8 now, right? This will be final round.
Yes, you are correct on that one. We do have one more round of gameplay coming up. These players have been grinding it out. 7 full rounds now completed for them. Really fighting for that top spot. And just to mention again, pricing is insane for this regional. It is so cool to see the support that it's getting. Not only do you get Sapphire packs, not only do you get MRC packs, but you also get playmats. You get the invite card if you do make top 8, and whoever ends up taking the whole tournament in the end gets the finalist playmat. And it is so cool to say that you won a 143 person regional. That is huge accomplishment for someone's Grand Archive career.
I think it's top 16 for this, right? Because we have over 100 contestants. We should be rewarded.
Oh, you are correct. It is probably top 16 here.
Yeah, big event.
So
big. Plus, regional invite card. Backup charger's kind of sick. I could use me a backup charger. Maybe it's time to retire, guys. Retire from casting. Start playing again. I would. Backup charger's kind of nice.
Throws them back in for the backup charger. Well, this is your season then.
True. There's I don't know. I really love AMB. I think what AMB has brought in terms of card pool, as well as the resurgence of older decks with new styles, I think feels really fun. Being able to play like Imperial Seal Merlin, I think is really fun. Having like Razor Gale is honestly very fun to me now that 3 Visits to Serrated. It feels like a way more fun deck to play because it's more fair. And then when I look at other things like Tristan's still fantastic. Tristan's been fantastic. Being able to look at playing Jhin, Luxem Xander, different flavors of allies. There's so many different flavors of allies now, right? We can have Oath allies. We can play unique allies with horses. We can play, like you played, horse deck. Wind Cats. Wind Cats was really cool. Wind Sylvie Cats is crazy cool. There's so much flavor and life brought back into like deck building and flexibility with AMB's release. And I'm just really excited to see how the rest of the regionals and Ascents turn out for this season.
Yeah, I'm with you there so much. I can't wait for these Ascent reports, see what everyone's brewing up, that secret tech. I know there's people out there who has not shared it, especially because AMB's now been out for over a month. So we have people have that time to experiment, really test things, see what people have been playing. And if you can bring a rogue deck that beats the top decks consistently, you may just be the one to set up the AMB season for something fun, something spicy.
Yeah, there's gonna be some big stuff, but oh man, it's been a day. 7 rounds of Grand Archive is a lot, let alone an 8th round, and if you were playing in Chicago, a 9th round.
Yeah.
That was a lot, but it's all worth it. We all love it. Big shout out, as always, to Mr. Yeti Gaming, Andy himself, Andy K, for setting up the event, hosting the event. Also, big shout out to our judges. You know, a lot of people kind of forget judges make the event a lot better and a lot easier, make it smoother, make it run well. So big shout out to you guys. And then, I mean, lastly, obviously, you know, Super Mitch 8 with the great graphics as always. We add up and screen in between other rounds here. But he is the owner of Merlin's Marketplace. And I believe right now there's actually a cool contest going on in Merlin's Marketplace. If you guys don't know, it's called the Path of Doodle. It's essentially it's like a participation artist contest, but it's more like around the community focus. So if you're interested in that, make sure to check out the link below the stream for Merlin's Marketplace. Jump in for Path of Doodle. But yeah, I mean, this is I believe your last round for the day, so we appreciated having you here, man. You carried the stream today.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you having me here as well. It's always a pleasure to work alongside the likes of you, Clem, and our producer out here. And so, you know, as a thank you for having me, I think everyone should go ahead and subscribe to the channel right now who's watching. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, like the video, throw some engagement in the comments as well. You can always view down in the description below the server for Yeti if you are interested in playing in online webcams. There is a Yeti weekly every Thursday, along with other major events as well. So check that. Free is important. That is the important part.
Free.
You are right.
Playing Grand Archive for free is not that easy, surprisingly. I learned that. You spend a lot of money playing at stores.
And there's door prizes, if I remember correctly, as well. So even if you don't end up doing well, you still can have fun and win something, which is a great experience for new and experienced players of the nature.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff there. I guess as a last shout out before we head off to break, and again, big thank you for joining us for the first 7 rounds here, Mr. Valk. If you guys haven't seen, we are running a content creator league where we play a little bit of off-meta stuff. It's actually run by Mr. Valkyrie here. I played against him last week, so if you guys haven't had a chance, make sure to check out his YouTube channel too, because there's some fun videos to come. So thank you guys so much, and we'll see you in a little bit for round 8.
Thank you.
What's going on? Welcome back, everybody. This is round 8 of the AMB, well, the first AMB Yeti Online Regional. I'm joined here by Clem. Valk has left us for the last round, but Clem was here earlier for the first 4 rounds, and now back for the final round. We have an exciting matchup for the last one, so we're going to be seeing a win-in in here, and it's going to be Fate on the Sylvie Nico versus Ferenthian on the, I believe, Spirit of Slimes. Now, interesting to note, Ferenthian was actually a Worlds competitor.
Yeah, it's gonna be very, very exciting to see. Uh, I'm looking forward to it. I really like the Sylvie Nico idea. I'm a big fan of animals. I'm a big fan of Sylvie. I'm interested to see how this match will go. And yeah, we're waiting for a deck list still.
I'll bring up the deck list right now. You want to start us off with the Sylvie Nico deck list?
Yeah, it's looking at it here. It's the good old what you would expect, really. It has the ringleaders, it has the terrapins. I still think that it's a very interesting deck, that it's half like Sylvie and animals and half Nico. It is easy to break with the deck, I think, if you don't get the Sylvie value off of it early. But then you can always just go and level up fast. Overall, this deck seems pretty standard for what you would expect from a Sylvie Nico deck.
Yeah, I really like that they're running 4 stratagems in the main. I think it gives them a lot of potential for like really aggressive early kills instead of always relying on like the ally beatdown and having, like 3 or 4 allies out with buff counters, whether it's the Rippleback Terrapins, if it's Frostborn Paladins, or the Tidestone Bovines. I'm not sure if I necessarily agree with having only one Ravishing Finale in the sideboard. I think that's a little on the riskier side, but it is definitely an interesting thing to bring up. Revitalize and Cleanse on the deck, though, is something that I kind of wish more people would run in their main board. Actually, I was incorrect there. There's 2 Ravishing Finales in the main. Okay, so I actually do prefer this. I think at Toronto, I saw a lot of people running Ravishing Finale only in the sideboard, and I thought that was a little bit weird because it didn't give them a lot of Nico value per se. But having a good mix there is nice. Again, Revitalize and Cleanse, I really like it in the main because it does allow you to recover based on water cards you have, but it also self-cycles, so it's a very good card if you just need to like draw something else, put cards down. It's pretty good value overall.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. In theory and 5 cost, it's a bit much, but I feel like nowadays you can absolutely get away with these more expensive cards in your deck. Oh, that is an amazing start for Sylvie there with the Forest Cake into Blissful Calling into Baby Gray. That's what you want to see here.
Yep, and that is the skill of a Worlds competitor right there. It's gonna be able to immediately draw into the best cycle cards he can.
Yeah, and that's a Gather Slimes and a Limitless Slime revealed for the Baby Gray, which is even more cards to dig for even more slimes. Love to see that. It's pure skill. That's what differentiates you. I feel like at the top tables you have to be lucky as well to get there.
So Fate here, revealing Spirit of Water. Let's see the 8 cards come out here. Oh, wanting to see Fractal of Rain. I mean, Fractal of Rain is the obvious immediate opener you want to see in these deck lists. But besides Fractal of Rain, I guess what? Lost in Thought, Frostborn Paladin combos are pretty good. And I'm not sure what else would be actually that valuable to start with early. Maybe like Chilling Touch is okay? Any way to get down floating.
Yeah, but I feel like at this point, Chilling Touch, the impact of Chilling Touch other than the floating is not that big. But it's always nice to see floating if you have nothing better to do here.
I guess it also depends on what you hit from the Chilling Touch too. Like if you hit like a Baby Gray Slime or even the Gather Slimes, it might have been more value because it would slow down the like progression and value gain of the Sylvie train here that a lot of people like to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, but losing that Baby Gray for the level up is it's better that you're losing it to the Chilling Touch because he does not get it back. Unfortunate.
Definitely a rough one to banish there, but it's playable. We're playing in a slower manner here. Brenthian going for the level 1 Sylvie. He's going to play the baby red slime. He's going to enter with a buff counter due to the on-enter trigger of Sylvie level 1 here.
Baby red on that level 1 with the buff counter is always a bit scary, especially with the forest cake. Now it's hitting for 4 minimum, and if Ferenthian discards a fire card here, it would be hitting for 5, which is a lot of damage for a tiny little baby slime.
That's a big one, though. He's going to be able to discard the floating memory, move to end step, return that limitless slime back to his memory from the Chilling Touch previously. So we're showing Fate at 4 here with Ferenthian at 0. The damage coming in is pretty good.
Yeah. Ferenthian keeping up the baby gray in case of any attacks, which in a matchup like this nowadays, if you see water, you can expect an Icebound Slam. You can expect those big attacks coming in. So you definitely want to keep that intercept up.
Is that a refracting missile? I think that is a refracting missile.
It's a very beautiful
It's so shiny.
foil. Yeah.
I couldn't tell what it was at first, but I realized it's the new AMB art for refracting missile. So refracting missile, very, very good card here. Is going to clear out the baby gray slime, which does remove 2 total baby grays from Ferenthian's available pool. One's in his graveyard, one's in his banishment there. Do we see the Frostborn Paladin come through
and
now?
then I would.
Oh, sorry.
Terrapin is even better.
I'm so used to it not being Sylvie that I'm like, yeah, Frostborn Paladin. I'm like, wait a minute, Rippleback Terrapin is like a cooler and better Frostborn Paladin.
Truly. Especially right now on Sylvie 1. That's what you want to see. That's what you prefer to see.
That's a big one for sure. Rippleback Terrapin entering here with the buff counter from Sylvie's on-enter trigger, but also getting a buff counter due to its own on-enter trigger. It's gonna be a big ol' 3, what is that, a 3/6? With Spell Shroud?
Yeah, it's a scary one.
These
turtles
matchup, how do you deal with that in this matchup as Sylvie? Right? You can't use like a Storm Slime to clear it. At best, you have to like Ethereal Slime it.
Yeah, I feel like Ethereal is really the only thing you can do. You have to very quickly go up to level 3, get that Ethereal down, hopefully get it to a 5/5 or bigger, and then just to take care of it. There's really nothing else you can do in the Sylvie deck.
Oh, Ferenthian gonna be leveling up to Sylvie 2, banishing. I believe that was a Limitless Slime, so I think he actually has 3 Limitless Slimes in his banishment right now. Pretty good one there. He's not going to get any draw from the Sylvie on enter due to no beasts or animals on the board. See a Force Cake into a Blissful Calling here.
Yeah, it's not. It's you don't hate to see this either. It still gets to dig through your deck, get the draw. There is a Storm Slime with at least 3 slime cards in banishment right now, which is wonderful. Honestly, I don't think you mind losing those limitless slimes as long as it gets board damage for you. They do their job. They're floating memory.
Yeah, so we know that Ferenthian has a Gather Slimes available to him. Do you think he's looking more for Storm Slimes to try to push damage here, or do you think it's more effective for him to look for things like an Ethereal Slime? Like, if you're Ferenthian here, what do you want to see?
I feel like you would prefer like a Lustrous Slime or something that has Taunt, just so you can be safe. Obviously, you want those Storm Slimes and Ethereal Slimes to push the damage, but if you can build a wall, you don't mind that either. Like a big Lustrous Slime here wouldn't be that terrible for him because it can eat a whole Icebound Slam easily.
Oh, true. The Icebound Slam coming in potentially would be big. It actually does protect you a lot. So the Tidestone Bowman's going to come down on attack. He's going to be... Fate will be taking the top 2 cards of his deck, putting it into his graveyard. He gets a Floating Memory with a Lost in Thought there. Does mill the Fractal of Rain, which is a little bit unfortunate. But overall, not bad. He's going to get another Chilling Touch. So 2 floating here. Might actually look to go into Nico next turn, since he does have 2 floating available to him.
Yeah, it's very possible. And and
Chilling
rolling
Touch
for
gonna
the
take out
changes.
the
No,
fourth?
damn it.
Is that the fourth limitless slime of the game going to temporary banishment here?
I am pretty sure it is.
Today we've seen many 4-ofs. Yesterday we saw the 4 creative shocks, 4 ascensions. Today we're seeing 4 Bakwas, 4 Razor Gales, a couple games. A lot of interesting things. But the backup charger's coming out for Ferenthian here. He's gonna regain his influence for this turn.
Yeah, not losing much. Other than a bit slower level up, but you're digging for the dungeon guide here. Don't want to lose too many cards.
Yeah, we know Ferenthian
On
does
level.
have the Storm Slime since he got it off the Blissful Calling, but what else would he be looking for here? I just got to move to end step immediately, so we're actually going to bring back that temporarily banished Limitless Slime, put it down there. Hold on to all cards in hand.
That is, I wonder what he has in hand, because Sylvie doesn't have that much fast speed interaction here.
I think we're most likely holding on to the Gather Slimes. Gather Slimes having the availability to put 2 down for the level up, but also self cycles if you do hit an ally, as long as you don't, whiff, of course.
It's true. The gambling aspect of it is always there.
Fate's gonna level up
and
into
it's
that Nico too there. Paying with 2 floating.
yeah. He's as you predicted.
Ooh, Tidestone Bovine, big value so far. 2 attacks. It's milled 3 floating. We're going to see Primordial Ritual as well as, I believe that was another Refracting. Actually in range of a potential Ravishing Finale finisher here, actually, which is very scary. The damage could show itself very, very easily here. Even an Icebound Slam would be really good. Icebound Slam for 8 here. It's pretty much guaranteed. There's a very small chance it doesn't hit, but actually, there's actually no chance it doesn't hit. I believe this is a 100% water deck.
And then there's already a bunch of water cards in there. There's 3 water cards engraved. The odds of not milling 2 is basically none. There's another Terrapin. The animals are going hard this game. They're going
Terrapin
crazy.
is going to be big. That's going to be a 2/5 Rippleback Terrapin. In this situation, it will not have the class bonus Spell Shroud anymore because we are no longer Tamer. We are now just Nico. Nico having that Guardian class bonus.
But even without this Spell Shroud right now, it's pretty big, and it's pretty hard to remove if you're Sylvie there, because Sylvie doesn't have that much. Like you could, Ferenthian could use a Storm Slime here to remove it, but I feel like you want to just kill Fate as quickly as possible, or they can run away with it.
Yeah, it's really tough because you reach these thresholds of stat lines essentially where you have, 5 life. 5 life is really hard to break over. 4 life is actually even pretty difficult to get over. The standard one we always talk about is the 2 power, 3 life, 3 cost allies. But then when you look at other ones, we look at it like once you have 4, it's difficult, right? The buffed Frostborn Paladin. Once you have 5, it's even harder, which is the Rippleback Terrapin with the on-enter trigger buff counter. And also, Fate has one that's also at 3/6, so that makes it even more difficult. He has the potential to deal 6 damage a turn with only allies.
Yeah, it is. It is very scary here. But Ferenthian does have 2 Storm Slimes now. He can play. I believe he can play both of them this turn, which is it's just 12 damage from the slimes in banishment, if I recall correctly, if I can count it correctly, plus another 6 from attacking. Oh, but the ethereal slime, I also don't mind seeing that. It is pretty nice to see.
It's actually, I
Sylvie's
believe,
turn.
has the potential to be one-off lethal here. So Ethereal Slime comes in with 2 buff counters, gets 1 for the on-enter trigger, sacrifices the cake, goes to 4 buff counters. So this is now a 6/6 Ethereal Slime. If this swings face, it puts Fate at 10. Storm Slime for 6 to face, swings for 3, puts him at 19. Actually, that would be lethal because Nico only goes to 11. Or to 25, sorry. So he actually could find it because Storm Slime's coming for 6, swing for 3, and he has 2 of them, right? I think he has 6 cards in his hand. Or is he short 1? I can't quite tell if he has enough.
Might be short 1 influence.
He needs to be careful though, because Frostbind is still an option. 3 cards in hand for Fate. Tidal Lock is also an option here.
Yeah. believe that even if he has 6 influence, that might be why he's not going
Storm of
for it.
Thorns.
Ooh.
Storm of Thorns is big. Would protect. So it looks like the 6 damage was coming in towards the Rippleback Terrapin to clear it off board.
Yeah, I believe so.
Ooh,
This seems.
Slime Shield.
Oh, that's a smart play from Ferenthian. Guarantees they're taking care of the turtle there.
Yeah, so Rippleback Terrapin will die here. So it had the temporary 1 block, but we're moving the Ethereal Slime to 5 buff counters, putting it up to a 7/7 now. We're gonna see. Was that a Blissful?
That was a Gaia
Oh, a Gaia Songbird.
going
Yeah, I missed that. Gaia Songbird. So
for a
Ethereal
long
Slime will come
time.
through. Gaia Songbird, very, very good in here. There's a lot of different ways to dig for beasts now. You also have cards like Kind Beast Caller with the release of that in Mortal Ambition. There's a lot more things that kind of have that Gaia Songbird or Blissful Calling Gather Slimes effect. And we're going to see the second Ethereal Slime come in here. Did you catch what he banished the first time for his Ethereal Slime?
Unfortunately, I did not. It happened so fast that it was twisted towards him. Unfortunately, I couldn't quite see
I
it.
believe that one is a Covenant of Thorns, though. It looks like a Covenant of Thorns. I'm going to guess the first one was either Verdant Scepter or Stone Scale Band. Probably the Verdant Scepter.
Yeah. Takes care of the bovine there. No more middle on a stick for Fate. It's
Ferenthian in a very, very
unfortunate.
commanding position. Representing 11 damage on board each turn here. You can see 7 from the first Ethereal Slime, 3 from the next one, and then 1 from the Songbird. A lot that Fate's going to have to deal with to overcome this.
Yeah, and he still does have those 2 Storm Slimes in hand, which are also very, very scary to see. If he can get one of them to resolve, that's already going to be enough or very close.
Yeah, we only have... so he does still have 2 floating in his graveyard here, so he does represent the potential for a Ravishing Finale. So it's a delayed lash counter there from the Rippleback Terrapin of last turn. Forgot to add that. I think they're deliberating that with the judge right now, but yes, that should have been there due to the on-enter banish from the Rippleback Terrapin.
Yeah. There's so many counters to keep track of there. This is a win and in, so the stakes are high. Both players are probably very focused on the game.
Let's see. With cards in hand, I believe 9 cards in hand. Rippleback Terrapin can come in for 2, putting Ferenthian up to 9. If he goes for a Ravishing Finale here, it would be Ravishing up to 15, so it would be mill 33 cards. It'd be 30 from the Ravishing Finale, and then 3 from the Lash counters. While that is decent and relevant, it does push Ferenthian to a range where it's like a little uncomfortable for him because he'll have way less cards to work with. He also still is representing 11 damage on board, which would push Fate to 15. I mean, he would just play 2 Storm Slimes, right? 2 Storm Slimes would be a pretty guaranteed victory.
Yeah.
Or even just 1 Storm Slime.
Yeah, even 1 Storm Slime, it's 9 damage. Yeah, that is not. This is one-off, wouldn't it be? If he goes attacking for 11 plus 1 Storm Slime for 9 total, 6 from the on-enter and then 3 damage straight.
So we are waiting on that judge call there, feature match judge call. I think they're trying to decide whether or not the lash counter does apply to Nico, even though it's been delayed. Because a whole turn has passed. So an argument could be made for that. But it is a mandatory trigger, and it's not something that had any effect on the turn. Because Nico didn't attack.
But it does have effect on the game, right? Because the lash counter does still count for cards, and you want to build it up. That's the whole idea there. So it's quite impactful for getting that one counter there.
I think it's mandatory though. It's like a mandatory trigger that comes through the game. I don't think you can actually miss it. I think at best it would be delayed trigger goes on the stack right now, maybe.
Yeah, I do. I do agree that he probably cannot miss it. It's not a choice. But yeah, it's these are always I think how do you feel as a judge? How are these how are these to resolve these issues?
Since the turn was
Mistrigger.
passed and it's on the rotation of your second turn, I think you ask the opponent if they'll allow it to be added to the stack. And they can say no, because like you did miss it. If it was the same turn, I think I would just rule that you just take it right then and there and it goes on the stack there. But it has been like a decent amount of time has elapsed, right? Ferenthian has played out a full turn after Fate were to have get that. So it could potentially change his decisions in what he played and what he put down. I'd probably give him the choice. I would ask the opponent whether or not they want to add it to the stack or not, and I wouldn't hold it against them if they said no, because it was missed for an entire rotation, missed for a full turn, kind of rough.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's
Ooh, chilling
that
touch
is
is
the
big
play
here.
here. Ooh.
So this chilling touch is really impactful because we're seeing influence of 5 total. So because of the influence of 5, we're going down now to 4, which means when he draws for his next turn, he won't be able to double Storm Slime on the turn.
Yeah, it is. It is very impactful. Especially if he took out one of the Storm Slimes. That
Yeah,
also would
either
have
way, he
been
just doesn't have the influence to play 2 Storm Slimes and find lethal. 11 damage on board. Storm Slime technically would come in for... One Storm Slime actually comes in for exact lethal right now because the baby green slime is temporary banish, but it still adds to the banish pile. Oh, we're going to see a stratagem.
Wow.
Oh, interesting. So stratagem of Myriad Ice banishing 3. So we're going to get 4 lash counters on the Nico here. So stratagem of Myriad Ice allows you to banish any amount of cards with floating memory from your graveyard. It then creates a reflexive trigger that allows you to target units for 3 damage for each card that you banish. So he actually used that to kill the ethereal slime. That was a 7/7. That's a very, very heads up play.
That was wonderful. This card is just incredible, and I love to see it being played. Especially in this deck. I feel like it fits in there very well.
Yeah, stratagem is big. It's also interesting to note that Fate chose not to attack with his Rippleback Terrapin. He's leaving it up in case Ferenthian goes to try to clear it off board. He potentially wants to be able to retaliate the guy's Songbird.
Yeah, wants to just clearing out as much as you can is good here. You want to like playing a bit more defensively with the turtle is not a problem here. Because as soon as you get the Icebound Slam or Ravishing, well, Ravishing less so now, but if you have the Icebound Slam, it can be extremely impactful. So it's better to just play to survive currently for Fate.
So Quicksilver Grail does come out for Ferenthian. If I recall correctly, I think I saw him banish his Covenant of Thorns for the second Ethereal Slime. We'll have to see whether or not that was true. If he does have Covenant of Thorns under there, I think it might actually just be a Horn of Beast Calling. That he can play another Storm Slime here. So if he Storm Slimes again, it's Storm Slime for 5. We're going to see the Grail Banishment. It's going to bring out... Yeah, so he is going to get the Horn of Beast Calling. Horn of Beast Calling, pay 1, and then activate it to play the Storm Slime. Storm Slime will come in for lethal. Another Slime here. Horn of Beast Calling activated. He'll be able to draw a card. The next beast he activates will cost 3 less. And 1 card in hand here. Yeah, he's just going to go for it. So Storm Slime will come in here for 6, putting Nico at 23, and then swing for 3, and that'll be game.
Yeah. That is...
He's asking him to verify, double
enough.
check all of his cards in banishment here. Then he also gets the Chilling Touch bonus from the baby green slime.
Yeah. That was a quick game. It is.
Yeah, those ethereal slimes got really big really fast. I really wasn't expecting to see a 7/7 ethereal slime. 5 buff counters is like a breakpoint that you almost never see. Like I can understand it if you had like 3 force cakes really early in the game, but he had 1 force cake and a slime shield. So I mean that's big. He managed to get over the Storm of Thorns and is impactful. So game 1, going to Ferenthian here is pretty big.
Yeah. So Spirit of Slime can just run away with the game like that. But let's look at sideboards. What do you think Fate is going to bring in here?
What could Fate bring in? Glacial Evocation is actually an interesting one. So it's a new fast spell that allows you to deal 2 damage to target ally, I believe. And if they're rested, it's an extra 1, so it deals 3 instead. So that's like a neat option. It allows him to find ways to deal with like the smaller slimes. So I think it's really good against Storm Slime that's not buff countered. It's also really good against Baby Red Slime. And you can also just use it, on their attack declaration because they do rest as a requirement for the attack. So it has a little bit of flexibility there. Revitalizing Cleanse, also a good option. I really like Revitalizing Cleanse. Like I said, recover is really important. But on top of that, being able to self-cycle it and draw a card is really, really good. I want to say Song of Frost probably won't come in the deck because even though combat damage is like really relevant in Sylvie, I think that most of the time they are looking for the Storm Slime finishers. So Song of Frost, if you put it in, you end up taking out a lot of other things that might be like really relevant to you. And I think that would be like the primordial rituals. So overall, I don't feel super confident taking Song of Frost in and taking out something else that would be more impactful. But looking at the Slimes deck, I mean, you played Slimes a lot more than I have. I am not really that much of a Slime player. So looking at what Ferenthian has here, what do you think's coming in?
It's very rough because it's you can't really do much if Nico runs away, but I would definitely bring in the raccoons to take care of those floating memories before they have the opportunity to level up into Nico with it. I would bring in the Resolute Stance here as well. And I feel like that's it. Nullifying Lantern could be a great pick, but I feel like it might be a bit too slow in this matchup.
What do you think about Safeguard Amulet, knowing that Stratagem was played in the first game?
That's a very good question. I think that it's not. I personally wouldn't consider it big enough of a threat where I would bring in Safeguard, because you still sacrifice a material deck slot for it, and if it's not impactful enough, I don't think it's worth the sacrifice of it. It's one less card that you can banish to Ethereal Slime as well.
True. Fate with a fantastic opener here. We're going to see the double Fractal of Rain. This is basically Tidestone Bovine on the field every turn. He's going to get the 2 reservables from that. Ferenthian, I would be shaking in my boots if I saw my opponent open double Fractal of Rain.
Yeah, it is. It is very scary. It's guaranteed 2 cards in the graveyard. That's basically guaranteed floating memory every turn. Possibly. Definitely guarantees the damage from the Icebound Slam. There's no way they
Ferenthian with
miss
another
out
gas
on
opener too. He's going to get the Baby Gray and the Forest Cake round 2. Something I'm wondering about for the sideboard is, for Ferenthian, I saw they has 2 Command the Hunts. I think Command the Hunt is a really interesting card. It's it's a 4-cost card, but it can be 2 less if no units have attacked this turn. So you can use it to give all of your allies +2 power, and they gain vigor. However, they must attack champions if able. So it's interesting to me because it's like a very aggressive all-in version of like Inspiring Call as a Terra card. I wonder if Ferenthian's thinking about bringing that in this matchup.
That's a good question, because then that makes him be able to attack with his Baby Gray Slimes as well, without losing out on the intercept. Plus, they attack for 3, which is a significant amount of damage. So that's definitely a good catch there. He might. I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
It also brings good value to your smaller allies, like we talked about like the guy's Songbird and stuff like that. Ooh, Icebound Slam. Icebound Slam turn 2 is the Nico moment, and we're gonna see 2 floating, and the 3rd floating, 3 floating already off of that is pretty fantastic. Icebound Slam's coming in for 8 damage here.
That early Icebound is always scary to see as well. When you're still on Spirit and you already have 8 damage counters, it's a bit of a That's like pressuring. But here on Sylvie, I don't feel like you can really be pressured to level up because you're happy to. That's your whole goal. Go up to level 3 as fast as possible. Get your ethereals and your storm slimes out.
I think the scariest part about where we're at right now is that if Fate manages to mill one floating memory off of his Fractal of Rains, he can stratagem for lethal. Because stratagem would banish 4 and he would deal 12 damage to face, and Sylvie would just fall over. Unless you have a Gather Slimes, I think that's Gather Slimes and Slime Shield are the only way you could protect yourself from that.
That is true. This is where the safeguard comes in handy, huh?
Safeguard Amulet. Safeguard Amulet would be very, very nice to have right here.
Yeah.
Limitless Slime coming out.
It's scary.
I think Limitless Slime in this matchup is actually kind of cool. Since it's going to grow over time and get stronger and stronger, it's actually very good for dealing with the allies. And it also forces Fate to kind of either completely ignore it and accept that he's trading his life as a resource, or he has to clear it and remove and not deal damage directly to Frenthian's face.
Yeah, it basically has a mini taunt on it. Either like the trade-off there is either lose out on the damage or it gets so much bigger and bigger with each turn. Even from leveling up from level 1 to level 2, it immediately gets +1 attack. So it's scary. It's a good play here. I do agree with you.
Interesting. 2 Tidestone Bovines. Oh, he has 2 Tidestone Bovines. I didn't see that. So he levels up. He has his 4 floating memories available. He's going to mill 1 more floating. So he has 5 floating available. If he has a stratagem in his hand, that's game right now for 15.
That's crazy.
Game for 15 goes over the 1 Slime Shield too, which is enough. Like, Frenthian has enough cards in hand for 1 interaction. And I think we're about to see it. 3 down. 3 down, 4 down.
4?
Rippleback Terrapin? Okay, so he doesn't actually have the stratagem available for him.
Unfortunate. But next turn he could still go for it. It would be wonderful to see. Wonderful to see a stratagem win here. It's a water fireball. Basically, or water erupting.
Is big. Water erupting is a very, very neat combo. Sadly, no stratagem available this game. Maybe could get it later, but we're going to see the Rippleback Terrapin here on enter is going to banish one of those bovines. Going to go become a 3/6, and it's going to take out the Limitless Slime.
It does give Franthian a floating as well, making it a lot easier to level up here. Oh, there's your favorite. Is the
girl. Love her. Frostborn Paladin is out. He's going to come in as a 3/4. He's going to cycle the card again as well.
She's going attacking.
I believe he's going to clear the baby gray slime. Ooh, Slime Shield. Slime Shield's good here. Slime Shield will resolve. Baby gray slime's going to get the counter. And he's also going to be able to cycle back. That's that usage of Slime Shield when he levels up for his level 2.
Yeah. This is what he wanted to see there. His board is not completely cleared. He does get the value off of that level 2 Sylvie. Still.
Yep, level 2 Sylvie's going to get value on enter. He's going to draw 1 card for the animal that's available. Looks like Fate is short 1 card. Should be 4. If it's 4 down for the Rippleback Terrapin, and then banish 1 to draw a card, and then he put 3 down for the Frostborn Paladin. So he should have 1 more card in his hand available to him. Yeah, there it is. So it's delayed.
It arrived.
There's a misdraw corrected by the judge here, before we get too far ahead.
And luckily, he was caught on time before much happened.
Always have to remember to resolve the entire card. Your on enter trigger does say banish, get a buff counter, and then draw a card. Please remember to draw the card.
And buff counters are cool, but cards are even better. And resolving your triggers. Let's see what Ferenthian does here. On that Sylvie level 2. Okay, ideally, what they want to see here is that dungeon guide. But I guess a forest cake is not that bad here either. Drawing a card.
2 forest cakes, dungeon guide into an ethereal slime would clear the Rippleback Terrapin. Does have the potential for that. I think theoretically you would want to dungeon guide first, unless you're short 1 card to do it that order. I think he's actually short 1 card to do it in that order. I think he had to play the forest cake first.
Yeah, I think
Needs 5 in hand here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he has 4 or 5 cards in hand. Because if he has 4, then he can't really dungeon guide here unless he wants to lose out on the value from the Sylvie level 3 on enter.
So we're just gonna go for a baby red slime. Baby red, banish 2 forest cakes. Probably attempt to kill the Frostborn Paladin here. Removes a lot of the chip damage at least. It's like 2 cards in hand. Might discard.
Yeah. Also removes the interceptor for later. Because right now it was just there to take out, clear the whole board, take the value off of that level, Sylvie level 2 enter. Later so it's very good protection.
He's gonna decline his on attack trigger on the baby red slime. So Frostborn Paladin dies, no discard here. Gonna be passing turn over to Fate. Fate is going to be banishing 2, going into Nico here. So it looks like Stratagem is not the strat here. We're gonna see mill 2 from each of the, or mill 1 from each of the Fractals of Rain, and that's unfortunate because a Stratagem did just get milled off the top there, so he does have another floating available to him. Ravishing is online. Rippleback Terrapin comes in for 3 damage here.
Onto the baby red, taking it out. It is very scary to face down a baby red. The color cycle and with those 2 buff counters, it was a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think Ferenthian felt very forced to play things because he needs to put cards down right now to level up. He hasn't found the dungeon guide. He's feeling very pressured, knowing that the double Fractal of Rain sets up a lot of kill potential for Fate.
Yeah. This matchup can end very quickly. It's very, very fast and very stressful for both players, I think.
It looks like Fate is going to pass the turn here. I believe 8 cards in hand, does have the 2 Fractals available. We're going to see the level up into Sylvie 3 here, banishing 3 cards. 2 Lustrous. I think that was an Escape the Wreckage.
I believe so as well. It did look like it. That is. I think that's a rough banishment here with the Lustrous Slimes. You want those in hand. However, if you have a Storm Slime or an Ethereal Slime or 2 of them in hand, I think you would rather see that than a Lustrous to push the damage here. Because Ferenthian does have the Baby Gray to have as protection. In case of any big attack, they can just intercept.
Yeah, having intercept option's nice.
Yeah. Granted, they do have to take care of the Rippleback Terrapin there if they want to guarantee that their baby gray slime survives, and they do have that intercept available.
Banishment of the Covenant of Thorns here. We're going to go to 3 buff counters on the Ethereal Slime to draw the card off of that. Something to keep in mind that Ferenthian needs to be afraid of is Refracting Missile for 3 is a very real thing right now. Refracting Missile for 3 to clear the baby gray slime can set up a lot of options, but Fate might actually just be going strictly for a Stratagem win here. Just attempting to survive, mill, and then play Stratagem for lethal.
Where it's not, it's a very viable route here.
Yeah, so if he wants a Stratagem for lethal here, he's going to need 6 floating memory because he's going to need to deal at least 18 damage, knowing that Sylvie's at 8 counters right now. Ethereal Slime coming into face here for 5.
That is
I guess he knows he can't
interesting.
clear without using the Baby Gray to also attack the Rippleback Terrapin. So instead of attempting to go for it, he's just going to, or not, he's just going to play another Baby Gray anyways. And I don't know if he's, so he's playing Tidal Lock in response to the activation of Baby Gray. So Tidal Lock will banish that.
It is unfortunate.
Tidal Lock is really good in this deck. It's it synergizes so well with having water cards in the grave because you can basically play it for cheaper, right? It's a 3 or more water. You can pay 2 less for this, so it's a 1 cost negate.
Yeah, it's and I feel like in this deck it's a strictly better Frostbind because you will almost always have at least 3 water cards in your grave.
So we're actually going to see Magebane Lash coming out here. Gonna banish 2 floating memory here, get 2 lash counters. Magebane Lash, I believe on enter gives you a lash counter as well.
I do believe. Yes, it does. And that is.
Magebane Lash costs 1. I don't know why I thought it cost 2. I just keep thinking of Vapor Jet Shield. So yeah, so 2 is correct here for lash counters. So let's see. Rippleback Terrapin can clear the Baby Gray Slime. 1 card in hand for Ferenthian means that if he goes for a Ravishing Finale here, Ravishing for 10, puts him at 18. Mill 36 plus the 4 is mill 40 cards. It's pretty close to a deck out, I think. It might be a little bit short, but Ferenthian has drawn a couple extra cards, and he has cycled through all of his other other material deck cards. So we'll see if he goes for it.
He had a lot of forest cakes there in the beginning.
1 down for a Chilling Touch here. What is the temporary banishment? Deliberating over which card was number 6. It's going to be a Baby Green Slime again. That card is just getting Chilling Touched all day.
It's gone. Never getting played. It's not this day today.
2 Fractals have used their reservable here. What do we see? Looks like Icebound Slam.
Yeah. That is.
Icebound Slam's coming in for what is, if he uses the Magebane Lash, it's 10.
I feel
so
like
he goes
it
to 18.
Is.
It looks like he's just holding on.
It's a scary amount of damage that just happened.
I believe he only has 2 cards in his hand, though. I don't think Ferenthian can push lethal here. 5 damage on board from the Ethereal Slime puts him to 14. And I think a Storm Slime is still too short. A Storm Slime comes in for, I believe, 6 because of the Baby Green Slime. So 9 damage would put him at 23. So it's not quite there, but he's close.
Yeah, I do believe as well, unfortunately. And there's not much that he can do in this situation because his influence is 3. And which forces him to only play 1 card. He can't play more. Even if he were to grab a Horn of Beast Calling there, it would not be enough to be able to play 2 Storm Slimes or a Storm Slime and an Ethereal Slime this turn. That is 5 Slimes and Management plus the Baby Green, I believe, which is not enough damage.
Yep, Tidal Lock does threaten here against Ferenthian. 2 cards in hand, 1 down for a Tidal Lock is pretty good, especially if he tries to play the Storm Slime.
Yeah, it's the Tidal Lock is. I feel like people forget that it exists currently because it hasn't been around for long enough. People haven't played it enough where people keep it in mind, but it is a very real threat. There's a Storm Slime.
Does he have his
Resolves?
highlight? No, he's gonna take the damage.
All right. The Storm Slime resolves, dealing.
So he's gonna take the 6 and then recover 2 from the Mage Bane Lash.
Yeah, that
So
is.
he just took the 4 for simplicity on calculating it on his phone. So I'm up to 13. Is he gonna kill the Rippleback Terrapin or is he going to attack face? I think he's gonna kill the Rippleback Terrapin.
He is going for the ripple back there.
Rippleback Terrapin taken down. Lash counter's at 2, right? So let's see. If you want to find lethal here, you could play Vapor Jet Shield, get 2 lash counters. It puts you at 4. Mage Bane Lash swings for 5 or for 4. It has the potential.
There is.
Blinding Orb
If they
might
have,
be better in this situation.
could be. It seems to be.
Blinding Orb's nice because you can just play it on your opponent's turn, force them to put the card down, and then it keeps you alive. Ooh, Seaside Ringleader Banish there is kind of good. He could have activated it pre-recollection too if you wanted to, but I think he might just have a Ravishing Finale.
You
Or another
might
Icebound Slam.
just- Or I could also just have no animals in hand there. But that's
4 floating. 5 floating.
5.
Stratagem for 15 for fun.
Is it time to see?
Did he top deck the stratagem? I don't think he doesn't need it. There's so many different ways he can find lethal. Any attack card is lethal here. He can play the Seaside Ringleader and then play an animal or beast, deal damage, and then attack with the Mage Bane Lash. That's also pretty close.
Also, like a Frostborn Paladin, taken out, attack with Mage Bane Lash.
That looks like stratagem. He's paid 6.
It is.
Oh yeah, he
going
doesn't have the
for-
class bonus for the
for-
Seaside Ringleader, so I can't use it because he's Nico.
Yeah.
Sad. Oh,
It
there
is.
Stratagem for the game. Take 15.
Stratagem for a lot of damage. Overkill. It's wonderful. Stratagem is just amazing
The
to see.
the other thing with the stratagem there is if Ferenthian did for some reason have like a safeguard amulet available to him, what he could have done is he gains the 5 lash counters, right? And then he just swings Mage Bane Lash for 8 and finds lethal regardless.
True. It
gonna be hard,
guarantees the
though.
kill.
Only 15 minutes left in the round, plus the 5 minutes of overtime or 3 turns, whichever comes first. Both these players are going to have to play pretty quick if they want to find a victory, and a tie will not make it in for them. They need to find the win.
Yeah. It is. It's a win and in. They really have to play it out and do their best to take the game. But both decks can win very quickly if they draw the right cards. So I'm personally I'm not worried that they won't be able to finish it before the round ends. But we'll see.
Stratagem is one of
seems
those
like-
interesting cards that just you can just find lethal so fast if you get the right setup. So I'm really interested to see if Fate will try to lean into that or if he'll go for more of a traditional play it out and then just hit them death with as many allies as I can.
I feel like if there isn't enough cards there that guarantee that stratagem will come into your hand, they might just play it safe here. Go for the beatdown. But it would be fun to see a stratagem focused game here.
Looks like
It
we're
looks
gonna.
like
I think
Ferenthian swapped
Ferenthian
some
starting.
cards out. I think so.
Right, here's the start. Sylvie does want the materialization first. It's really important. The only downside is you may get Icebound Slam turn 1.
Yeah. That is a very real possibility here.
Do we see the Baby Gray? Baby Gray does protect you from the Icebound Slam turn 1. Has the
True.
potential.
That is, and it's just
Forest
it's a wonderful play as well.
Is
Forest Cake,
or
Gray.
Baby Gray? Sitting on the edge of my seat trying to figure out which one it is going to be. But it needs to be one of them. Ideally the Baby Gray here for Ferenthian. No, Forest Cake in
Forest Cake.
first.
Could be a Baby Gray after. Or another Forest Cake into a Baby Gray. Aw. Fortunate, no Baby Gray. Just had the Forest Cake there.
Something worth mention, 4 Icebound Slams, 40% chance if you go first. A little bit higher if you go second, you get the extra card here. So it's going to be rough.
Ooh, it is. And you get to play it immediately as well. With 8 influence.
Doesn't look like he has the Icebound Slam, otherwise he kind of would have just slapped it down right away, right?
I just, yeah, just put it down, go for it.
Oh, 2
Oh, he does
Fractal
have
of
the 2
Rains!
fractals again. Holy.
That's a good start. 2 Fractal of Rain's pretty good. Rippleback Terrapin. He's got a stratagem too. Oh, Chilling Touch stratagem. So if he mills 2, Chilling Touch, that's kind of spicy. That is kind of spicy.
It is pretty good.
I think we're probably gonna see backup Charger materialize first for Fate. I don't think he's gonna go immediately into the Sylvie level 1, knowing what he has down, unless he has a Lost in Thought in his hand to play for level up.
Mm. Well, let's. But he does have the ripple back there, so he can get the value off of it. Chilling Touch into ripple back, but obviously he does risk losing it. You're right. If he doesn't have something.
The Fractal of Rains, I mean, they're the big wild card here, right? You can hit some big things, you can hit some really bad things. You might draw 3 Seaside Ring leaders, you might mill 3 Seaside Ring leaders. A lot of potential to see what you want to do here. So Baby Red Slime's going to come in. It's going to sacrifice the Forest Cake, gain a buff counter. He's going to come in for 4 here. On attack trigger, will discard a Limitless Slime, so he's going to get the floating memory available to him already. It's pretty good value.
Yeah. That's the best value off of those 2 cards. I feel like Baby Red discarding get Limitless is never a bad thing.
All right, 1 down. We're going to see a Freezing Steel. Freezing Steel will give us the level up. Floating memory here for Sylvie level 1. Beginning of Recollection, the Fractal of Rain will trigger Frostborn Paladin, Tidestone Bovine. That is not what you want to see. There's 1 floating memory there with the Tidestone Bovine, but you probably don't want to see the Frostborn Paladin go down.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. You want that Frostborn in hand here. Push toward the damage.
Down for Chilling Touch.
Yeah. Seems.
Not sure he needed the Chilling Touch because he does have the Tidestone Bovine, so you'd probably want to use that first if you're going to go with your Rippleback Terrapin. But either way, I mean, he could also have 2 Rippleback Terrapins. There could be a Frostborn Paladin in hand as well. He had 2 cards available to him, so not quite sure what he wants to go with. The temporary banishment from the Chilling Touch is going to be another Baby Red.
It does have the Rippleback, as we saw earlier from the imbued fractals.
Big turtle coming out. Very spooky turtle. I think Rippleback Terrapin is such a cool card. Like, even just the design, not including the art, fantastically cool card. When you include the art, it's even cooler. Like it's just so, I don't know, it's so majestic in its own way.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. It's cute and like powerful at the same time. It's amazing. I really love that card personally. Oh, the Slime Shield onto the Baby Red Slime, making it a 5/4 now.
Baby Red Slime, very big, scary.
I did bring in.
Safeguard Amulet comes out.
Oh.
Respecting the stratagem is real and important here. So you see the stratagem in the imbue from the Fractals of Rain. You know you have to play in a way that basically keeps yourself alive around that. We are going to see one of those new cards I was talking about, Kind Beast Caller. I was not expecting that. Kind Beast Caller, pretty good. It's going to be a 3-cost 2/2. On enter, look at the top 5 cards of your deck. You can reveal an animal or beast ally and put them into your hand. It's basically, Blissful Calling, but it's a 3-cost and it's an ally. It's pretty neat. It's a good card.
The art on it is as well also wonderful. Going back to the Terrapin discussion.
Who's going to
revealing an Ethereal Slime.
Ethereal, pretty good. I really like the Ferenthians playing the Safeguard Amulet. I think the Safeguard Amulet is so important for him to have that kind of respect for stratagem. And I think we're going to see the Rippleback Terrapin die here, which is very unfortunate. It's going to be a rough situation.
Yeah,
but it is what it is. Potential
I feel like it's
Charger.
expected as well here.
Backup charger, a
Maybe not.
Terrafrang. Actually, he's not running a Terrafrang. I really expected him to run the Terrafrang.
Yeah, I'm surprised that there isn't more respect for allies there, but
To be fair, this deck does a good job of dealing with allies. Ooh, double Frostbind Mill is kind of rough. So those are the only two Frostbinds available in the deck. So Frostbind's not open. Tidal Lock and Cerulean are still both open, but the only thing we're getting out of that is filling the grave with water. So it does help for Tidal Lock, but not for Cerulean.
indeed, another imbued fractal.
Third
That
Imbued
is
Fractal of Rain is spicy.
with the stratagem
So Stratagem
showing
and
up.
Primordial Ritual. Do you think he's going to banish those to go to level 2?
I think with the safeguard on board, he might not mind losing the stratagem, and the primordial might just be a bit too, like, the sacrificing an ally might not be the play here, because you want them to focus that damage on your allies instead of you.
I think the Stratagem overall is
You
not bad, though, because you can target allies with it, too, if you need to. You target enough
also
of the
very
allies
true.
to clear the allies, and then after that, you select and force them to use everything else.
Yeah,
Looks
that's
like he's responding on the stack of the on-enter trigger. He's going to... Oh, he's refracting missiling the baby red slime for 4.
crazy. So many fractals out here that refractive missile
Or
is
actually,
just
sorry, not only that, he's
wonderful.
doing it in response to materialization. He was just waiting for Ferenthian to pay costs.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a pretty good play. So removes the draw from Sylvie level 2, gets his own floating, and also protects himself from taking 5 damage next turn.
Yeah. It's just wonderful. It's an amazing play here. Keeping yourself safe, stopping Ferenthian from that value off of Sylvie level 2, because Kind Beast Scholar is a human.
Kind Beast Caller going to come in for 2 here. Ferenthian's going to put 1 down, play a Blissful Calling. Wants to dig his deck, look for something. I think he's trying to find something that he can play this turn so that he can put down cards to level up, but he's not going to find that. He's going to grab a Lustrous Slime here. Maybe waiting for Backup Charger on the next rotation.
Possibly. If their influence is 5 here, they can also level up with Dungeon Guide and then play the Lustrous for a big taunt ally and protect themselves a bit.
It's a bit risky though because Fate does have cards in hand. So you had 3 cards in hand. So if you force that and he has a Tidal Lock, you have to pay 2 for the Dungeon Guide or you just leave it.
True. This is
We're going to see
also
Backup Charger from Fate. Interesting. On the stack of the Backup Charger, since Fate will have no cards in hand, you're going to see Escape the Wreckage on the Kind Beast Caller, bringing it back to memory, drawing a card into memory for that. So Ferenthian, I believe, is going to go to Influence of 5, or Influence of 6 with 5 cards in memory.
Yeah.
Fractal Rain triggers are good. Does get 1 floating from that. Well, 1 potential floating when he levels up into Nico.
Yeah. I had those Frostborns in the grave are pretty unfortunate. Frostbind, Frostborn, both of those. And not something you want to see there currently. Although, Frostbinds, I feel like Fate can live
Frostbinds are
without
fine to
here.
mill because you're basically looking
Yeah.
for your kill cards. Frostborn Paladins are really rough to lose though, because the value of having a Frostborn Paladin every turn plays so much better knowing that you have the Safeguard Amulet on field already. And I guess Fate's just trying to figure out what direction he's going to look for. But the problem is, there's only 3 minutes left in regulation time, so this game is going to be kind of rough. Both these players are going to have to push for lethal and victory really quickly because, like I said before, on a draw, I don't think either of them are going to make top 16.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a very tight game currently. Do you think that he has a Horn of Beast Calling under the Grail so that he can control what he loses for it, or like
I think it's actually a Covenant of Grail Covenant of Thorns this time. I think he's gonna respect the Covenant. I think Fate's coming in here with a Cerulean Decree potentially. Oh, it looks like he's gonna let the banishment go through. I guess it would also make more sense to just Cerulean Decree the ally that comes out here. Cerulean Decree or Title Lock if you have it.
yeah, I have to agree.
Allowing the Dungeon Guide to resolve is fine. Give Sylvie the on-enter trigger and then just kind of stop everything from there. Whatever he tries to play this turn, make sure you can double negate it.
You take the value off of the on-enter away.
1 damage into Sylvie here. Sylvie's going to take 1. And what does Ferenthian want to play here? He's thinking, going through the graveyard, trying to figure out if he can Gaia's Blessing. Probably a Storm Slime. He does have a Lustrous Slime, but he won't be able to put anything down for it. So we're going to see the Ethereal Slime. It comes in with 2 buff counters. Oh, here it is. 1 down for Title Lock.
Yeah, the one
Force him
first.
to pay the 2.
Title Lock, forcing Ferenthian to empty their hand.
Pay the 2. He's going to second Title Lock him. Oh, the second Title Lock.
Oh, that is.
So I think you're right. I think it is actually a Horn of Beast Calling, so he can draw a card here. Oh, Stone Scale Band.
Stone Scale Band.
Okay, so he's gonna have to pay for the Stone Scale Band first. Do you think there's any way that Fate has another negate available? Because there's a chance. There's a chance he has a Cerulean Decree in his hand.
Yeah, and he has the influence for it, especially with the fractals. I think it's not impossible.
Yeah, Stone Scale Band, very heads up play there. He's going to be able to play around the Title Lock. So Title Lock does work like Frostbind. It forces you to pay 2 if you want to stop the negate.
But he did not have that third negate, unfortunately. So Ethereal Slime does resolve. Drawing a card, getting a lot of buff counters.
3 down. He's gonna Refracting Missile. He's gonna Refracting Missile on the on-enter trigger to deal 4 damage to the Ethereal Slime. So he actually had every answer to it.
He did. There is, but Ferenthian does get to resolve the Ethereal Slime trigger, so he does get to draw a card off of it. But that is rough. Damn. Everything was there.
Yeah, the double negate was big, so we're going to be looking into overtime here. So overtime will start turn 0 on Fate's turn, I believe. He's going to go into Nico, banish 2 here for the level up. Move to Recollection, draw. I really like that. I really like the Refracting Missile play there. That was like super big. Oh, it looks like they have a 5-minute time extension. My apologies. So we're actually not in overtime yet. This is going to be, I mean, this is a close one. It's a nail biter. I think either player here could really find victory. So we're going to see the Seaside Ringleader, a little bit useless there, Chilling Touch and a Lost in Thought. So he does have 4 Floating Memory available to him.
Which is pretty big here. 3.
Gonna pay 2. Banish 4. He's gonna Lost in Thought for 3. Holy!
That's big.
Lost in Thought for 3 is pretty big.
Big.
Yeah, Lost in Thought for 3. Still has access to the Chilling Touch, or sorry, to Ravishing Finale here. Nico's gonna get 3 lash counters for that. That's kind of big. I wonder if he's trying to push for chip damage into Ravishing. It's like not quite there, but the potential exists.
Yeah, unfortunately with 0 damage counters on Sylvie, the Ravishing isn't as impactful as it usually is. So it is not the guaranteed win card that you would expect it to be. Ooh. I think goes for the backup charge. It's scary if you're Ferenthian there. Immediately attacking with the Dungeon Guide for that 1 damage. Hmm. Oh, another Ethereal. Fate immediately going to pick up his hand. Look for the answer. He did not have anything for the on enter or the activating of the card. Ethereal going attacking for the 3. Does it go through?
You're real big.
It
Lots of
did.
damage coming through.
Yeah, it did go through. It's 11 damage on Nico right now. Fate has to. It's getting to the point where it is pretty scary. Apparently his board is getting there. His influence is also going up slowly. It's...
Magebane Lash. Magebane Lash is spooky. A lot of potential coming in here. Lash counters adding up. What do we see?
5 lash counters currently. So it's scary. 2 down. Not using the Fractal Rains for a Fracturize.
Fracturize targeting the Safeguard, I mean? Or the Stone Scale Band? Looks like he's going to go for the Stone Scale Band.
Interesting. Lost in thought for 2.
Wants to
Might
always
just...
be 2 available to him. So he's actually just building his Lash counters.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. There's just recycling all the floating, getting them out, getting the lash counters off of it. So a lot of value.
Well, that mill is big. 2 floating from the
Oh.
mill. Lost in thought, kind of going crazy this game.
Yeah, but that's crazy. That's a perfect mill there from the 3 fractals. With
Big
the
mill. So he won't get the 4th fractal of Rain, sadly, but he's getting there.
well, close enough. With the Magebane Lash attacking for 7 as well, Ravishing Finale could potentially be enough. There's a lot of cards out of Ferentian's deck there.
It looks like the judge is telling him to put the Chilling Touch in, or 1 floating. I guess any 1 floating from the Lost in Thought. In terms of the sequencing, though, it actually wouldn't have mattered because he still kept one floating in the graveyard regardless the entire time. So he actually didn't get to draw an extra card. He drew exactly equal to how many he would have had regardless.
Yeah. Oh,
and
there's...
this is cool. This is gonna be big. Ravishing Finale for how many lash counters? Is that 8 lash counters?
I believe it's 9 with the 2 from the Ravishing. He had
So that'll be
7.
15 damage. This is coming in for 15 with the Magebane Lash.
For anything, counting out his deck right there. The suspense. Oh, look, it's 1 card. There is 1 card left in the deck. It's just
down to 1.
Shy.
So can't even use the backup charger.
Yeah, if he or he cannot banish the Horn there either, because that would make him lose the game. Going for the Gaia's Blessing to get as many slimes in banish as possible. He has to win this turn or it's over.
I don't think he can find lethal this turn, knowing how many cards Fate has in his hand. So it's most likely gonna be Glacial Evocation. So Glacial Evocation will deal 3 damage to the Ethereal Slime, stopping all the damage from it. It's gonna get killed.
That's not enough damage. I said from the slime. Oh, I wonder what Corinthian is going to do here. For that, if they have the slime shield, they have slime eruption.
Slime eruption going crazy. Trying to decide what to do here. Can't use the Horn of Beast Calling. Is at actual mill out. Is not playing 3 visits. This is not a win deck. Can't add a card to the bottom of the library.
That is very tight.
This is one of those situations where a sideboard consideration would have just been adding more cards. If you had potentially added more cards to your deck, you could be away from the mill out. Because people often ask how they'll ask you to count your cards that you've put in your graveyard and your banishment, not how many are in your library.
Yeah. It's going kind of crazy here with all of those fire slimes in the graveyard currently.
So Glacial Evocation will kill.
Yeah.
Gonna take one
has
from
to
the
have the
dungeon guy
storm
here.
slime here, right? Yeah. It's very tight, very spooky.
Goes to 12. Storm Slime. He might just be holding Cerulean as well. Oh! Songbird is not the play. Songbird is not the play. He can't play the Songbird. It doesn't do anything.
I think
he was nervous and meant to play the Storm Slime.
Yeah, just grabbed the wrong card. Meant to put that down.
I mean, you just can't reveal anything. You just play Gaia Songbird for nothing, so it's like kind of rough. Let's see. Storm Slime for
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
17? An attempted Storm Slime for 17? I think it was 17? Maybe 16?
I believe it was 16, but it could be 17. The cards went by very fast, very quickly.
Needs to remove the damage from this somehow.
Plus the
Cards
attacking
available.
for 19 or 20.
Is it not 17? Maybe I miscounted. Maybe it's not lethal from the Storm Slime spell activation. So Storm of Thorns will reduce 1 from that. I'm just not sure how many slimes are there.
Yeah.
How many slimes? That should be game for Ferenthian though.
That's a lot of slimes. You see, that's a lot of
hard to tell. It's in the holy light zone.
I hope for Czech because of the nervousness they counted so fast that the card just whizzed by.
Pretty sure the Storm Slime was lethal under all circumstances. I don't think that Fate could have survived that.
I also believe so because that was a lot of Storm Slime damage, a lot of slimes in banishment there.
I mean, if the Storm Slime activation doesn't kill, he'll heal 2 from the Mage Bane Lash before the attack comes through, and the Storm of Thorns will stop 1 from each of them. I'm pretty sure that the Storm Slime was lethal.
I do agree. It was a lot.
But yeah, overall, I mean, that was a fantastic game. Came down all the way to the wire, the 5-minute extension. Plus, it was like an actual nail biter finish. It was so close. He was like right there. He was right there. It was so close. But That was a absolutely fantastic time. I gotta say, AMB showing the good ropes. Lots of cool decks coming out, but that is it for the first AMB Yeti online regional. Big shout out to you and for the Valkyrie. Thank you guys so much for casting. Big shout out to everyone who was here. Thank you guys so much. If you guys haven't had the chance to already, please subscribe to the channel. We stream we try to stream every week if we can. We stream all the big events for sure when it comes to regionals and stuff like that. So make sure you do that. Drop us a like. Big shout out to Andy K as the Yeti gaming server as well. And it actually looks like Sylvie won. That's what we're getting from our judge here. Judge is saying that the Sylvie won. So the Sylvie was actually the winner
was
there.
enough. Yeah.
So we'll figure that out and chat in the usual servers as always. Big shout out to Merlin's Marketplace. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Mitch, as well, for the awesome graphics that you always give us. If you guys haven't already, check out the Path of Doodle over at Merlin's Marketplace. But thank you guys so much. Big shout out to all the judges for this event. You guys were all great. And thank you guys, everyone, for being here. And we'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much.